Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Outside the carriage window, there is the beautiful scenery of the Qingyuan Mountains. I can be considered a swordsman, from great success to the realm of transformation. 80 years. Little Lee's excitement was half over, and he began to worry about whether the expenses were too high. In total, he spent more than 100 years on swordsmanship. If it weren't for Bing Tuozi's hand-in-hand teaching, he would have spent even more. It feels like he spent 2 months' salary in his previous life to buy a high-end computer, but it was left there to gather dust, and he had no time to play with it. Well, not really. The realm of transformation swordsmanship must be much more powerful than what he hit with his fists. The martial arts experience should be enough for the time being. There's still 110 years left, so I'm not afraid of being a loss when I get new martial arts. Liemo calculated for a while, and then stopped thinking too much. Enter the divine weapon cave. You could take a look at the Qi Shao. Ying Bing took a sip of tea. Okay. Liemo followed suit. In fact, he was indeed ready to try the Qi Shao sword. It's not that he holds a grudge, but he would do something else after being beaten by a sword. Qi Shao is of the fire element, and with the Fire Heart Lotus method, its power is doubled, which is indeed very suitable for him. This increase may not be very obvious in the Qi and Blood realm, but after the Inner Breath realm, it is definitely visible to the naked eye. At this time, the sound of hammering iron can be heard outside the window. When he got off the carriage, he saw a crowd in front of the Shinfeng cave. As soon as Ying Bing came down, even the voices of discussion in the field became much smaller, and all kinds of awe-inspiring eyes were cast. The oppressive feeling of Bing Tuozi. She is not only the true disciple of the headmaster now, but also the future of the sect. Not only among her peers, but also in the history of Qingyuan's sect, she is unique and dazzling. Brother Li, Junior Brother Li. Two people in the crowd greeted each other at the same time, and then looked at each other in astonishment. Murong Xiao and Xiao Qin glanced at each other and nodded slightly. They both achieved good results in the sect trial, so they had met each other once. Brotherly, you actually got the first place. You are worthy of it. Murong Xiao praised. I was also shocked when I found out. Xiao Qin's aura was much stronger than before. After passing the trial, he has now returned to the inner sect. What surprised him was that Junior Brother Li's aura was now stronger than his. He was able to disperse his power and start over, and he also had a teacher to assist him. Junior Brother Li's progress was really amazing. What kind of weapon are you going to get today, Junior Brother Li? I've made some progress in swordsmanship recently. Well, Junior Brother Li can get a famous weapon without any problem. That's because Brother Xiao doesn't know Brother Li well enough. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two talked about their recent developments. Murong Xiao had completed his physical training and fulfilled Elder Hanha's expectations. He could start learning the casting techniques of the divine weapon peak. And Xiao Qin not only returned to the inner sect, but was even valued by an elder. He may be accepted as a true disciple in the future. Everyone has a bright future. Seeing that the people he had invested in are now thriving, Xiao Li couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, a gong sounded at the entrance of Shunfeng Cave. The inner sect deacon who was guarding the entrance came out. It's time. Every year, Shunfeng Cave would calm down for a short time, and then erupt more violently. Disciples who are not at a high level will usually choose to enter the cave and choose weapons at this time. The disciples subconsciously made way. Ying Bing lowered her eyes and walked into the Shunfeng Cave. However, she stopped moving when she reached the middle of the first floor and gently raised her plain palm. Just when everyone was puzzled, clang, the sound of swords rang out, and more than a dozen white silks flew in the air, hovering in front of Ying Bing, allowing her to choose. All of them are famous longswords. How can it be so powerful? Liemo looked at it and felt like he had entered a cat cafe with a cat-attracting physique. There was not much surprise. He was calm, but others were not calm, and exclamations were heard everywhere. Famous weapons. All of them are famous weapons. Oh my God, it's fine if they are recognized by famous weapons, but they all fly out from the third floor for us to choose. Aren't famous weapons said to have spirits and are very cool? Most people don't even look at them. Why are there so many of them today? Too scary. Wait, look, what is that? When the discussion started, another blue and white streak of light shot over, and the other famous swords along the way moved aside. One was burning hot and empty, and the other was cold as ice. To Li Mo, they were all familiar swords. Qi Xiao, Tian Shuang. Everyone felt that even their breathing was about to stop. They would never dare to do such a thing in their dreams. Even the disciples of Xinbing Peak could not help but feel a toothache. Many people had been in the sect for many years, but they had only heard of the two Xuanqi long swords made by the founder of Xinbing Peak and had never seen them. How did you recognize them? Among the Xuanqi existing in Xinbing Peak, only two are swords. Tian Shuang. Ying Bing stretched out his hand and grasped the white dragon-like long sword. It was still that familiar feeling. The Tian Shuang sword trembled slightly, and it seemed extremely happy. Then, Ying Bing stopped looking at other swords and walked out with the sword in his arms. When he passed by Li Mo, he nodded slightly, which was considered a little encouragement. Li Mo, this is too fast. When he looked again, the Qi Xiao sword was gone. Well, it seems that we have to take the ordinary way to accept the test of the Qi Xiao sword. Brotherly, I believe you can definitely get the Xuanqi. Murong Xiao patted his shoulder. Yeah. Xiao Qin also nodded in agreement. Then let's go. Li Mo smiled and took a step. That's right. At the bottom of Shunfeng Cave, there is still a hammer calling him, and the feeling of calling today is still there. If you can only take one weapon, hammer or sword. On this question, Li Mo hesitated for only 3 1/3 seconds and chose the hammer. Just kidding. That is the father of all Xuanqi. Of course, if he wants to take it and can take it, Elder Hanhe may not agree. That hammer is the lifeblood of Xinbing Peak. Let's go and take a look first. While Li Mo was thinking, the three of them had already gone down to the third floor of Shunfeng Cave together. Master said that to judge the quality of a weapon, one must look at its material, forging technique, and temperature control. Murong Xiao identified them one by one according to Shelley's knowledge of forging. Xiao Qin's eyes also passed over the famous weapons. At this time, the voice of Qianxing Wuzuan sounded in his heart again. That girl named Ying Bing, as I said, has great luck. Teacher, are you talking about her being recognized by the Xuanqi? Xiao Qin asked casually. It is a blessing for the Xuanqi to be able to be her weapon. Qianxing Wuzuan was amused by his disciple's vision, and he said with emotion, what I'm talking about is the inheritance she received. Inheritance? Are you talking about the glow a few days ago? Xiao Qin was also quite curious when he mentioned this. A few days ago, the glow was thousands of miles long, and there were many different opinions in the sect. There's a saying that Ying Bing, the true disciple of the head of the sect, received some extremely powerful inheritance. Now it seems that it should be correct. What the teacher said has never been wrong so far. Well, I saw it in an ancient book of the bird tribe. The old voice did not deny it. Isn't that inheritance very powerful? More than powerful. There was some reminiscence in Qianxing Wuzuan's tone. The 9-colored Yuan Huang has 9 souls, each of which has infinite mysteries. Those who get one of them can travel across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. If all of them are collected, plus the little girl's 10 absolute bodies, there will be a chance to challenge the legendary realm. Legendary realm? Xiao Qin was confused and shook his head. I still think that Junior Brotherly is not bad. His future achievements will definitely not be weaker than Junior Sister Ying Bing. You kid, how about making a bet with me? Qianxing Wuzuan laughed dumbly. His disciple is good at everything, but he is stubborn. Practicing martial arts requires perseverance, but being too stubborn is not good either, as it is easy to be ignorant and have no idea what is going on. Okay, teacher, how do you bet? In the set competition, if your junior brotherly can take on 10 moves from that little girl, I will lose. I will give you a big gift. If I win, we'll talk about it later. Qinsheng Wuzuan spoke with interest, not thinking that he would lose at all. Xiao Qin agreed. Then, under the guidance of the teacher, he began to choose weapons. Student Li knew nothing about this. If he knew, he would definitely ask, "Old Xiao, where do you get such confidence in me?" He has now reached the 4th floor. He looked at the Qi Xiao sword seriously and saluted. Buzz. The Qi Xiao sword vibrated slightly like last time. Of course, the frequency of vibration was much lower than when it flew to Ying Bing's side. It seemed that Li Mo was not that fragrant. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Li Mo muttered to himself. A small flame of desire to win ignited in his eyes, that we must take it down today. The Qi Xiao sword is a double standard sword. It is a double-edged sword for Bing Tuozi, but it is a test for our classmate Li. 10 swords. Whoever takes it will become its master. Li Mo's eyes blurred. Buzz. A familiar swordsman has appeared on the opposite side. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. The swordsman slowly clasped his fists and saluted him. Please teach me. Li Mo held the Qin Gang sword and clasped his fists as well. The next moment, the two figures collided with each other. The sound of metal and stone colliding between weapons echoed throughout the 4th floor. In the 3rd floor, all the famous swords were slightly vibrating at this moment. Is it Brotherly who made the noise? Murong Xiao couldn't help but look back and looked at the dark entrance to the 4th floor. The sound of the sword just now made him feel like his hair stood on end. What happened? Xiao Qin raised his head, holding a broken giant sword in his hand. He found this under the guidance of Qinsheng Wuzuan. Although it is not very good-looking among all the famous weapons and only half of it is left, the material is better than other famous weapons. It is also one of the few famous weapons that are willing to recognize him as the master. It's just that the spirituality is a little weak, and he needs to cultivate it himself in the future. Xiao Qin himself is still very satisfied. However, at this moment, the giant sword is trembling slightly with the sound of the sword. Your junior brotherly is fighting with a mysterious weapon. Qinsheng Wuzuan didn't see it with his own eyes, so he said casually, fighting with a weapon? Xiao Qin didn't quite understand what this meant. The stronger the warrior, the stronger his spirit. The weapons they use over the years will be tainted with their will. Do you know which sword is the most powerful in the Tianshan sword house, which is famous throughout the world? Qinsheng Wuzuan was happy to tell his apprentice some anecdotes to broaden his horizons. Please help me, teacher. Xiao Qin also listened with interest. It is a wooden sword that once belonged to the sword ancestor. Qinsheng Wuzuan's tone was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. It carries a whole pure sword path. This sword flew out of the sword tomb thousands of miles ago and cut off the river and killed the evil dragon with one sword. To this day, the water of that river is still dry. A sword cut off the river for hundreds of years. Xiao Qin took a breath after listening. For him now, this is simply unimaginable. Qinsheng Wuzuan was very satisfied with his apprentice's shock and said, the weapon carried by the sword ancestor is far beyond the comparison of the Xuanqi. Of course, that Qi Xiao is also a good product among the Xuanqi. Whether you can master it depends on whether your junior brother, Li, has learned something from that girl. Murong Xiao opened his mouth, confused, not knowing why brotherly stuffed him with a bodybuilding martial art. Clear your mind and concentrate your spirit. Why does it need a mental method? Li Mo looked at the unfortunate child helplessly. This superior martial art comes from Buddhism, which contains Buddhist principles and is a method of cultivating both body and mind. You have practiced the Golden Bell cover well, so why fear distracting thoughts? Golden Bell cover. Murong Zhao's dim eyes lit up, but soon he became uneasy again, pulling the corner of his clothes and hesitating to speak. Don't feel any burden. Li Mo patted the Qi Xiao sword on his waist. I took the Xuanqi from the divine weapon peak, which is much more precious than a superior martial art. It can be regarded as a return of favor. In fact, It is more than just the Qi Shao sword. When we give things out, the other party may make a small profit, but he will always make more. The divine weapon peak is the divine weapon peak. How can this be regarded as a return of favor? Brotherly, I have received your great favor again. Murong Xiao pursed his lips tightly, and his emotion was beyond words. Look at him like this. Except for having children, he would not frown when Li Mo mentioned anything. When you go down the mountain to perform the sect mission, you must notify me. Sect mission, including the true disciples. All disciples of Qingyuan sect must complete sect missions of varying sizes on a regular basis. This is mandatory. After all, if Qingyuan sect does nothing and just stands here, no one will respect it as the head of Xiang Mansion. I do have this plan recently. I'll trouble you then. Li Mo agreed. The Murong family has a lot of power in Xiang Mansion and is considered one of the local snakes. No matter what mission he does, he can be helped. Then I'll go back to comprehend the Golden Bell cover first. Murong Xiao smiled. Go ahead. After he left, the system also sent a prompt at the right time. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in Murong Xiao's superior martial arts, helping him get rid of the bloodline dilemma. Investment return. An ancient bronze heavenly book seal. Ancient bronze heavenly book seal. Stamp it on any martial arts. It can be deduced and improved, thereby improving the martial arts grade, and can be upgraded to the highest martial arts. Good stuff. Superior martial arts became a unique martial arts. Moreover, he can also choose the type of unique martial arts. The feedback Murong Xiao brought him this time was a bit beyond his expectations. The last time I invested in Brother Murong's 6-pattern pure heart pill, the value is almost the same as the superior martial arts. But this time the reward is the ancient bronze heavenly book seal. Is it better to solve the problem once and for all than to solve the urgent problem? Li Mo rubbed the small copper seal in his palm thoughtfully. He searched on the 5th floor again. There are not many superior martial arts here, and hammer techniques are even rarer. But half an hour later, he actually gained something. The 12 hammers to calm the wind and waves. Li Mo brushed off the thick dust on the book and saw its name clearly. It is a superior martial arts, and it is a short-handled hammer technique. There are 12 styles in total. When you practice it to perfection, a hammer falling can shake the earth. If you practice to the realm of transformation and your own realm is sufficient, can you have the power of a punch from your master? Li Mo looked at the missing piece of the divine weapon peak and thought secretly. He continued to flip back. Then I found out. This martial art only has 2/3. Turn to the 8th move, and the martial art stops abruptly. Student Li fell into deep thought. After a while, he still picked up the booklet and went downstairs. The main thing is that he has no choice at the moment. He can only take it back first and think of a way. Arrived on the 1st floor. It was still the inner door steward. Junior Brotherly, have you made your choice? Well, please help me record it. Li Mo handed the booklet over. The inner door steward took the booklet, just picked up the pen to enter it, but was stunned when he saw the name of the martial art. Junior Brotherly, this is a hammer method. He looked carefully at the long sword on Student Li's waist. This Li Jinchuan got the Qi Shao, which is as famous as the Tianshuang sword in the Shinfeng cave. It is already known to everyone in the sect. Therefore, many people, including him, thought that, even if he was not as good as junior sister Ying Bing, he was definitely a sword demon in their common sense. After all, Ying Bing was too scary. With a wave of her hand, she could make a famous sword fly in the air and line up to recognize her master. This was beyond their cognition. On the contrary, Junior Brotherly, who accepted the test of the Scarlet Sky, sword with his sword skills, was the appearance of a genius in their imagination. A sword genius chose a hammer method? I didn't choose the wrong one. Stones from other mountains can be used to polish jade. I already have sword skills. Looking at some other martial arts, maybe I can learn by analogy. Li Mo shook his head. Stones from other mountains can be used to polish jade? This attack is too far away. Although this martial arts is incomplete, it will also consume an opportunity. Junior Brotherly must think clearly. The inner door steward reminded again. Well, I've seen it. Okay, within a month, please return the martial arts to junior brother Lee, and don't pass it on to others. Seeing that he didn't change his mind, the inner door steward said no more. At the same time, Qing Yuan maintained peak in the sword dojo. The call to him in that direction became stronger and stronger. The handsome thing has been settled. Then naturally, he has to consider what can really make him stronger. Panjim meteorite hammer. The light of the cave entrance was reflected in Li Mo's eyes. Although using a hammer is not in his interest. But this is a divine weapon. It is a treasure that is completely beyond his comprehension. Moreover, it can vaguely resonate with his extreme killing body and complement each other. It wants to follow me. But first, I need to be able to get close to it and pick it up. Li Mo walked through the cave entrance. Instantly, he felt extremely oppressive. The freezing ice spring, the blazing fire spring, and the strong killing aura made it almost difficult for people to breathe. If it weren't for the initial results of his body training and the intake of a 6-pattern Qingxin pill, he wouldn't even be qualified to stand here. Dong! He took a step forward. Instantly, thunder resounded in the dark. His internal organs, meridians, qi, and blood were all shaken. The itchy feeling in his bones made Li Mo clearly feel it. His physique became stronger again. I just took a step forward. Li Mo had a clearer understanding of the power of the magic weapon. Moreover, this was probably because the magic weapon was spiritual and had restrained most of the pressure. Keep going. Li Mo used the extreme weapon to kill the body and took another step. At the same time, the sound of the hammer falling rang in his ears. The dark and clumsy hammer was quietly hanging upside down at the junction of ice and fire. It was about 300 steps away from the cave entrance. Oh, Li Mo exhaled a breath of white air with sweat all over his head. He walked 100 steps and was already sweating all over. Even his bones were itchy from the shock. He was very tired, but the light in Li Mo's eyes became more and more blazing. With every step he took, he could feel his blood and qi growing stronger and his body being polished stronger. In just 100 steps, he opened up another meridian. 13 meridians. For a normal warrior, 12 meridians are already the limit, and blood will begin to condense into qi and turn strength into breath at this time. Li Mo has completely exceeded the scope of the blood and qi realm at this time. And his pace of progress is far from stopping. 140 steps. The pressure is getting greater and greater. Li Mo was finding it increasingly difficult to move forward, and his body had reached its limit at this time. Fine bloodstains faintly appeared on his skin. He had tried his best to use the method of jibing Ludi to reduce the damage caused by Bingsha or Weiqi. But a magic weapon is a magic weapon. Fortunately, there is still a surplus of martial arts perception. Otherwise, today we will stop here. Li Mo wanted to try again. As a result, he took a step forward, and the oppressive feeling of Bingsha or Weiqi instantly pressed from all directions. The bloodstains immediately oozed blood, and his body showed signs of collapse, so he quickly retreated. Okay, I won't struggle anymore. Student Lee knew how powerful it was inside. He didn't want to open it either. Isn't it that reality doesn't allow it? You can't get a magic weapon just by working hard. Let's take 20 years first. Li Mo's mind moved, and he chose to comprehend jibing Ludi. 10 years of martial arts perception injected successfully. In the first year, you observed the divine weapon, Panjia meteorite hammer, and had a deeper understanding of body refining. You began to think about the purpose of Ji Bing Lu Ti. In the 8th year, you finally comprehended Ji Bing Lu Ti to perfection. In the 10th year, you began to explore the mysteries of body refining and try to pursue the realm of transformation. After 10 years of comprehension, the comprehension of Ji Bing Lu Ti was directly perfected. No, to be precise, it was 8 years. Student Li covered his face and recognized the reality again. Bing Tuozi taught him the superior swordsmanship. He practiced the unique body refining method by himself. As a result, the former spent several times more martial arts comprehension than the latter. Okay, Li Mo activated the Ji Bing Lu Ti of the perfect state. In an instant, The fierce killing spirits from all directions became much docile. He walked towards the Pangea meteorite hammer more firmly. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps, 100 steps. In the blink of an eye, he was only about 50 steps away from the junction of ice and fire. Just when Liemo stepped within 50 steps. Boom! The sound of the hammer exploded like thunder. The sharpness of the killing edge surged again in an instant. He seemed to have walked into the whirlpool in the water, enduring countless washes every moment. No wonder the Pangea meteorite hammer can forge a mysterious weapon. If this hammer hits, even a famous weapon will not be able to withstand it. Liemo felt like a weapon being baptized by this magic hammer. The first-generation ancestor of the divine weapon peak must be a strong man. At least his attainments in body refining are beyond reproach. No wonder Elder Hanha let the hammer lie under the divine edge cave. I'm afraid it's because I want to use it, but I don't have the strength to do so. Even masters of the God-observing realm may not be qualified to stand in front of the hammer. What kind of strong person can use it like an arm? Liemo didn't think about it anymore. I'll open it first as a token of respect. The martial arts perception was poured into the perfection realm's ultimate slaughter body. In the first year, you observed the divine weapons and gradually understood the true meaning of turning your body into a weapon. You began to be able to emit the sharp aura of killing with your own body. In the third year, your own sharp aura of killing can resonate with the divine weapon's killing aura, complementing each other. In the 12th year, you finally reached the fullness of the fullness, and your understanding of this technique is no less than that of its founder. Perception is completed, and ultimate slaughter body has reached the realm of perfection, a total of 20 years. From great success to the realm of perfection. Liemo raised his eyebrows slightly and was slightly surprised. What surprised him was that it took him so little time to reach the state of transformation. He was a little uncomfortable with the sword technique after being hit for a long time. Turning the body into a weapon, Liemo whispered to himself. The next moment, his body actually began to emit the sharp aura of killing that he had used to temper his body. It was not strong, just a little stronger than a sharp weapon. Compared with the Pangea meteorite hammer, it was even more like the gap between a firefly and a bright moon. But extreme slaughter body is a unique skill, and it is a unique skill that he has already comprehended to the realm of transformation. This means that a little effort can move 1,000 pounds. The sense of oppression was greatly reduced in an instant, and even Liemo could follow his heart and bear as much as he wanted. The remaining 50 steps, Liemo walked briskly. In a blink of an eye, he had stood at the junction of ice and fire. Only then did he have time to take a closer look at this magic weapon. This hammer, it seems that the hammerhead and the hammer handle are integrated, as if they were made by nature. The hammerhead is pointed at the front and the back. It is square like a seal. Great ingenuity is not made. It is pointed like a strange rock that is amazing, and it is a work of nature. While hammering soldiers, while hammering people, Liemo put away the dangerous thoughts. I don't know why you called me, but since you chose me, I will take you away today. He stretched out his hand and gently grasped the hammer handle. Boom! It was as if chaos had just begun to open up in my mind, and the sound of a comet falling to the ground was deafening. Liemo's consciousness was blank, and his hands were almost shaken loose. Can't let go. He clenched his teeth. The 13 main meridians that were opened were fully mobilized at this time. Every bit of strength in the body was also squeezed out. The Pangea meteorite hammer has been very cooperative with Shaoli. It was actually moved a little bit by a chi and blood realm. Rumble. Instantly, the ground shook. The entire Shunfeng cave was shaking violently. It was not only the Shunfeng cave that was shaking. There was also the Ying peak. The ground is shaking. The ground is shaking. Is the divine weapon peak going to collapse? Don't talk nonsense. It must be that the ground vein is going to explode in advance. Didn't we always have a few days of rest before? Today is the first day. Run. The people who were still in the cave all ran out without even turning their heads. Fortunately, most people had already chosen their weapons. Teacher, what happened? Xiao Qin had already gone out, but he didn't see Li Mo come out for a long time. Qinsheng Wuzuan's voice also became deep. This cave shouldn't collapse. But that is the breath of the divine weapon. Xiao Qin didn't quite understand what this meant. But when he heard the teacher's solemn tone, he couldn't help but worry. Master, junior brother Li is still inside. Murong Xiao couldn't sit still, but at this time the entire divine peak cave was filled with a strong pressure. It's him. The expression of Elder Han had changed. He had guessed it earlier. Last time the ancestor's weapon moved strangely, he vaguely guessed that it was related to Li Mo. But he didn't expect that the fluctuation of the Panjian meteorite hammer would be so intense. An almost absurd thought came to his mind. Could it be that it was going to recognize the master? Oi, old man, you have to keep your word. Shang Wu crossed his arms, his almond eyes narrowed, like a fox that had successfully stolen fish. If he can really take it, why not let him take it away? Han He's eyelids twitched, and he walked into the Shinfeng cave with a flick of his sleeves. At his best. Good news, he did move the Panjian meteorite hammer. Bad news, he could only move it a little bit. This was the result of the Panjian meteorite hammer condescending and trying its best to cooperate with him. That little bit was probably moved by the magic weapon itself with his strength. This hammer is not very big, but it is terribly heavy. I can easily carry the thornback turtle now, and I am afraid that my strength is not enough to stop it. Li Mo relaxed and sighed with emotion. Fortunately, he didn't plan to pick it up by himself. If he could move it, this magic weapon would not be placed at the bottom of the Shinfeng cave, which never sees the sun all year round. It doesn't matter. We still have a cheat. World Seed. I can now add a small part of its power to my body. It lasts for a short time. I have to move quickly. Li Mo didn't come alone. Behind him, there is a whole world. Although this world has just been born, it is still fragile and chaotic. But is a world after all. Crackling. The moment of blessing the world seed. His bones made a popping sound like frying beans. The blood in his body roared violently, and the 13 main meridians were empty like angry dragons. It was as if an endless and tremendous force was flowing through his body. Li Mo even had an illusion that if there was a ring on this Ying Bing mountain for him to grasp, he could carry the whole mountain. Get up. Boom. A hammer sound 100 times louder than before exploded. Panjian meteorite hammer. After thousands of years, it was held in someone's hand again. It was just a moment. Li Mo quickly received it in the small world. Then he lay on the ground as if he was exhausted, and he didn't even want to move his fingers, letting the sweat flow all over the ground. Fortunately, the magic weapon is not considered a life. Otherwise, I really can't use the small world to collect it. I just picked up the magic weapon. Little Li's chest is now heaving like a bellows, and his eyes are full of stars. All kinds of chaotic thoughts can't stop coming out. He used a power that didn't belong to him, and the aftereffects were too great. If he continued for a breath, his body would probably start to collapse. But he succeeded after all. Li Mo's consciousness was scattered, and he only felt sleepy now. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard an old and sharp explosion. A little familiar. Is it Elder Hanha? At night. Shunbing Peak, the residence of the elders. You can see all kinds of iron materials and semi-finished weapons placed around. It's more like an armory than an elder's residence. Where's the hammer? Where's the weapon of the founder of my divine weapon peak? Looking at the unconsciously classmate lying there snoring, Elder Hanha paced back and forth, doubting his life. He, who is always steady, already looked at a loss. Don't nag. I'm so annoyed by you. Shang Wu crossed his legs. A glimmer of leg light was faintly visible between his palace clothes, and he held his chin with one hand and said, Tisk, stinky disciple, you sleep so soundly. We agreed to make roasted whole lamb today. What time is it? You still want to eat? Elder Hanha's 3 corpses jumped up and down, shaking with anger. That's the divine weapon. That's how my divine weapon peak got its name. If it disappears, even if I die, I won't have the face to go down to see the founder. If Shangwu hadn't been here, he would have gone up to wake Li Mo up. No one can use it anyway. so we'll just gather dust if it's left there. Shangwu narrowed his eyes and said unhappily, "Also, to speak nicely, why are you speaking so loudly? Do you think I'm deaf?" Han, what kind of evil things did I do in my last life? Why did I meet you two masters and apprentices in this life? Just at this moment. On the bed, Mr. Li, who had slept for most of the day, yawned and seemed to wake up. He opened his eyes hazily. Then he saw a huge old face close at hand, with bloodshot eyes. Student Li was startled and almost punched him. "Elder Hanha, why are you so close? You're scaring me to death." "I'm scaring you? You almost scared me to death." Elder Hanha was so angry that he laughed and asked anxiously, "Tell me, where's the hammer? Where's the hammer of the ancestor?" Shangwu clenched her fists and coughed deliberately. Meaning, if you're talking to someone I'm protecting, watch your volume. Elder Hanha wanted to curse in his heart. "What happened? You made my lifeblood of Ying Bing Peak disappear." I still have to serve with a smile. But he also knew that the more anxious he was, the more useless it would be. Hani could only try to use a gentle tone to ask, "Li Zhenchuan, when you went to the bottom of Shunfeng Cave, did you see a hammer?" As he said, the old man also gestured. "It's this big. I have seen it." Liamo nodded quite cooperatively. "Where is the hammer? Where did it go?" The Hani elder spoke faster. "It's gone." Student Li spread his hands. "It's gone." The Hanhi elder's eyes went dark. Liamo nodded and said, "I went down to the bottom of Shunfeng Cave and did see the hammer," the elder said. "Out of curiosity, I went up and touched it, and then it was gone. It seems I received it in the Shumi object." Li Imo omitted some of the process. He replaced the small world with the Shumi object again. That's right, there are things like storage bags in this world, which are collectively called Shumi objects. For example, the wine gourd, the beautiful master, is one of them. Of course, this thing is not as common as in some novels. It involves the most mysterious space. Those who can open up space from rare materials must be extremely powerful people who are proficient in this way. Therefore, the stock of Shumi objects is extremely rare. Except for Shangwu, the elders of each peak do not have this high-end product, and only the leader of Qingyuan's sect has one. The inheritance you got is not bad. Shangwu's almond eyes lit up slightly. Zumri object? Elder Hanha was stunned. Not only did his doubts not decrease, but they increased. For example, how did Liamo get close to the Panjia meteorite hammer? And how did he take it away? No matter how powerful the Shumi object is, it is impossible to take away something that the owner cannot lift. Isn't it clear now? Shangwu stroked his chin and said with reason, "The hammer must have recognized its master. As for the divine weapon, it may be as light as a feather to the master, but as heavy as a ton to others, right? Liamo?" It sounds quite reasonable, but the meteorite hammer of Panjia doesn't seem to have this feature. Suddenly, Shaoli found that the beautiful master blinked at him. Liamo was inspired. "Well, I didn't feel how heavy it was at the time. Can you take it out now?" "You saw it too." Liamo smiled bitterly and shook his head. "When I put it in, I felt a sharp shock and almost lost consciousness. I'm afraid I won't be able to take it out in a short time." Shangwu smiled and said, "So, I have to let my apprentice have a good rest. If he hurts his spirit, he may not be able to take it out in this lifetime." The master and apprentice sang the same tune. Recognize the master. The vague guess of Elder Han, he was confirmed, but he still couldn't help but feel a little broken in his heart. Since the founder, the magic weapon of our Shunbing Peak, which no one has been able to move, was taken away by someone from another peak. He is still in the Qi and blood realm. He felt mixed emotions and was extremely helpless. The founder did not leave any relevant records, and what Shangwu said was indeed possible. The hammer was indeed not at the bottom of the cave. This statement was barely justified. It was reasonable, but who knows if that was the real situation? It all depends on your words. After thinking about it, Elder Han, he said, in that case, he should stay at Shunbing Peak before Ying Bing crossed the threshold with a sword in her arms. Her plain dress was as cold as the long sword in her arms. As soon as she entered the sword dojo, There were several eyes looking at her like a treasure. After more than 400 years, the Tianshuang sword has found its owner again. It really complements each other. Qian Bufan was amazed. Xue Jing was exhausted, as if he had just returned from the mountains, but he had a smile on his face. The last time a Xian Bing recognized its master in the sect was 50 years ago. This time, two Xuanqi recognized their masters at the same time, and they were the two swords, Tianshuang and Qi Xiao. It's rare, really rare. Well, Han He, don't be so gloomy. The Xuanqi are placed in Shanfeng Cave for people to use. Besides, swords are for heroes, so they have all met wise masters. Since entering the sword dojo, Elder Han he has not said a word. Everyone thought he was reluctant to part with the Xianbing, so his face was complicated. You have praised everything you should praise. I am not good at speaking, and I am too lazy to say nice things. Han he glanced at Xue Jing unhappily. The word Shunbing on my Shunbing peak has been taken away by someone. Okay, let's old guys open our eyes. What kind of amazing talent is this that makes the Xian soldiers flock to him? Shangguan Wensong said in a gentle voice. Okay. Ying Bing nodded. A sword light suddenly illuminated the whole room. The wind from nowhere blew down the pear blossoms around the sword dojo. Everyone squinted unconsciously, because the petals, with the swing of the sword, moved without wind. Sometimes spread, sometimes gathered. When scattered, it was beautiful and murderous. When gathered, it was chilling and overbearing. Snap! Suddenly, every petal was exploded into ice. It has already had a hint of sword power. Yes, I'm afraid that even the founder of the Xuanhua sword technique would be far behind if he performed it himself. And I can hardly recognize this sword technique. It's not the sword technique that's strong, but her. Everyone looked at each other, as if awakened from dream. Finally, they knew why the Tianshuang sword was so excited to recognize its master. Momentum. This is not something that can be comprehended from superior martial arts. Not to mention the Qi and Blood realm. There are very few people in the Guanshan realm who can glimpse the mystery. This shows that she has already accumulated more martial arts than the Guanshan realm in the Qi and Blood realm. Is this a true genius? The elders could no longer find words to describe it. Ying Bing put away the sword and stood quietly. Xiao Binger, Li Mo's sword technique. You have taught him, right? Xue Jing slowly came back to his senses and asked. Yeah. Ying Bing nodded. Is that so? Yes, even if you have some sword skills, it is very difficult to withstand the test of Xianbing at this time. But this also shows that Li Mo is still a promising talent in swordsmanship. The elders looked clear. Only Han he had a complicated expression and sighed. As for the sword, even if I am knowledgeable and read history books, I am afraid it is difficult to find a sword talent comparable to yours. Shangguan Wensong, the always strict leader of Qingyuan's sect, couldn't help but sigh at this time. Yes, Ying Bing answered without thinking. Oh, there is always a mountain higher than another. Ying Bing said softly. The sword is the weapon she uses most easily, but it is not her greatest strength. Besides, the real sword demon, a well-deserved name, flashed through her mind again. Xiao Binger, how many veins are you now? Has the icy energy contained in the blood changed recently? Xue Jing suddenly asked. 12 meridians. The icy energy has not changed. 12 meridians. Old man Xue Jing's teacup slipped silently, soaking his pants. In the huge sword arena, you could hear a pin drop. Then Ying Bing's voice sounded, almost 13 meridians. The elders had already petrified. Hearing this, the petrified bodies were almost shattered to the ground. Not only was they surprised at Ying Bing's extraordinary progress, it is well known that warriors in the Qi and Blood realm can open up to 12 main meridians at most. What did she say just now? 13 meridians? Doesn't it mean that the upper limit of Ying Bing's Qi and Blood realm is even more terrifying? Xiao Binger, how many main meridians do you think you can open at most? 24 meridians, Ying Bing said calmly. Even though he had made some psychological preparations, there were bursts of gasps in the sword arena. All the so-called talents they knew were nothing compared to this. At the same time, not far from Chioshui Pavilion, in front of a waterfall. Ooh, Liemo stopped practicing. In a sense, the meridians strengthened by the extreme soldier's body were like a series of crouching dragons, and in them were planted with blood and chi seeds like lotus seeds, all surging with powerful power. This time of practice actually pierced through two meridians at once. Liemo exhaled turbid air. It could be felt that the body that was overdrawn by forcibly lifting the Panja meteorite hammer last time has been fully restored. It even has the meaning of breaking and then standing. In addition, the magic weapon has the miraculous effect of tempering the body. So he can make progress in 2 steps in 1 step. Don't relax. I haven't even reached the halfway point of the blood and chi realm. Student Lee was happy for a while, but he also kept his composure. Then he took out the book, 12 Hammers to calm the wind and waves from his arms. Try the Heavenly Book seal first. Liemo took out the Heavenly Book seal and put it on. No reaction. The small characters on it showed no signs of flowing into it. Obviously, the Heavenly Book seal could not complete the fragments of martial arts. How about I try to learn the first 8 styles first? Liemo had a toothache. If there was a choice, he didn't want to learn the fragments. If there was really no other way, he could only wait until he went down the mountain to do the sect mission and go to the merchant to have a look. It would be great if he could buy suitable martial arts with money. If there was no martial arts for the time being, he could pay a lot of money and ask the merchant to help find it. Things that can be solved with money are not a big deal for Shaoli at the moment. Half an hour later, he had already memorized the general outline of the 12 hammers of Ding Feng Bo, although he was reluctant to admit it. But he seemed to be much faster in learning the hammer method than the sword. The fragments should be able to inject martial arts insights. Liemo tried it lightly. 1 year insight injection is successful. In the first year, because of your amazing talent for hammering, even though the martial arts you obtained were incomplete, you still insisted on practicing it. You got started in 1 month, became proficient in it in 3 months, and achieved minor success in 6 months. Exactly 1 year later, you had a sudden inspiration and actually broke through to the great success. Liemo? No, buddy. 1 year of great success, but still practicing incomplete martial arts. Is this me? Strange. Too strange. Good news. He finally discovered his other talents besides being handsome. Bad news, this talent. Interest and talent are indeed 2 different things. You can use swords, spears, halberds, and anything else. Why a hammer? Liemo was in a complicated mood. Could he rely on the incomplete chapter to comprehend the hammering method to the realm of perfection? 5-year martial arts insight injection is successful. In the first year, you practiced the 12 hammers of Ding Feng Bo to perfection, but because there was no follow-up chapter, you fell into a bottleneck and could not make any progress. In the second year, you began to ponder the true meaning of this hammer method and try to find the missing parts. In the third year, the originally cut-off road was actually found by you. You crossed the river by feeling the stones and created the 9th and 10th styles. In the fourth year, this hammer method was just a puzzle with a missing corner in your mind. You easily created the 11th and 12th styles and successfully obtained the complete 12 hammers of Ding Feng Bo. Compared with the original version, it was vaguely better than the original. In the 5th year, your 12 hammers of Ding Feng Bo entered the realm of transformation. Liemo held his forehead and doubted his life. One reason was that countless insights into the hammer method were emerging in his mind. Second, his talent in this area seems to be better than I thought. 5 years. Incomplete martial arts. I actually completed it and practiced it to the state of perfection. Compared with the slow pace of learning swordsmanship, it is like riding a rocket. Is it because my hammering method is good? Or is it because I became the master of the Panja meteorite hammer that my talent in this area has been enhanced? The magic weapon seems to be more than just powerful. Sensing the Panja meteorite hammer in the world seed, Liemo did not delve into it for the time being. He can't use the magic weapon now, so there's no point in thinking too much. Let's complete the 12 hammers of Ding Feng Bo first. Liemo walked to a relatively flat blue stone. He spread the paper on it and wrote it down. Soon, the complete superior martial arts appeared on the paper. Take out the ancient bronze heavenly book seal, cover it, and the tadpole-sized characters immediately come in one after another, and the characters are arranged and combined quickly. Finally, even the name of the martial arts has changed. 7 Determinations of the Universe. A brand new unique martial arts has been born. 7 Determinations of the Universe can be said to be a super upgraded version of 13 Hammers of Ding Fingbua. The former interprets the word slow to the extreme without changing the purpose of the latter. The emphasis is on using slow to beat fast and lifting heavy objects with ease. When you practice to the realm of transformation, you can make a seemingly light blow burst out with extremely terrifying power. Opening mountains, splitting seas, and breaking rivers are all no problem. No need to say more. Martial arts perception, start. At the same time, Qingyuan main peak. After a series of tests, the elders discuss in the Qi and Blood realm. You can use the Xiaoguang to perfectly display the superior swordsmanship of the realm of transformation. After being tempered by the Tai Chi once a day, the body strength is also very terrifying, with real ice skin and jade bones. For some reason, the soul is also different from the normal people. Xiao Binger's fighting power is definitely not below the inner breath jade liquid realm. If it weren't for her pure blood, I would have suspected that she was the descendant of a very powerful, auspicious beast. Yes, she was born with 24 meridians, and she has only reached the halfway point of the Qi and Blood realm. Several elders have lived for most of their lives. Today, I felt that I was at a loss for words, and the storm in my heart has never stopped. However, what they don't know is that this is not all Ying Bing has. She still has a trace of Taiyin power that can be used. There is also the mysterious Xiaope. There is also the world-leading, unprecedented fighting talent, and the vision and experience of the Phoenix Sky Queen. The elders didn't notice it, and Ying Bing didn't intend to mention it. She showed off today, not to show off in front of others. She didn't care about other people's opinions. I want to go down the mountain and go to Xiang Prefecture City, Ying Bing said, softly holding the sword. The cold voice fell to the ground, and the elders were silent for a while. Can you tell me what you're doing down the mountain? Shangguan Wensong asked. The sect mission. There are also missions that can be completed within the sect, and you're not short of contribution points. There must be something else to do. The elders also asked along the way. Although Ying Bing has not practiced martial arts for a long time, his strength is strong enough. Comparable to the inner breath realm, it is indeed not easy to go wrong in Xiang Prefecture City. But it is better to be safe than sorry. Ying Bing remained silent, which was considered as tacit agreement. Shuijing thought for a moment and said with a smile, if it's a big deal, you might as well discuss it with us. After all, we have eaten for half a lifetime and have some say in Xiang Mansion. If it's a small matter, it's better to entrust it to someone you trust so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. I don't have. Ying Bing opened her red lips and was about to say that she didn't have anyone she trusted, let alone anyone around her. In her mind, a sunny boy flashed inexplicably. You should be considered a trustworthy person, right? After a moment of silence, Ying Bing nodded. Okay, I know. On the other side, Eichu, Little Li, who was returning to Qiushui Pavilion from the waterfall, sneezed. Strange. He is already this physique, and he crushes bluestone like a soft persimmon. Will he catch a cold? Well, he needs to practice more. Unfortunately, facing the Pangaea meteorite hammer in the World Seed, he could not temper his body, nor could he take it out. Body training can only be put on hold for the time being. It only took 20 years to reach the realm of transformation in 7 determinations of the universe. What a pity this hammer method was not originally created for the Qi and Blood realm. Now I can only use the first one perfectly. Liamo shook his head and muttered, calculating how powerful his hammer would be. Anyway, it would be no problem to kill someone with internal energy, right? The embarrassing thing is, now, apart from a magic weapon that can be seen but not used, he really can't find a hammer weapon that is suitable for him. Click, just after entering Qiushui Pavilion. The master's carriage arrived at the door. After Bing Tuozi came down, his eyes stared at him. "What's the matter? I want to ask you for help." "Help?" Liamo was confused. Bing Tuozi's personality, would he ask others for help when he has something to say? Ying Bing sat down at the stone table, pouring tea habitually, with a puzzled look on her face. She cleared her throat. "Come closer and listen." "Liamo, why does it feel weird?" She asked me for help as if she was being lectured by her boss. Who knows how Bing Tuozi developed this aura of a superior? Well, I can only say that she is a girl of destiny. Why is it so grand? You don't care about many things. Liamo sat down opposite her and took a sip of the teacup. He didn't even notice it. The cup used was the one that Bing Tuozi had just drunk from. "Will the sect mission you accepted go to Xiang Prefecture City?" Ying Bing's eyes moved slightly, as if she didn't see it. "I haven't accepted any missions yet, but I do plan to find some missions in Xiang City." Liamo held his head with both hands and smiled. "I haven't been to Xiang City properly yet, so I think I'm going to do something for my own benefit. This trip won't be very busy. If you have any chores, just tell me. Taking missions is secondary. Sect contribution points are dispensable to him, and taking simpler missions is enough. I want you to help me find someone." She should be a beggar now. Falling into memories, the frost on Ying Bing's face seemed to melt a little. She didn't join Qingyuan's sect at that time. She could only live in an abandoned house in Xiang City. That's why she met Jiang Chulong, who also had nowhere to go. In this life, she opened her meridians and showed her talent because of Li Mo's help. In the previous life, if she hadn't helped Jiang Chulong, she wouldn't have been able to open her meridians. She has now joined the Qingyuan sect. Jiang Chulong is now alone without her, and she doesn't know how to face those difficult situations. I want you to find her and arrange food, clothing, and shelter for her. After hearing her words, Liamo was stunned. Bing Tuozi actually worries about someone's food, clothing, shelter, and transportation? Is this still the Bing Tuozi he knows? Could it be one of her relatives? The county where she originally lived was hit by a disaster beast, and her relatives should have died. Maybe she got the news from somewhere and knew that she still had an only relative who was stranded in Xiang Prefecture City. That makes sense. Shaoli naturally thought of this. So he said seriously, "Don't worry. Although Xiang City is not small, it is not difficult to find someone. If you remember the features of that person, you might as well draw it." As he spoke, he took out the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. He was very willing to help Bing Tuozi. As long as it was related to Bing Tuozi, the system's feedback was never bad. Besides, he was willing to help even without reward in finding relatives. "Draw." Ying Bing took the pen calmly. Half an hour later, Student Li looked at the masterpiece on the table with a solemn expression. "Ying Bing, I say, is there really someone who looks like this?" Looking at the portrait that can be regarded as a masterpiece of abstract art, Liamo asked, "I mean, if you let me find someone, can I go for realistic portrait painting? You're doing abstract art. If I hadn't seen a few Picassos in my previous life, I wouldn't have recognized this person. The features are very obvious. Female, big eyes, small lips." Ying Bing's beautiful eyes turn away. "Liamo, does she have more intuitive features?" Ying Bing seemed to be recalling, and after a while he said, "Yes, she has a very scary wound on her chest. She stutters when she speaks, and if she washes her face, she is very beautiful." How beautiful. Compared to me, each has its own merits. That's true. There is no time to lose. In the end, Shaoli finally summarized some specific information. It's better to do it on the same day than on the same day. He didn't hesitate and prepare to leave on the same day. Before leaving, he left a few days' worth of wine for Master and asked Ying Bing to supply it regularly. After doing all this, he went to Shunbing Peak. Afternoon, a rather impressive carriage drove down mountain. In the carriage, incense was burning and tea was swirling in the bowl without spilling. "Brotherly, why did you accept the mission of hunting down a bandit?" Murong Xiao looked at the portrait spread out on the table. This portrait drawn by the Foreign Affairs Department was also quite blurry. There are no photos in this era. If we cannot compare with the paintings of people, We can only rely on the oral descriptions of others, and there may even be deviations when different people describe the same person. I have to find someone anyway, so I'll just do it for the sake of convenience. Liamos said casually. The bandit Chui Peng, who is in the Qi condensation realm, was seriously injured by an outer sect steward 10 days ago. He is proficient in horizontal training and swordsmanship, and has dozens of blood debts on his back. For other Qi and Blood Realm disciples, Chui Peng is a tough guy who is not easy to deal with even if he is injured. But for Li Mo, a good combat target, that's all. He hasn't fought anyone with real swords and guns yet. Since Brotherly has accepted the task, I will find this person even if I dig 3 feet deep in Xiang Prefecture City. Murong Xiao smiled, touching the back of his head. Qingyuan Sect Library Pavilion. This is an octagonal building with layers stacked up, and it is 100 feet high. Many disciples go in and out of it. Li Mo just appeared at the door and was greeted by countless eyes. Is that Li Jinchuan? Senior Brotherly is really good-looking, especially when he smiles. He is very gentle, not as cold as other Jinchuan. The sword on his waist must be the Qi Shao sword. He got the Ying Bing at such a young age, so his swordsmanship must be good. I don't know what happened to Shinfeng Cave yesterday, and the ground veins actually broke out in advance. Alas, now the 3 layers below Shanfeng Cave have been sealed by Elder Hanha. I am afraid that it will be difficult for disciples to get Xian Bing in the future. Many elders don't have Xuanqi, and it has nothing to do with disciples. The voices of whispering were not loud, but Liamo heard it clearly. Elder Han, he is quite quick. Although the old man is concerned about his reputation, he is reliable in his work. While thinking, Liamo arrived at the counter on the 1st floor. When the inner door steward saw that it was him, he smiled. Li Jinchuan, are you going to the 5th floor to receive the rewards for the sect trial? That's right. Li Mo nodded and handed over the way certificate. Li Jinchuan, the 5th floor is just some middle-level martial arts. The inner door steward reminded. Suitable middle-level martial arts are also rare for inner door disciples. But a true disciple should not lack such things, right? Liamo smiled, but said nothing. The inner door steward suddenly remembered that although this Li Jinchuan was a true disciple, his master was Elder Shangwu. It was normal all of a sudden. Can you choose 2 middle-level martial arts, please? Thank you. Not long after, the other party completed the record. Immediately, Liamo turned around and went upstairs. On the 2nd floor of the Sutra Library, there were still many disciples of Qingyuan sect. On the lower 3 floors, they were all inferior martial arts, as well as various biographies and miscellaneous books. Liamo did not stop and climbed up the stairs. On the 4th floor, there were obviously fewer people. Here were stored inferior martial arts, as well as various knowledge such as refining medicine, forging, and raising exotic beasts. Most of the people browsing the books here were inner disciples. Liamo paid attention to it. There were actually books about chefs. However, after picking it up and glancing at it, Shaoli put it back with a slight twitch of his mouth. No wonder the taste of Qingyuan sect's canteen is not very good. Liamo said that this was not as good as the recipe book he got back from his investment. 5th floor. There were even fewer people here. Only disciples who completed the sect's tasks and accumulated a certain amount of contributions could spend their contributions. Hammering. Liamo walked to the place where the weapon skills were stored. Quenching hammering is used for forging. Tiger roaring hammer is suitable for long-handled sledgehammers? Not very good. Okay, it seems that Li is not the only one who doesn't like to hit people with a hammer. The library is all-encompassing, but there are not many hammering martial arts. That's right. In the martial arts world, I have only heard of the sword god, the sword sect, and the spear master. When have I ever heard of anyone with a hammer in their name? Hammering is already unpopular enough. The Panja meteorite hammer is a short-handled hammer, which is even more unpopular. Brother Li. At this time, a familiar young man's voice suddenly came from not far away. Turning back, he saw Murong Xiao waving at him not far away. Are you here to choose martial arts too? Liamo asked unexpectedly. The Shunbing Peak family is big and powerful. I can also ask the true disciple to go to the library to find martial arts in person. Brotherly misunderstood. I didn't tell my master. Murong Xiao smiled bitterly. He explained briefly, and Liamo opened his eyes of destiny again and understood. Name, Murong Xiao. Age, 16. Root, Ming Jiao's body. Realm, Qi and Blood Realm, 7 meridians. Destiny, blue with gray. Evaluation, his father is a human, his mother is a transformed dragon. His temperament is good, but he is affected by his own blood. If he can combine the advantages of the two, he will have a bright future, but if he combines the disadvantages of the two, he will be a disaster. Recent experience, affected by the blood, I have been haunted by distracting thoughts recently and have nightmares. I have dreamed that my hands are covered with blood for several days. So, I want to find a mental method that can calm my mind. Master doesn't know yet. My half-demon bloodline comes from Ming Jiao. Murong Xiao sighed with a sad face. So you came to the library by yourself? Liamo had a strange expression. Murong Xiao nodded. Yes, if he asks, I don't want to lie to him, but I dare not tell the truth, so I just don't tell him that I told him. Liamo. Old man Han, he is so easy to talk to. It's not easy for him to ask for a mental method. He might just give you a superior mental method. This kid is really honest. The mental method should be found. But don't expect a medium-level mental method to suppress your blood. Liamo shook his head. Then what should I do? Murong Xiao looked embarrassed. He really didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a booklet was stuffed into his hand. At this time, Golden Bell cover, a superior bodybuilding martial art. Liamo laughed dumbly. Why do I feel that after Murong learned the Golden Bell cover, he became a little more honest? By the way, who else is brotherly going to find besides Chui Peng? It's a little beggar. In the carriage, Murong Xiao took a pen and carefully wrote down every word Liamo said, showing great concern. He was going to go home and ask his grandfather for help directly. The Murong family was quite well informed about the news, and Liamo could trust it. Unconsciously, the carriage drove into the city and directly entered the inner city. The buildings were much more luxurious than the outer city. Murong Mansion. Liamo raised his eyes and saw the gold-plated plaque. Murong Mansion was also very impressive in the inner city. Master, Mr. Li. The housekeeper obviously knew it a long time ago and greeted him with a smile on his face. Brotherly, please come, just like coming to your own home. Murong Xiao returned home and relaxed. Walking through the gallery garden, Liamo looked around with great interest. This house seemed to be much larger than his old house, and it felt more like a wealthy family, very sophisticated. Shower. Entering the main hall, he saw 2 old men sitting in front of a large table of delicacies and drinking tea. One of them, wearing a crimson dress, waved at Murong Xiao. The other old man with half black and half white hair in a purple robe, his eyes stayed on Liamo. Then, he turned to look at the long sword at his waist. This must be Li Jinchuan. Sure enough, he is a handsome man. A hero is born young. The old man in crimson dress stood up and greeted him with a smile. Just now, I was drinking tea with the lord of the mansion. When he learned that Li Jinchuan was coming, he stayed here and drank a lot of my yun wumiai. Glancing at the purple-robed old man, Li Immo bowed slightly and said, Junior greets the Murong family master. Murong Hai stroked his beard and smiled. Please take a seat. I think this is Xianbing Qi Xiao. In the future, Qingyuan sect will probably have 2 more sword immortals. The purple-robed old man smiled, but did not put on any airs of a palace master. The Dayu dynasty is the common ruler of the world. But in fact, except for Zhong Shen's the rest of the 9 heavens and 10 earths are governed by the sect. It's a bit like the division of fiefdoms in the previous life. Dayu is the Zhou dynasty, and the sects are the princes of all sizes, dividing the land and enfeoffment. Liamo has also read history books. The previous dynasty was not like this. It was truly the king's land. Later, Emperor Wu of the Yu dynasty raised an army and promised to succeed. After the success, he and the sects jointly ruled the world and received countless responses and then successfully changed the world. However, nominally, The other party was still the master of a mansion, on an equal footing with the master of Qingyuan's sect. Liu did not lose his manners. After a round of greetings, it was already afternoon. A banquet was held in the mansion. There were all kinds of creatures flying in the sky, walking on the ground, and swimming in the water. Each person was served by a beautiful maid. "Shower, you haven't been slacking off in Qingyuan's sect without my supervision, have you?" Murong Hai took his grandson's hand, felt it silently, and suddenly exclaimed, "This doesn't seem to be the body refining method of the divine weapon peak lineage." "You saw it." Murong Shao smiled embarrassedly. "Brotherly gave it to me, and I haven't entered the door yet." The grandfather and grandson looked at each other. The former was a little hesitant, and the latter was a little embarrassed to explore. Liu smiled and didn't care. "It's okay to show it to your grandfather. It's not borrowed from the library, so there's no need to worry about it being spread." Murong Shao then took out the book with confidence. Golden Bell cover. Murong Hai narrowed his old eyes, and the more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. He was also a martial artist in the realm of observing the gods, and he could tell at a glance that this was a body training method that was biased towards Buddhism. Not only can it train the body, but it can also eliminate distracting thoughts and cleanse the soul. It's perfect for Shower to practice it. In fact, he has been looking for similar martial arts during this period, but he has found nothing. This Golden Bell cover is probably extremely precious among the top martial arts. Little friend Lee, this method is precious, but it cannot be passed on lightly. I have a good relationship with Brother Morong, and this Golden Bell cover is just right for him. It can be regarded as finding a successor for this martial art. Otherwise, it would be lost. Li Mo saw Murong Hai's hesitation. No matter whether it is a big sect or a small sect, they all attach great importance to their own martial arts and strictly prohibit passing it on to others. If you learn martial arts secretly, once the master finds out, it is reasonable for him to come and kill you, or at least abolish your martial arts. The old man is worried about the origin of this martial art. Hearing him say this, Murong Hai's brows were relaxed. He really hadn't heard of any big sect in the world that was famous for this top martial art. But one thing is certain. This Li Jinchuan must know Shower very well, including his bloodline. Li Jinchuan has a good fortune. Did he meet a master who passed down his skills? The mansion master, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly asked. "I guess so." Liu nodded gently. "You are so kind to pass on your skills. My Murong family will remember it." Murong Hai understood and smiled kindly. "Since Li Xiaoyu has come to Xiang City, please stay for a few more days and let us do our best to be a good host." As he said, he looked at his grandson again. "Shower, from now on, you should regard Li Xiaoyu as your brother, understand?" He didn't know who was older and who was younger between the two, but it didn't matter. The Li Jinchuan in front of him was not only talented, but also so decent in dealing with people. He would definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. As long as there is no accident, this kind of person will definitely be a high-level member of Qingyuan's sect in the future. It is possible that he will be the sect master. Even if there is no matter of passing on skills, he still needs to maintain a good relationship. Murong Shao nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Do I need your reminder? You and Shower came down the mountain to carry out the sect's mission, right?" "Yes, Grandpa. I want to find 10 blood-producing grasses, and Brotherly wants to catch the murderer Chui Peng." Chui Peng. Murong Hai twisted his beard, thinking. The purple-robed old man seemed to have an impression of this person. This person was a disciple of the Jinyang sword sect, but later rebelled against the sect and became a bandit. After fleeing to Xiang Mansion, he killed several Yamen runners, so he reported the matter to Qingyuan sect. As the lord of the mansion, he only took care of the civilians. All matters concerning warriors were handled by Qingyuan sect. I will send someone to inquire about it. If Li Jinchuan needs any help, you can just ask. Murong Hai said casually. For him, it was no big deal to find a bandit in the inner breath realm. Liu was not hypocritical. "Junior, I do have something to say, but it's my own private matter." "You can say it anyway." There's a family motto for the younger generation that we must do good deeds and accumulate virtue once a year. So I I want to borrow some manpower from you to open a charity hall in the city to distribute porridge and rice. Of course, Xiao Li's move was to helping Tuozi find someone. Since the person they're looking for is a little beggar, the best way is, of course, to distribute food. According to Bing Tuozi, the person she is looking for should be living in a difficult situation now. After knowing the news, he will probably come. When the time comes, he will open the God of Destiny, sit there, and wait for the other party to fall into the trap. Moreover, he can also make a big investment, although there may not be any big gains. But, as the saying goes, mosquito legs are also meat. It is rare that Li Xiaoyu has such a kind heart. Come on, sir the wine, I want to drink with Li Xiaoyu. Murong Hai slapped the table, as if he had met a confidant. The atmosphere of the banquet became more harmonious and warm. Little friend Li, I offer you a glass. Drink up. Nephew Li, another glass. I'll keep you company. Brother Li has a big capacity. That's not right, brother. Watching the old and the young drinking and talking happily. Murong Xiao. This is not right. I'll take my leave first. The mansion master stood up, said hello, and walked out. As he was walking out the door, his eyes swept over Lian Mo and narrowed slightly. The inheritance that caused the glow that day was not on the other party. P.S. I'm late in updating the plot. Sorry, there will be no less updates today. The next day, when Lian Mo got up in the morning, he saw the Murong mansion was busy, with maids and servants coming in and out. When he walked to the door, he saw Old Man Murong personally directing everyone to work. Little friendly, you are awake. Murong Hai turned around. His face was completely different from the drunken look he had just had yesterday. I have transferred grain from Hungtong Commercial Bank, and I can set up this charity hall today. Thank you for your trouble. Lian Mo took out the silver note that he had prepared long ago from his sleeve. Since we are following the family motto, to do good deeds, we should not be generous to others. I hope the old man will not refuse. I am very grateful to be able to use the reputation and manpower of the Murong family. For things like investment feedback, of course he would do it himself. Silver is the thing he has the most. My dear friend, you are so kind-hearted that I am ashamed. Murong Hai nodded and called the housekeeper who was passing by. Go and call Shower to help. Send someone else to spread the word in the city. Well, let Shower go. Yes. That day, in the streets and alleys of Ziyang City, a man was beating gongs and drums, attracting many people's attention. Li Zhenchuan of Qingyuan's sect has come down from the mountain to give alms. All refugees can line up to receive porridge and rice. The location is in Murong Mansion. Murong Xiao shouted with a loud voice, his face flushed and his neck thick, and he shouted with high spirits. Well, in fact, Lian Mo has no intention of becoming famous. The main reason is that Murong Xiao wants the whole world to know that his brother Li is a kind-hearted person. He added the first half of the sentence himself. In the tavern next to him, there was a discussion. The true disciple of Qingyuan's sect, I have some impression of this name. It seems to be the one who got the mysterious weapon. Did he accept some sect mission and go down the mountain to provide relief to the victims? The corner of the tavern. Looking at Murong Zhao's receding back, a skinny, disheveled beggar slowly raised his head. No one noticed that under his dry, grass-like hair, his eyes were fierce. Qingyuan's sect, Li Zhenchuan, opening a porridge stall to give alms, specifically for refugee beggars to receive. Could it be that my whereabouts have been leaked? Chui Peng's eyes flashed with cold light, and a wisp of murderous intent surged. It is reasonable that Qingyuan's sect would issue a mission to arrest him, but it is a little strange. He disguised himself as a beggar after arriving in Ziyang Prefecture City, and there is no reason for anyone to know. But the other party gave alms to porridge right away. No matter how you look at it, they are coming for him. Lian Mo, the new disciple of Qingyuan's sect, has just joined the sect. A man in Qi and Blood Realm dares to take on the task of arresting me. How brave. It seems that they rely on the help of the Murong family and regard me as a turtle in a jar. Could it be that Qingyuan's sect wants to use me as their disciple as a whetstone? Aren't you afraid of breaking the knife? The fierce light in Chui Peng's eyes became more and more fierce. The short knife in his robe was hot, and he couldn't help but reach out to hold the handle. He practiced the blood knife swordsmanship, and every time a soul died under the knife, the swordsmanship would be a little more sharp. At first, he just practiced secretly. Later, he was discovered by his fellow disciples in the sect, and he was killed to silence him. Who knew that the matter was exposed, and he became a rat crossing the street. Now I have nowhere to go. The only way out is to join Xilu. If I can take the head of the true disciple of Qingyuan's sect as a token of surrender, maybe I can avoid the Wujian trial. That's right. Chui Peng is going to join Xilu and become a killer. It just so happens that the martial arts he practices are born for killing. The head of a true disciple of Qingyuan's sect and a Xianbing long sword are enough for him to enjoy high treatment after joining. Of course, this matter has to be done slowly. Now he doesn't even know the other party's bottom. He should only know that I disguise myself as a beggar and don't know my exact location. I'm in the dark, he is in the light. Stupid, you want to lure me out, but you make yourself the target of public criticism. Let's see who will fall into the trap in the end. Chui Peng stood up and walked towards a little beggar in front of him. He patted the little beggar on the back, and the other party turned around immediately. What's the matter? The little beggar turned around and looked at him warily. You're going to Moro Mansion to get porridge and rice, right? Well, if you want to go by yourself. I don't have time to bring it for you. The little beggar shook his head repeatedly. I don't want porridge and rice. Chui Peng suppressed the murderous intent in his eyes, tried to be more kind, and took out another string of copper coins. The little beggar's eyes were fixed, revealing his desire. When you go to get the porridge, just touch the corner of the clothes of the master of the Qingyuan sect with your hand. This 100 yuan is yours. If you go back to Nijiao Lane in Dongsheng and tell me what he looks like, I will give you another 100 yuan. On the copper coin, he smeared his special spices. Only specially trained mice can smell it. Okay. The little beggar took the money and went happily. At the gate of Murong Mansion, in front of the charity hall built with bamboo sheds, there was a long queue, most of whom were ragged and pale, including refugees and poor people. Wow, such thick porridge. Not only is there porridge, but also a small bag of rice. Wait, there is even half a salted fish. TSK. I thought that Li Jinchuan was just pretending to be famous, but I didn't expect him to be so real. Even if he really wants to earn a reputation, so what? We have finally got the real benefits. Don't talk nonsense. He is distributing food personally, and he also asked all beggars to line up there. The sound of discussion was endless. In the porridge shed, Liamo was busy like a top, not only had to distribute porridge and rice personally, but also had to observe with the eyes of destiny. He was also surprised. He only said that he wanted to do good deeds, and he didn't introduce himself. How come everyone knows his identity? It's foreseeable. After today, he is afraid that he will become a well-known good man in Xiang City. Who told them that I opened the charity hall? Liamo handed out the food and turned back. Brother Morong, do you have any clues? I don't know. Murong Zhao's voice was hoarse, and he didn't finish his words for a long time. Liamo shook his head and used the bowl to make porridge again. At the same time, the destiny I opened. Name, Lu Ning. Age, 21. Root, none. Area, mortal. Destiny, gray. Evaluation, ambition is great, but talent is poor. Recent experience. He was originally from a wealthy family, but he did business without telling his family. He lost all his money and was too ashamed to go home, so he became a beggar in the city. He handed a small bag of rice to the beggar who deliberately covered his face. Liamo sighed softly. Go home early. It's better to bow to your family than to bow to your family for a few bowls of rice. The man took the rice bag, and his hand trembled, and he thanked Liamo softly. Have you ever seen a beggar with a chest wound, bright eyes, and stuttering? Reply to Mr. Li, I haven't seen him. Okay, go ahead. Student Li was a little worried. This morning, he had seen quite a few beggars. Some pretended to be poor to receive rice from charity, and some failed the imperial examination in Beijing. He had seen all kinds of life, but the person he was looking for was nowhere to be found. Could it be that the little beggar didn't mix with the other beggars? Or was there something wrong with the information Bing Tuozi gave him? Just thinking about this. Mr. Li, thank you. He lowered his head. There was a thin little beggar about 7 or 8 years old, standing there timidly. Can you take the rice? Yeah. When handing him the rice bag, Li Mo found a small claw mark on his clothes. Looking at the little beggar again, he pursed his lips and closed his eyes, as if ready to be beaten. It's okay. I'll wash it later. Li Mo laughed dumbly. You are such a good person. Have you ever seen a beggar who stutters, has bright eyes, and has a wound on his chest? Li Mo asked casually. Huh? Do you know Sister Stutter? The little beggar widened his eyes. Sister Stutter? Li Mo raised his eyebrows. He was about to ask again. The little beggar suddenly covered his mouth, as if he had made a mistake, and ran into the crowd in a panic. But his information was in the eyes of Li Mo's god of destiny. Name Ming Can. Age 7. Root none. Realm mortal. Destiny black. Evaluation. Body like weeds. Life thinner than paper. Although you meet a noble person, but no noble life. Recent experience. Stuttering sister is sick. He came out to beg alone. Met the bandit Chui Peng. Without knowing it. Left a mark for Li Mo, the true disciple of Qing Yuan's sect, and was about to be killed. Mud Corner Lane. Chui Peng leaned against a crooked tree, as if waiting for something. Kill Li Mo, stain it with the blood of genius, and my blood knife will be able to reach a higher level. I just don't know if there are any masters around him besides the Morong family. He was talking to himself. A yellow-haired mouse climbed up his shoulder from his trouser legs. After a few squeaks, a sinister arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. The little beggar successfully left his breath on the other party. In this way, he can use the strange mouse as an eyeliner to check all the information of the other party, including the martial arts that the other party is good at, whether there are teachers around him, and what kind of living habits he usually has. When you fully understand a person, you can easily kill him. Chui Peng brushed the blood knife under his robe, and his heart was hot. Step. Not far away, footsteps sounded. Chui Peng looked up and saw that it was the little beggar he ordered to go over. Since the goal has been achieved, then there is no need for this little beggar to live. Come here and get the money. Chui Peng took out another string of copper coins from his arms and shook them. The other hand had already grasped the blood knife. But before he could do anything, the yellow-haired mouse squeaked twice beside his ear again. His heart was pounding, and he looked back suddenly. I don't know when a young man in a cloud-patterned brocade robe has stood there with a warm smile. Chui Peng, you don't look like the portrait at all, Li Mo said calmly. He didn't expect it. Originally, he was helping Bing Tuozi find someone, and there was an unexpected gain. Before the Morong family gave him the news, Chui Peng bumped into him. How did you know? Chui Peng's voice was like a gloomy wind blowing out of the 9 nether hell. His whole spirit was tense to the extreme. Understanding the enemy makes him feel like a hunter, confident that he has everything under control. But at this moment, the other party suddenly came up. It was hard to tell who was the prey and who was the hunter. There are many things you don't know in this world. Li Mo shook his head. In the eye of destiny, the other party's information emerged. Name, Chui Peng. Age, 28. Root bone, white ape arm. Realm, inner breath condensation realm. Destiny, green with gray. Evaluation, a cold-blooded and ruthless swordsman with great luck, a natural killer. Recent encounter. The blood knife swordsmanship has reached a bottleneck. The injury has not yet healed, and there is no way out. He is ready to take risks and try to ambush and kill Li Mo, the true disciple of Qing Yuan's sect, and join Shiyu Tower with this record. Chui Peng stared at Li Mo. A bloody red short knife had already fallen into his hand. In the alley, the atmosphere was frozen and murderous intent was everywhere. The little beggar was already scared silly. His young mind was blank, and the rice bag in his hand fell to the ground with a click. You go first. Li Mo walked to his side and patted his head. Thank you, thank you. The little beggar left in a panic and fell to the ground several times because of weak legs. When he reached the alley entrance, he looked back for the last time, although he didn't understand what happened. But he also knew that the great beggar Li from Qingyuan's sect was a good man, and the beggar who gave him money to do things was a bad man. Shui Peng. That was the crazy man who caused a murder a while ago. Click. In a panic, he stepped on a branch and broke it. The atmosphere in the alley was instantly broken. Playing tricks. You dare to come to me alone. Today is your death. The gloom in Shui Peng's eyes turned into danger. The blood knife in his palm appeared, cut a sharp arc, and stabbed towards Li Mo's chest. The blade screamed, and it actually carried the sharp spirit of killing. It seems that there is also a hint of blood. Li Mo's expression was strange. It is certain that Shui Peng did not hold back, because for him, fighting to the death and ending the battle as soon as possible is the best choice. But isn't this a coincidence? You killed people just to practice such a sword technique. Li Mo shook his head. He originally wanted to try his hammer method, but now it seems that it is unnecessary. The Qi Shao sword on his waist fell into his palm. Ding, ding, ding. In a flash of lightning, Qi Shao directly cut through the opponent's inner breath wrapped in the blade, and collided with the blood knife several times. In the other party's incredulous eyes, the blood knife that was close to a famous weapon actually broke into small gaps. Shui Peng's eyes were bloodshot. However, before he could feel the pain, the place where the weapons had just collided Fong unexpectedly burst out with explosive strength. Crack! The blood knife shattered. The backlash was a more turbulent, sharp aura of killing, which destroyed his entire arm. You also know the blood knife technique? Shui Peng's heart was in turmoil. What the hell? Puff! Blood splashed and flowed down the Qi Shao sword. Shui Peng died peacefully. Even the inner breath and Qi condensation realm in its prime period is definitely not my opponent. Li Mo was actually quite surprised. Is he so strong now? He could only be regarded as an ordinary sword just now, but he jumped over the level and killed in seconds. But think about it. Although he is in the Qi and blood realm, he has exceeded the upper limit of the 12 meridians. The extreme body of killing soldiers, with the sharp aura of killing soldiers, can easily break the Qi of the inner breath and Qi condensation realm. He was still holding a black weapon in his hand. It was all kinds of conditions that ordinary people could not reach that allowed him to complete the feat of killing in seconds across levels. I was originally hoping that Shui Peng would let me hone my combat skills. Li Mo shook his head, glanced at the other party's body, and searched in his arms. Well, this is purely because Shaoli played too many games in his previous life and was used to touching corpses when killing monsters. Silver bills, blood knife skills, bone strengthening pills. He didn't think much of most of the things on the other party. The blood knife skills that Shui Peng regarded as his life were just a medium-level martial arts. Silver bills and pills, he had no shortage of any of them. This is... Li Mo suddenly touched a hard and sharp object. After turning it over, it turned out to be an iron swallow. The material was not surprising. It was just the most ordinary iron, but the handwriting of iron painting and silver hooks on it was strange and sharp. It says, "The swallows in front of the halls of the Wang and Xie families in the old days now fly into the homes of ordinary people. The swallows in front of the halls of Shiyu Tower." Li Mo recognized this thing. He also heard what the beautiful master said when she was chatting. Shiyu Tower is the most notorious organization in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even its initiation ceremony is very inhumane. If you want to join Shiyu Tower, you don't take the initiative to sign up, but they come to you. An iron swallow means that they have already found you. Whether you like it or not, you have to participate in the unlimited trial. The so-called unlimited trial is to demarcate an area and let the selected people fight each other. Only the few people who survive to the end can enter the building. Is the unlimited trial of Shiyu Tower going to start in Xiang Mansion? Li Mo is not interested in this kind of organization. Let's wait for the Yamen runners to come and send Shui Peng's body to the sect so that the elders can consider it. At this moment, it's in front. The voice of the little beggar sounded. With him came Murong Hai and Murong Xiao, grandfather and grandson. Murong Xiao was a little anxious when he heard that there was no movement here. Nothing, Li Xiaoyu is safe. Murong Hai is a strong man in the Guanshan realm, with strong perception. He can feel that there is only one Li Mo's breath in Nijiao Lane, and it is quite stable. I think it should be Chui Peng who escaped. Before the thought fell, he saw the young man standing in front of a corpse, playing with the iron swallow in his hand. Murong Hai's pupils shrank slightly, and he was a little confused. He never thought that the true disciple of Qingyuan sect would be less powerful than a wounded bandit. If Shower had not been ambushed and had not suffered from the loss of martial arts experience, he would have one. The martial arts of the disciples of the big sects are systematic, which is much stronger than the wanderers and those from small sects. Li Mo is equipped with Ying Bing, so he must be stronger than Shower. But isn't this too easy? There are almost no traces of fighting at the scene. Even the blood knife that Shui Peng had made a lot of fame with was destroyed into pieces. Mr. Murong, you are here the right time. Li Mo threw the iron swallow away and said, please trouble you to hand over Chui Peng's body to the government. After the government verifies the identity, it will report to the Foreign Affairs Palace, saving him the trouble. It's disgusting to think about carrying a corpse around. Brother Li, you are really fierce. After comparing secretly, Murong Shao was full of admiration. The internal breath is divided into 3 levels: condensation, jade liquid, and mysterious pill. Each level is a different world. He had sparred with his senior brother in the condensation realm. Even though he was strong, he was still at a disadvantage. Even though Chui Peng was injured, he did not have the confidence to defeat him. What is this? Is it a hidden weapon? Murong Shao picked up the iron swallow. Before he could take a clear look, Murong Hai slapped him away. Silly grandson, don't take anything in your hand. This hidden weapon doesn't look like it's poisoned. This is not a hidden weapon, but a swallow in front of the hall. Murong Hai shook his head. He frowned and told the origin of this thing. What he said was similar to what Shangwu said. I don't want to participate in any Wujin trial. Murong Shao shrank his neck and didn't even look at the iron swallow. It's a troubled time. Murong Hai sighed, looked at Li Mo again, and his face became warmer. Those who can get the swallows from Shiyu Tower are all extremely vicious and difficult to deal with. Li Xiaoyu can kill it so easily, he deserves to be called a genius. Speaking of this, he sighed again. I wonder how talented and beautiful Miss Ying Bing, who is as famous as Li Xiaoyu is. I have benefited a lot from her. After Li Mo said this, he really missed Bing Tuozi. 2 days. Without Bing Tuozi's feedback, Shali always felt that something was missing. Soon, the government officials came and began to clean up the scene. One by one, they looked at him with awe and shock. What were they doing at the age of 16? He had already killed the inner breath realm lunatic with a flip of his hand. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in Meng Can and saved his life. Investment feedback. 1 year of martial arts enlightenment. Thinking of this, he looked not far away. The little beggar named Meng Can stood there awkwardly, staring at the rice bag that fell on the ground, but did not dare to come up to pick it up. Li Mo smiled, bent down to pick up the rice bag, and patted the dust on it. Take it, Mr. Li. I didn't know he was a fugitive. Meng Can trembled and did not dare to reach out to take it. However, the rice bag was placed in his arms by the boy. I was going to find Chui Peng. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to find him so quickly. You didn't do anything wrong. And don't call me Mr. Li. It sounds weird. Meng Can was stunned. Seeing the boy's sunny smile, he felt like being bathed in spring breeze. He suddenly felt his eyes sore and hurriedly wiped them with his little hands, making his dirty face even more embarrassed. Brother Li, you are a good person, just like Sister Stuttering. Who is Sister Stuttering you were talking about? Can you take me to see her? Li Mo asked gently. Meng Can's little face suddenly became tangled. After struggling for a moment, he whispered. Sister Stuttering said that we can't talk about her with outsiders, and we can't take anyone there casually. Li Mo was thoughtful. His cautious demeanor seemed to be avoiding something. Even if this Sister Stuttering was not the person Bing Tuozi was looking for, she might not be simple. Maybe she was a suitable investment target. But she is sick now, very sick. Brother Li, can you save her? Meng Can was like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw. Investment genius Li Mo smiled and said, "What a coincidence. I am very good at medicine, and I guarantee that the medicine will cure the disease. The pills he has are at least 6 patterned. For external injuries, there's Baiwa Ninglu ointment. For internal injuries, there's Wu Yun Xiling pill for detoxification. There's Tsiuhue pill. Even if it is a secret that is difficult to tell, there's Tiger Bone Yang enhancing wine. Can cure any disease equals good medical skills. Nothing wrong. Ni Jiao Lane. The yard has been in disrepair for a long time, and the walls have collapsed in several places. There is a sense of desolation that is about to return to nature. Why hasn't brother can come back yet? Will he be in trouble? I heard from Grandpa Huayan that there are kind people on the street giving out porridge and rice today. I'm so hungry, woo-woo. ABA, ABA. Several little kids with dirty faces and ragged bodies looked out. Just like the yard without any good things, these little kids are not normal children. Some are lame, some are missing an arm, and some have lost their tongues and can't speak. Has Xiao not come back yet? A little beggar with healthy limbs and a little older age came in and put down the rags and wild vegetables he had just picked up. The little kids shook their heads, their eyes blank. How is Sister Jeba's illness? He asked again. She's still having a fever. I just changed the wet cloth for her. She was in pain for a while, but now she's asleep. Should we ask a doctor to see Sister Stutter? She seems to be in a lot of pain. It will cost at least a few taels of silver to see a doctor, and we don't have money. Abba, abba. Listening to their chatter, the older beggar raised his hand and carefully took out a small piece of yellow salt from his arms. You guys go cook first. As he said that, he went into the room. The little kids were overjoyed and suddenly became lively, as if it was New Year's Day. Someone to get firewood, someone to get a half-broken clay pot, and they hurriedly started a fire. In the room, although it was called a room, there was actually no door. When you looked up, you could see the cloudy sky. A 15 or 16-year-old female beggar was lying on the weeds. Her ragged clothes could barely be seen to be originally light blue. Her face was covered with mud, and her eyes were covered with cloth. Hearing footsteps, her ears moved slightly. Stuttering, "Sister, it's me. Are you feeling better?" "No, it's okay. Don't worry about me. Rest for a while. I'll be fine." Her hoarse voice was intermittent. She was sick again now. It seemed that she had used up all her strength to say this simple sentence. "Then I won't bother you. I'll call you when we eat later." The little beggar sighed and turned to go out. But before he could leave, he heard a voice behind him. Can't go steal things." "Got it." Jiang Chulong's breathing became smoother, and she curled up. She was hot all over, but she felt cold coming from all directions. Her chest, where the source of her confidence once lay, allowed her to hear the sound of thousands of swords. Now it has turned into an invisible abyss, swallowing her bit by bit with endless emptiness. Am I going to die? Jiang Chulong thought woodenly. She was a little sad, but hunger and weakness made her unable to even have the strength to love or hate. After a person dies, can they see someone they will never see again? Mother. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door. Brother Can, you're back. Wow, it's Rice. Who is this big brother? Why did you bring someone back? He is the good man who distributes food to us. He can save Sister Jieba. When Mengken was explaining anxiously, Li Mo's eyes passed over the group of little kids and saw the blindfolded little beggar lying in the dilapidated house. The moment the god of destiny swept across the other party, his breathing stagnated for a moment. Name, Jiang Chulong. Age, 15. Root bone, Tianzin Emperor sword bone, missing. Wild grass sword bone is being born. Realm, none. Destiny, gold. Evaluation. The youngest daughter of Emperor Yu, born with a sword fetus, was robbed of her sword bone by her brother, the crown prince, at the age of 14. However, the sword bone was born because of her, but she was not made by the sword bone. If she can wipe away the dust in her heart and make up for herself, she may be one step closer to the origin of the sword. Recent experience. She was exiled to marry by Emperor Jingtai of Dayu. On the way, she escaped with the help of her mother's old friend. She is being hunted down, and her sword bone was taken away. The loss of vitality will damage her foundation, which will have an irreversible impact on the future. Golden Destiny. This is the highest destiny he has encountered except being too OZ. He looked at the data displayed by the Destiny Eye. He looked at the little beggar lying there with a faint breath. The contrast between the two is too great. After making sure that he was not dazzled, Liemo stood there like he was struck by lightning. The youngest daughter of the Emperor of the Yu dynasty, born with a sword. Student Li murmured these two adjectives in his heart, still a little dazed. Although Jiang Chulong was a golden destiny, not as good as Bing Tuozi, the shock she brought to him was not much less. He didn't know how many powerful people there were in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. But in terms of status, who can compare with the Supreme Emperor? No wonder Jiang Chulong fell into such a situation, but she could still maintain her golden destiny. For others, it would be good if they were not entangled with death. She must be the one Bing Tuozi is looking for. Liemo was almost certain in his heart. He also realized that Bing Tuozi was not looking for lost relatives and friends. It was because he had met Jiang Chulong at some point and knew that she was extraordinary, so he asked me to find her. Brother Li, what's wrong with you? Mencken looked up and asked with some confusion. The other little beggars also looked at him with curiosity, hope, or fear. Bing Tuozi, if you want to be here, I will kiss you. Liemo retracted his burning gaze. It makes more sense that there will be some outstanding people around the Girl of Destiny. Brother Li, is Sister Jiba very sick? Mencken thought that Liemo was shocked by Sister Jiba's illness, and his little face was full of worry. Let me see first. Liemo suppressed the throbbing in his heart and walked into the dilapidated house. He put his hand on Jiang Chulong's delicate wrist and closed his eyes to sense it. Weak blood and qi. The vitality of the 5 internal organs was broken. Severe cold, wound infection, severe malnutrition caused by long-term hunger. At this time, Jiang Chulong was like a rag doll with air leaking, which would fall apart if thrown casually. If it were someone else, she would have died a long time ago. But Jiang Chulong's situation was very strange. Whenever the fire of her life was like a candle in the wind and was about to go out, there was an inexplicable force that pulled her back alive. What disease does Sister Jiba have? A careful question came from my ear. Liemo also lowered his voice and said warmly, her situation is more complicated, but it can be cured. The Golden Destiny did not show the black color of death. Even if he didn't do anything, Jiang Chulong wouldn't die, but she would still have to go through a long struggle. He paused for a moment. Liemo took off the fire sparrow feather pouch on his chest, opened her 5 fingers, and stuffed them in. She can't stand the tonic medicine now. This pouch can warm her body. When she is better, we can take the medicine. It's amazing. Jiang Chulong's breathing became a little stronger after getting the fire sparrow feather pouch. She was not sweating like before. At the same time, Liemo heard the feedback from the system. Congratulations to the host, investing in Jiang Chulong, a fire sparrow feather. Investment feedback, Earth Spirit Milk. Do you want to receive it? No. Liemo thought to himself and looked aside. Stuttering sister is saved. Brother Li, your medical skills are amazing. Bah. The little beggars all showed surprise, as if they had regained their backbone. After looking at each other, the oldest beggar ran outside. When he came back, he had a piece of yellow salt in his hand, and his head was almost buried in his chest. Brother Li, we have no money, so you're going to treat me to a meal? Liemo couldn't help but smile. Looking at the handsome young man who looked like he had walked down from the clouds, and then looking at the broken clay pot outside, stewing watery wild vegetable soup, the little beggars became more and more at a loss. The most powerful person Mencken had ever seen was the Yamen runners who paraded with knives. But just now he saw with his own eyes that the majestic Yamen runners did not even dare to look at Brother Li's face, and were extremely humble. The food they usually eat is despised by wild dogs. So how can they be used to entertain Brother Li? This wild vegetable is good stuff, pure and natural without pollution. I can't eat it normally. As he said that, Liemo walked to the earthenware jar. He added a proper amount of rice to it, and somehow a piece of meat appeared in his hand, which turned into diced meat with a light touch. I haven't cooked for 2 days. I really am not used to it. The little beggars were all a little stunned. I didn't expect that this big brother would suddenly change his style and become so down to earth. He actually cooked with a relaxed look on his face. Brotherly, do you often cook in Qingyuan's sect? Yes, the food in the cafeteria is terrible. Brotherly, what are you cooking? It smells so good. Wild vegetable and lean meat porridge. Are you kidding? My cooking skills are much better than my medical skills. Liamo smiled. Just now, he secretly put a 5 elements purple spirit pill in it. It is a precious item that can make up for the body's deficiencies, and the medicinal effect is mild, and ordinary people who have not been tempered can also take it. An ordinary one can be sold for 5,000 taels of silver in the business. What's more, his is a 6-pattern one. Of course, for Shaoli, this is not a rare thing. Not long after, smoke from cooking in the dilapidated courtyard. I have never eaten such a good thing in my life. Abba, I'm so full. Woo, I miss my mother. Liamo was not far away, with a smile on his face, watching them drink porridge silently. Name is you. Age 8. Root, none. Realm, none. Destiny, gray. Evaluation, body like weeds, life like a feather. Recent experience. With the help of Jiang Chulong, he escaped from the clutches of Yazi and no longer relied on stealing for a living. This investment did not have any substantial returns. After all, these little beggars all had a destiny similar to the Jews. But Liamo was in a good mood. Footsteps suddenly came from behind. Liamo turned around. He saw the beggar with his eyes covered with a cloth, standing there holding the door frame. I couldn't see her eyes, but I could clearly sense that her eyes were very alert at this time. Well, I made the meal and gave the sachet to you. Liamo answered. What? Gurgle. Jiang Chulong didn't even finish her words before her legs went weak and she almost fainted. Eat first. If you're not full, why worry about anything else? Liamo laughed dumbly. I can understand Jiang Chulong's defense. Escaping all the way and being pursued by the Sky Patrol, anyone would be a frightened bird. Thank you. Jiang Chulong pursed her lips and finally nodded. After a while, she came back and brought back a bowl of porridge, which was also the last bowl left in the earthenware jar. You eat first. The stuttering voice was very nice, and it sounded pitiful. Liamo. This made Shaoli a little confused. No, you're so hungry that you can't stand steadily. Are you still worried that I haven't eaten? What is this princess thinking? A quarter of an hour later, not far away, Jiang Chulong was holding a broken bowl, licking the bottom of the bowl like a kitten, and her dirty face finally relaxed a little. The delicious wild vegetable and meat porridge warmed her numb body a little, and even her chest didn't hurt so much. She quietly raised her head and glanced at the boy next to her. The boy held his chin and looked in the direction of Qingyuan Mountain. He looked a little worried, afraid that a certain ice ball would poison him to death. As if he noticed her gaze, the boy turned his head back. She lowered her head again as if she was electrocuted and silently buried her face in the bowl. I ate. I finished eating. If it's not enough, I'll make some more. Looking at Jiang Chulong, who had her eyes covered and lowered her head in timidity and inferiority, Liamo felt even weirder. She is now down and out, but at least she was the little princess of the Yu dynasty a year ago. Even if any princess came to Ziyang Mansion, the mansion would be decorated with lights and colorful decorations, and the 3 sect leaders would be there to welcome her in person. The princess was a royal family, and she was in a high position, and she was indescribably precious. No need. Rice. Jiang Chulong shook her head like a rattle. Do you want to save a rice for later? Yes. But seeing Jiang Chulong treating a bag of rice as a treasure, Liamo felt absurd in his heart, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of disobedience. There's a charity hall in Murong Mansion. You can go there to get porridge and rice during this period. Hearing this, Jiang Chulong looked up, and her eyes lit up even through the cloth strips. Then, save it until winter. Are you really planning to save it for the new year? Liamo smiled helplessly. After thinking about it, He took out 2 small denomination silver bills. If you're short of food, go to the street to buy it. What is this? Jiang Chulong's dirty face was full of confusion. She didn't recognize the banknote. Xiaoli fell into silence. After Meng Can had eaten his fill, he covered his stomach with a happy face and said, "Stuttering sister, that's money. You can use it to buy food, roast chicken, and candied haws. It's very useful." He took the banknote and looked at it carefully. His eyes suddenly widened. 100 taels. How much is 100 taels? 1 tael of silver can buy 140 kilograms of rice. Jiang Chulong! Exclamation point. She broke her dirty little hands, and her fingers trembled as she counted, and she was stunned. Her Royal Highness was shocked. Too much. Jiang Chulong bit her lip and didn't dare to look at the bright banknote. You mean we are strangers and can't accept so much money, right? Liemo answered again. Meng Can looked at him magically. Brotherly actually knew what the stuttering sister wanted to say. Yeah. Jiang Chulong nodded timidly, her face tense. The other party opened a charity to help the poor. But even if he was kind-hearted, there was no reason to give her such a huge sum of money. My mother said that there may be evil without reason in this world, but there can't be good without reason. There will be no pie in the sky unless there is a purpose. Just when she was alert, Liemo said again, "First of all, 100 taels is nothing to me. It is no different from a bag of rice or a grain of rice." Wow! The little kids showed admiration in their eyes, especially Meng Can, who showed a strong yearning in his eyes. Jiang Chulong was stunned, as if she was stunned by Li Mo's arrogance. Liemo continued. Secondly, I was asked by someone to take care of you. I was asked by someone, Jiang Chulong whispered softly, and her little hand suddenly found strength and tightly grasped the corner of her clothes. Is she still alive? The only person in the world who still cares about her is Aunt May. Aunt May was her mother's former sword servant. She was also the one who took care of her, as if she were her own daughter after her mother's death. In order to save herself, she led away a large number of Sky Patrol guards, and now her life or death is unknown. Liemo was asked by Aunt May to take care of her. Well, she is out of danger now. Liemo nodded firmly. Ice lumps are scary every night, like 1,000-year-old black ice. But although they are cold, they are not dangerous. That's good. 2 lines of tears were left under the cloth covering her eyes. Where the tears passed, it was like a piece of jade that had wiped away some dust, white and crystal clear. She wiped her face hastily, making it dirty again. Thank you. But this money is still too much. Then let's do this. Liemo thought for a moment and said, Why don't you go with me to Qingyuan's sect? You will naturally see her then, and you won't have to worry about the difficulties in life. Bing Tuozi asked him to solve Jiang Chulong's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Why not take her directly to Qiushui Pavilion? Just tell me whether it has been solved or not. Moreover, he can also let Jiang Chulong join his daily investment list, which is really wonderful. Stuttering sister. Is my sister leaving? The little kids looked at each other and pouted. 2 little girls burst into tears and were about to cry. The older Du hurriedly said loudly, My sister's relatives and friends are here to see her. We should be happy. This obviously didn't work. After all, even he was at a loss. I won't leave. Jiang Chulong shook her head slowly. I can have someone look after them. Liemos said softly. No, I don't want to put her in danger. Seeing her speak slowly, Liemo remembered. Jiang Chulong is still being hunted by the patrol guard. This is not the level of Chui Peng. The patrol guard, the strongest military force of DU, is an important support for the dynasty to dominate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Don't want to implicate your friends? Okay, it's getting late. I'll go back first. She is the golden destiny, and she also bears a huge cause and effect. Liemo nodded and decided to take a long-term view. Jiang Chulong's current situation is definitely not suitable for long-term care, and she will not be willing. How to invest in her? Thinking so, Liemo and the little beggars waved and walked out of the dilapidated house. The back of the boy disappeared in the night. Goodbye, brotherly. The little kids all ran out to see her off. In the villa of Murong Mansion. Strange, she doesn't have any martial arts level at all. Has she never practiced martial arts? Or did she fall in immortal status after her sword bone was dug out? If I can lead her back to martial arts, the system will definitely have unimaginable gains. Liamo was thinking in the courtyard. If I want to take Jiang Chulong to practice martial arts, but I can't bring her with me, how can I do this? While thinking, a maid came. Mr. Li, the hot water is ready. Please take a bath. Okay. Do you need me to serve you? No, thank you. The maid walked away with a look of disappointment on her face. Liamo was lying in the large bathtub and received the reward. Earth Vein Spirit Milk. Earth Vein energy accumulates for thousands of years before it can condense into one drop. It is a holy product for tempering blood and qi. However, its strongest effect is to prolong life. I can't use it to prolong life. Just use it to temper blood and qi. Liamo opened a full bottle of Earth Vein Stone Milk and poured 2 drops into the bathtub. If Elder Shui Jing was here, he would probably make a sharp explosion. This thing is a rare treasure for refining longevity pills. You use it to take a bath? No matter what it is, if it is related to prolonging life, it will be extremely precious. Because there is no shortage of dying people in this world. Tick-tock, 2 drops of stone milk sank into the water and quickly made the water glitter. Liamo simply operated the fire heart lotus method in the bathtub. Buzz. In an instant, heaven and man became one. This time, because of the use of Earth Vein Spirit Milk, the resonance of heaven and earth was several times larger. The entire Murong Mansion could clearly sense it. Murong Mansion. Quiet room. This is usually the place where the Murong family heads of all generations practice. Murong Xiao got permission and walked into the quiet room. Grandpa, why did you call me here? As soon as he entered, he saw Grandpa Murong Hai sitting on a futon with a wooden box beside him. Of course, I'm here to check your progress and see if you've been slacking off since you joined the Qingyuan sect. Murong Hai raised his eyes and said, Now, the Murong family is still ruled by him. However, he'll get old one day. His son, Murong Zhao's father, has not been heard from so far. Other families have long been eyeing the position of the head of the family. Fortunately, Murong Xiao has always shown a strong talent, so those people dared only think about it in their hearts and dared not take any actual action. Grandpa, don't worry. Your grandson has always remembered your words. Murong Xiao said seriously. How many veins are in the qi and blood realm? Murong Hai asked. Murong Xiao said honestly, 7th meridian, just a little short of 8 meridians. Well, not bad. Much stronger than I was back then. Just don't know how strong it is. Murong Hai nodded and stood up. The aura on his body also suppressed the qi and blood realm 7 meridians at this moment. Come on, let's help each other. Grandpa, don't worry. I won't use martial arts beyond the qi and blood realm. In the quiet room, the sound of fists and feet exchanged and the sound of strength was heard. After an incense stick, no more fighting, Grandpa. You are too powerful. Murong Xiao sat on the ground with a frustrated look on his face, sweating all over. You are already much stronger than ordinary qi and blood realm warriors. Murong Hai looked at his grandson with satisfaction. If you can enter the 8 meridians and practice the golden bell cover to the initial maturity, ordinary qi and blood realm warriors without magic weapons will not be able to break your defense at all. Am I that strong? After receiving his grandfather's praise, Murong Xiao smiled tiredly. Of course, it won't be difficult for you to get into the top 5 in the 9 Peaks martial arts competition. It's hard to say, Grandpa. There are many strong people in my generation. Murong Xiao shook his head. Brother Li, Ying Bing, Lin Jiang, Xiao Qin, these are the geniuses he knows. There are also outstanding people in other peaks who should not be underestimated. You are prone to self-deprecation. Murong Hai shook his head and said, You have indeed produced many outstanding people in your generation, but you are not necessarily that bad. Last month, I met the most famous genius of Fun Yulin's generation, who was 3 points inferior to you. My grandson is a little too cowardly. He is so talented and is definitely the best in Xiang Mansion. He will be able to take the Murong family to a higher level in the future. For no reason, he always thinks so lowly of himself. Take this. Murong Hai handed the box on the table to his grandson. When he opened it, there were 2 green pills inside. Each pill had 4 pill patterns. 2 4-patterned pulse-breaking pills are enough for you to open another pulse in the next few days. Grandpa, the grandfathers and uncles of other families will not have any objections, right? Murong Hai asked in a low voice. This was undoubtedly purchased with the family's wealth, and the cost was not small. It is not the lack of resources that is worrying, but the inequality of resources. He has been receiving the tilt of resources since he was a child, and the other families have long complained about it. You are the genius of my Murong family, the future pillar of the family. If the money is not spent on you, will it be given out for them to squander? Just take it here. Murong Hai snorted, his tone was firm. After watching his grandson take a pill with his own eyes, he sat back. Click. Not long after, a light sound came from Murong Zhao's body. He was only 1 step away from the final step, and now his state of mind was peaceful, and he broke through in a short time. Ha, good. You are worthy of being the Qilin child of our Murong family. Murong Hai's brows relaxed. He thought his grandson would use 2 broken vein pills, but 1 was enough. Then he saw Murong Zhao carefully put the remaining broken veins pill back into the box. Grandpa, I want to give this one to Brotherly. He also gave me pills before. What pill? Murong Hai smiled, but did not object and asked casually. This question silenced the old man. A bottle of 6-pattern Qingxin pill. Wait a minute. Murong Hai's mouth twitched. Looking at his grandson's expression, he was not lying. Well, Shower's temperament never lies. 6-pattern pill, a bottle. Seeing his grandfather's eyes twitching, Murong Zhao walked into a small room in the quiet room and heard the sound of rummaging through boxes and cabinets. He couldn't help but be confused. What is Grandpa doing? Not long after, Murong Zhao returned with a box in his hand. I picked a few treasures. Let's go. Oh, the grandfather and grandson walked out of the quiet room and headed towards the villa where Liemo lived. Along the way, Murong Hai had mixed feelings. I wanted to do a favor, but never thought about returning the favor. I might not be able to return it. A fine product of a superior martial art, a bottle of 6-pattern elixir, almost changed Shower's life. Just thinking about it, an inexplicable wave attracted his mind. This is... Murong Hai's expression suddenly changed. The closer he got to the villa, the stronger the throbbing feeling in the dark became. Grandpa, Murong Zhao didn't understand why, so he hurriedly followed. Not long after, they arrived at the door. I saw that many animals had appeared in the villa without knowing when, and they all stayed in the yard harmoniously and quietly. Spring had clearly passed, but the peach blossoms in the courtyard had sprouted new buds. Murong Hai's beard fluttered in the wind, his eyes full of astonishment. When he was young, he traveled all over the world and had the honor of seeing a strong man breaking through the realm. How similar was the scene at that time to this moment? Little friendly, I'm afraid you are a master who has hidden your realm. This question arose in his mind. However, boom, a sound of tiger roar and dragon roar, like a huge bell, shocked the mind. A strong fluctuation of qi and blood came from the room. There's no doubt that this is a sign of a breakthrough in the qi and blood realm. Liemo is indeed in the qi and blood realm. But this sign of a breakthrough is a little unusual. Brotherly is breaking through the realm? Murong Zhao knocked his head. Seeing the movement of the breakthrough in front of him, he suspected that he had made a breakthrough. At this moment, boom, crack, another sound of breaking through the realm. This time, it seemed that something broke. In a few breaths, breaking through 2 realms. Old man Murong, who was in the Guanxin realm, felt that he couldn't catch his breath at this moment. Just now, he thought his grandson was a genius. But now, he suddenly felt that he was sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Brotherly is like this. You are not surprised. Murong Zhao said as usual. Murong Hai. Finally, I know why you think you are not a genius. It is really difficult to have confidence when you often stay with people like Li Mo. Just when the grandfather and grandson looked at each other in silence. The door opened. Li Mo changed into new clothes and walked out, apologetically saying, "Sorry, I think I broke the bathtub." It's not that there's a problem with the bathtub, made of fine golden wood. The main thing was that he didn't expect that the buried spiritual milk was so powerful and that the breakthrough of the 17th meridian would make such a big noise. That's right. Xiao Li has 17 meridians. You're here. Why do you want to give me something? Don't say that, my dear Li. This is just a token of my appreciation. Morong Hai gave the gift very straightforwardly. He was very glad that his grandson was kind-hearted and got along well with this dear Li. Li was definitely better than the descendants of the great sects in the East Wilderness. There's another thing I need to trouble you with, Li Mo suddenly said. Just say it. Morong Hai was afraid that Li Mo would not ask for it. After a while, Morong Hai led Li Mo to the training ground in the mansion. Many family members were practicing here. When they saw the head of the family coming, they stopped what they were doing and saluted. In the center of the training ground, there was a coral stone 3 people high. This is the whale's breath coral stone, which is also a rare thing in the East Wilderness. The only advantage of this thing is that it is strong, and it will change color according to the force it receives. After being processed with special techniques, it can be used to test the intensity of the attack. Morong Hai pointed at the coral stone and introduced it. This is rare. Li Mo took a hand and touched the rough reef. I haven't used it yet. Morong Xiao was eager to try it. His strength was too low before, and he couldn't make the whale's breath coral stone change color. It came as soon as he said it. He gathered his strength, tensed his body, and punched it like a cannon hammer, and he could actually see some shadows of the hammer method. Bang! A muffled sound. The dark coral stone was immediately dyed white, covering about 80% of the whole stone. Shower's attack is almost the same as the 10 meridians of the Qi and Blood realm. Morong Hai nodded with satisfaction. Is the white one the Qi and Blood realm? Li Mo nodded slightly. He actually lacks a comprehensive understanding of his own strength at present. This is a good opportunity to try. Grandpa Morong, I won't break this coral stone, will I? Don't worry, young friend. Morong Hai laughed and said, even if I let go of this thing, I can't hurt it. That's good. Li Mo nodded. He didn't use any martial arts. He simply punched out, and the sound of the explosion could be heard faintly in the air. Boom! The reef didn't move at all. It was just that the white color filled up quickly, and then a layer of green appeared at the bottom. This should be because of the soaking in the Phoenix blood pool, plus the extra main meridians in the body. The Qi and blood power is stronger, which can cause this result. Li Mo was thoughtful. Wow, Li Zhenchuan is in the Qi and blood realm, right? He didn't use his internal breath just now. This punch is equivalent to the attack strength of the initial internal breath and Qi condensation realm. Why is he so strong? The Morong family members staring at this side were all amazed. Morong Xiao and their family, who has half-demon blood, doesn't have such great strength. Li Xiaoyu is indeed powerful. Morong Hai seemed calm. Compared with Li Xiaoyu's astonishing talent, a little more strength is nothing. But this is not over yet. Add the extreme slaughter body to try. A strong and sharp murderous aura spread from Li Mo's body. The people around him looked at him as if he had turned into a precious weapon, and suddenly felt their hair stand on end, as if a sharp sword was hanging over their heads. Boom! Another blow. Sparks burst out, a circle of air waves rolled in, and the sound of metal and stone lasted for a long time. The dust on the roof was shaken and fell down. Wait until the dust clears. But, whale breath coral, half of the coral stone has turned green. Qi and blood realm. Burst out the attack of inner breath jade, liquid realm. The huge training ground was quiet in an instant. Shower. Morong Hai took a long time to come back to his senses. Morong Xiao closed his mouth. Didn't you say that Li Xiaoyu is best at swordsmanship? I think, right? At night, in the villa, Li Mo shook the dust off his clothes before pushing the door in. He didn't try again. It's enough to fully understand yourself. Martial arts is just amplification based on your own strength. He He knows it without trying, if there's a hammer in hand. Now, should I be able to fight with the inner breath Xiandan realm? This needs a small question mark. Although his full-strength attack now definitely has the power of the inner breath Xiandan realm. But he has not reached that realm after all, and I don't know if he has other means. Besides, the whale breath coral stone is a dead thing after all, and a living person will not stand there for you to hit. Of course, if he waits until his chi and blood realm is perfect, it will be another story. Because by then, he may have a killer. When he has enough strength, he can take out the Pangaea meteorite heart hammer, which I am afraid that even if I just barely hit him, it's definitely not something that the inner breath realm can withstand. So I'm very strong now. Liamo raised his lips, put his hands on his head, and laid down on the bed. Looking at the ceiling, he couldn't help but be in a trance. Fighting above his level is the treatment of a child of destiny. Our Shaoli is no longer an ordinary person, so how can he be worse than those disciples of the big sect? Suddenly, he just remembered that Mr. Morong had given him a gift. So he opened the wooden box at the head of the bed. The things inside did not touch Xiao Li's blind spot in knowledge. A pulse-breaking pill with 4 patterns. A piece of dark and fragrant ancient wood. It's called wood because it has wood patterns, but the luster is more like jade. There is also a booklet. Liamo was not interested in the pills, so he didn't even look at them, and picked up the wood next to him. I don't know what it's called, but this should be a rare treasure that can nourish the mind and soul. Things like this are usually hard to come by. Liamo felt relaxed and comfortable while playing with the wood. Grandpa Murong must have taken out the best thing in the bottom of the box, right? But he has no use for this thing for the time being. Wait, isn't there an old man next to senior brother Xiao Qin? Little Li's experience in novels came into play again. Grandpas like these usually exist in the form of souls. In this world, they're called mind and soul. It's well known. The old man has been sleeping for such a long time. He must be in urgent need of this thing. You can use it to invest in senior brother Xiao. The portable old man. Liamo played with the wood, his mind clear. Suddenly, a problem that had been bothering him for a long time seemed to have a flash of inspiration at this moment. Yes, Grandpa. Liamo's clever little brain came up with an idea. He has a small world. Moreover, he can bring beings weaker than himself into the world seed. For example, Jiang Chulong. If he finds an item and leaves the breath of the world seed on it, he can let the people on the other side enter the world seed no matter where they are. As the master of the world seed, this is definitely feasible. Then, can't he also be Jiang Chulong's portable grandfather? I'm really a genius. He did it as soon as he said it. Liamo picked and chose, and finally chose a ring from pile of items. Ancient ring. The shape is ancient and simple, exquisite, and not like the product of this era. In short, it looks quite impressive. If you sell it as an antique, it will definitely sell for a lot of money. The key is that it is strong. It should be made of some rare metal today. Open a back door. Liamo held the ancient ring in his hand and communicated with the world seed. 3 days later, at the gate of Murong Mansion, the carriage that came was quietly parked there. The porridge shop was still open, and many children of the Murong family came out to see him off. Shower, follow Li Xiaoyu to practice martial arts, understand? If there is anything missing, tell your family. Murong Hai stood at the door with his hands behind his back, and every wrinkle was kind. Now he looked less majestic than when they first met, more like an ordinary old man. I understand, Grandpa. Murong Xiao nodded seriously. He looked around and scratched his head again. Where is Brother Li? I'm here. A voice came with the wind. However, the voice did not arrive, but the person had arrived. Murong Xiao looked back and found that Li Mo had been standing on the front of the car without knowing when, and his robe was quietly moving with the wind. Wind shadow step. He was stunned. How could Brother Li know this superior footwork inherited from their family? I have only taught this to little friend Li for 3 days. Murong Hai could only sigh now. He could see it clearly. Little friend Li showed that he had already mastered it. It seems that he is very suitable for this footwork, and he has a sudden realization, plus he has a superior understanding. Brother Li, have you been studying the wind shadow step these days? No wonder I don't see you. Not entirely. Liamo shook his head slightly. He mastered the wind shadow step on the first day. His talent and footwork is also quite ordinary, and he has basically used up his martial arts insights to help ordinary people. Oh yes, there's also practice. Murong Xiao seemed to understand. Liamo played with the ring in his palm, smiling but not saying anything. For 3 days, most of the time, he was studying how to leave the breath of the world seed on the ancient ring. This is really not an easy task, and it requires a lot of energy. Liamo used a lot of 6-pattern pills to restore his spirit. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. The ancient ring now, after Liamo's guidance, successfully left the back door of the world seed. The coachman came. "Grandpa, we are leaving. Grandpa Morong, keep in touch in the future." Liamo also waved outside the car. The carriage slowly moved. The refugees and beggars who came to collect food along the way looked up at the carriage, and their numb expressions suddenly became lively. They all knew. Mr. Li said that after he left, the charity hall would continue to operate. "Take care, Mr. Li. When I become rich in the future, I will definitely build a shrine for you. I wish you good luck in martial arts." Listening to the voices of thanks on both sides of the road. For the first time, being regarded as a hope by so many people, Liamo felt a strange emotion in his chest. He let out a long breath and lowered the curtain. "Excuse me, let's go to Nijiao Lane first." "Okay." The driver quickly agreed. Now he couldn't disobey what Master Li said. The young clan leader had to listen to him. Nijiao Lane. There were still many broken things in the houses, but it was no longer dead. In the past 3 days, Liamo came every day. And every time he came, he would cook for them. Why hasn't Brotherly come today? Will Brotherly bring candied haws today? I want to eat donkey rolls. One by one, you only know how to eat. The little beggars were busy in the yard. Suddenly, the little mute called out he had the best ears, and the little beggars ran to the entrance of the yard. Sure enough, the sound of the carriage came. "Brotherly, today I will make you lotus leaf chicken and barbecue. It's very simple. You can make it yourself in the future." Liamo came in and talked to them as usual. He had been familiar with these little kids for a while. "Good morning," Jiang Chulong greeted timidly. Her face was still deliberately made to look like a cat, and it was hard to tell how she looked. But her voice was more full of energy, indicating that she was much better. She even had the strength to help. "I come to help you cut vegetables." "Okay." Liamo shook off the water droplets on his hands. But for a long time, Jiang Chulong didn't move. Her timid voice came again. "I don't have a knife." "Yes." Liamo took off the Qishao sword from his waist and handed it over. "Don't say it." The Qishao sword, which Shaoli had always been aloof from, had been very agitated these days. It was like a cat seeing catnip when it saw Jiang Chulong. When it was in the other party's hands, it was also very obedient and cut whatever he asked it to. So, the precious Xuanqi temporarily acted as a kitchen knife. This, you actually use this to cut vegetables?" Murong Xiao stuttered when he saw this. "Yes, it's not very convenient. This sword is not good." Jiang Chulong stuttered back. Murong Xiao! Exclamation point. Liamo. The princess's values are so strange. A bag of rice is a treasure, and 100 taels of silver can make her mouth open for a long time. But when it comes to Xuanqi and fire sparrow feathers, she treats them as ordinary things. Student Lee asked her curiously. So there was the following conversation. "People will die if they don't eat. What about the silver notes?" "Silver notes can be used to buy food." "Don't you think this sword can be exchanged for a lot of silver?" "Can it? But I have seen many things before, better than this." She always felt that elixirs, mystical instruments, and precious things were commonplace. Perhaps these precious things for ordinary people were everywhere for her before. So, she knew nothing about the common sense of ordinary people. For example, she picked up a rattle yesterday, and it was repaired by Liamo, and she felt like she had found a rare treasure. Very cool. It can be regarded as a kind of worldly experience. Soon, the meal was ready. Liamo did not eat with them this time. Instead, he called Jiang Chulong to the side and took out a piece of paper from his arms. This is the deed of the land, which belongs to this abandoned house. From now on, you will not be considered as vagrants and beggars, but the masters of this place. Master, master. Jiang Chulong took the deed in a daze, folded it carefully, and then stuffed it into the brocade bag containing the fire sparrow feathers. And this, Liemo took out the ancient ring from his arms. He put it on her delicate finger without saying a word. Jiang Chulong! Exclamation point. My mother said that rings are usually tokens of love. When a man gives this to a woman, it means expressing his admiration. If she accepts it, it means that the two have decided to have a lifelong event. And have a baby. Accepting the ring equals having a baby soon. Jiang Chulong thinks so. Brother Li is very handsome and gentle. He can tell interesting stories and cook. But she is not ready yet. If she refuses, he will definitely be very sad. Little stutter, Jiang Chulong, who was sitting opposite, suddenly seemed to have crashed. Through the stains on her face, you could see her blushing face. Liemo waved his hand in front of her in confusion. Brotherly, this is... Oh, this thing is also entrusted to you. Student Li directly blamed Bing Tuozi. She should want something Bing Tuozi gave her, right? So that's how it is. Jiang Chulong relaxed, but felt a little sad. Wearing the ring, her calm heart seemed to be missing something, but she felt lost. Then I'll leave. Where are you going? Back to Qingyuan's sect, but don't worry, I'll be back in a while. Watching the young man walk to the door, he smiled and said goodbye. Jiang Chulong pursed her lips and watched him walk out step by step. She shouted with the courage she didn't know where she got from. Brotherly, wait a minute. You haven't seen what I look like yet. Chevron_left. The sun was high in the sky at noon. The carriage went towards Qingyuan Mountain in the sunshine. The buildings on the main peak of Qingyuan could be vaguely seen. The unique layout was vividly displayed on paper in the Green Mountains. I don't know which master created it, but Liemo looked at the mountain view, and the scene just now popped up in his mind involuntarily. Half an hour ago, the little beggar took off the cloth covering his eyes, and underneath were a pair of clear gray-white pupils, with a pure innocence that was ignorant of the world, which reminded people of the eyes of a baby. But with a little timidity and humbleness, he dared not look at anyone. How could someone's eyes be this color? When Liemo was recalling a ninja anime, suddenly, a pale little face appeared in his sight. Her hair was still messy, and her clothes were very torn, forming a strong contrast with that little face. Liemo remembered this scene, not because of the girl's stunning face at the age of 14. She stood there, her two little hands tangled together, just like a small white flower swaying in the wind from a desolate ruin. The color of a destiny has not changed. She should not be discovered by the patrolling guards. I wonder how long it will take for her to discover the specialness of the ancient ring. Limo's thoughts surged. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. What's wrong, Brotherly? Murong Xiao, who was dozing next to him, raised his head. His sleepy expression squeezed his facial features together. It's broken. I forgot to tell her that she had to drip blood on the ring to recognize the owner. Student Li regretted it. In order to make it more realistic, he used the classic routine in the novels of his previous life when making the ring. That ring is to remember the user's breath through blood. But when he left, as soon as he saw the girl's face, he forgot about it. That night, smoke rose from the mud corner alley. The disabled little beggars were busy repairing the dilapidated courtyard. This used to be their temporary shelter, but now it is different. Brotherly said that from now on, this is their home. Home. Must be cleaned up, right? Sister Jieba has been stunned for a whole day. Hee, is she thinking about Brotherly? Now that you mention it, I miss him too. His cooking is still the best. I will also go to Qingyuan sect in the future, so that I can see him every day. Abba. Sister Jieba, no matter how clean you wipe the ring, Brotherly can't see it. It doesn't seem to be a gift from Brotherly. Jiang Chulong sat there with her knees crossed, wiping the exquisite ring on her index finger, fearing that it would get dirty. She was stunned when she heard this. That's right. Although this ring was sent by Brotherly, it was prepared by Aunt May. Why did Aunt May give her such a ring? It was neither a Sumeru object, she knew, nor anything special. Aunt May would definitely not do meaningless things. This ring must be very important. Jiang Chulong bit her increasingly pale lips and thought anxiously. Is there something wrong with me? In her eyes, the world was very wonderful before. The world in her eyes had more things and aura than others, as if she could see one more color than others. However, after the sword bone was dug out, that color disappeared. Am I going to disappoint, Aunt May? It's all my fault. I'm sorry. Jiang Chulong tightly grasped the ring. Her knuckles turned white, and the stinging feeling made her feel a little better. Tick-tock, the bright red blood flowed down between her fingers. It also gave the ancient ring a hint of enchanting luster. Buzz! At this moment, she suddenly felt dizzy, and the world in front of her began to spin like a whirlpool. What happened? This thought came to her in her vague consciousness. The calls of the little kids still rang in her ears. Sister Stutter, what's wrong with you? She fainted. Suddenly, all the sounds disappeared, and everything was silent. She opened her eyes hazily, blocking the sudden light, and then she could see clearly where she was. The endless white fog seemed to be outside the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This place is not big, with an area of only 500 meters. However, the pavilions and towers are scattered and filled with great ingenuity, as if they were natural. When she was in Zhang Shen's house, she had never seen such a unique house. It was like a fairyland in a dream. Where am I? Jiang Chulong wiped her eyes, her face full of astonishment. Oh! Suddenly, a deep laugh echoed between heaven and earth. My friend, you are a guest from afar. Please come in. Aye. Jiang Chulong stepped over the threshold carefully. See, in the courtyard, under the ancient tree, a figure sat leisurely on the blue stone. He was dressed in white, with a bronze face. He was surrounded by countless auras and Taoism, as if he had been there since the birth of the world, watching the common people. He was the source of the existence of this world, and he could change the color of the wind and clouds with a wave of his hand. Senior, where is this place? Jiang Chulong asked carefully. Here, it's just a cave I opened up outside the 9 heavens and 10 earths when I was free. The man said calmly. Jiang Chulong! Exclamation point. Her little brain was a little out of order. Beyond the 9 heavens and 10 earths? She had now crossed an unknown distance and appeared outside the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Hee, it's just a little trick, no need to panic. I can let you come here, and I can naturally send you back. The man's ethereal voice came again. He waved his hand, and a stool appeared out of thin air on the ground, and tea sets appeared on the stone table. Sit down. Jiang Chulong walked over and sat down in a daze. She was stunned for a long time before she came to her senses. Who are you? Bring me here, and why? After getting closer, she felt that this senior was mysterious and unfathomable. Even her cold father, who carried the luck of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, did not give her the feeling of the mysterious man in front of her. There are very few strong men like this in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. For her, it should be familiar. My name. The mysterious man opposite fell into deep thought. It seems that because he has not been called by anyone for too long, and the years he has experienced are too long, he even forgot his own name. After a long while, he slowly said, My name is Yuan Shi, Tianlin. Crack! The voice fell. Suddenly, thunder fell from the sky. Boom! The wind and clouds changed color, thunder danced wildly, and the sky and the earth turned pale in an instant. Jiang Chulong was frightened and looked up in shock. In the world of black and white, the outline of the man's figure became clearer and clearer. What vicissitudes and transcendence! Yuan Shi, Tianzuan. Jiang Chulong had never heard of it. But in her cognition, the strongest person in the 9 heavens and 10 earths would add the word Tian after his title. For example, Emperor Wu of Daiyu was called Hong Tian. Tianzuan? Doesn't that mean that the 9 heavens respect him, and he is above the 9 heavens? This title alone is enough to show that the man's strength is unpredictable. After all, if an ordinary person dares to call himself Tianzuan, he can probably only go out at noon. After all, something will happen sooner or later. What's more, Just a name can cause the world to change color in the dark. Could it be that he is more powerful than the nine heavens? If it is true, it is simply too scary. Have some tea. A vague voice came, and the strange phenomenon between heaven and earth suddenly disappeared, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Jiang Chulong's little head was blank, and he nodded blankly. As soon as the tea went into his mouth, a pure vitality spread in her abdomen. She had seen this thing before. It was a tribute from a large clan to Zhongzhou. The tribute was given by her father to many brothers and sisters, but not to her. The prince brother felt sorry for her, and gave her some. Jiang Chulong glanced at it, and found that there was a spring next to her. The mysterious man was using the spring water to make tea. The reason you are here is because I left an ancient ring many years ago. Only those with great luck and extraordinary talent can feel it. The Yuanshu Tianzuan on the opposite side raised the teacup. His hand paused, but he didn't drink it. He just played with it in his palm. So, it's because of the ring, Jiang Chulong suddenly realized. Great luck? Extraordinary talent? You, Tian, Senior Tianzuan. I may not be the person you're looking for. Jiang Chulong lowered her head, almost burying it in her chest. Her birth killed her mother, so she was disliked by Emperor Jingtai since she was a child, almost to the point of disgust. She didn't know it since she was a child, and thought that every child of her father had no new clothes to wear and lived in the cold palace. Even if it was her father's birthday, a day of universal celebration. She sneaked in and wanted to see her father, so she could turn the banquet into a place of execution. The palace maid who accidentally revealed the news to her was stared at her with blood when she was executed by slow slicing. As for talent, she had never practiced martial arts, and no one dared to teach her. But she also knew that after losing the bone in her chest, she was not a genius at all. The prince brother who has a real dragon body and bones should be the real genius. Little girl, do you doubt my eyesight? No. How dare I? Jiang Chulong, the youngest daughter of Emperor Jingtai. Not hurried or slow, she heard a calm voice again. Jiang Chulong was stunned. She didn't introduce herself? How did Senior Tianzuan know? Born with a sword fetus, carrying the sword bone of Emperor Tianzuan, but it was taken away by my relatives. Now, I'm being hunted by the patrol guards. Jiang Chulong! Exclamation point. Her mouth opened slightly. Why does Senior Tianzuan know everything? In fact, she herself didn't know the name of the extra bone in her chest. How can it not be considered great fortune to be able to obtain the ancient meaning ring and stand before me? But that piece of bone, I no longer have it. Jiang Chulong bit her lips until they turned white. Tianzuan Emperor Sword Bone. This senior is also known as Yuanshu Tianzuan. It must be because of this reason that he called me here. This is a good thing, Yuanshu Tianzuan said lightly. Jiang Chulong's eyes widened, full of confusion. Sword bones can make a person successful, but they can also shackle a person. You lost your sword bones, but you can walk your own path. How can it not be considered a good thing? There was a young boy in the wilderness whose supreme bone was dug out, and later he still gave birth to the second and third pieces. One day, when you stand higher and look back, all those are just passing clouds. The indifferent tone made people inexplicably convinced. It seemed that the so-called sword bone was just an ordinary thing. Stand higher. Jiang Chulong was confused. Desolate world? Supreme bone? She didn't quite understand, but it seemed very powerful. But she had stood high before. If the sword bone was not important, why did the prince brother fight for it? You are still young and ignorant, which is normal. Yuanshu Tianzuan laughed, as if it seems that she feels helpless because of the girl's ignorance. The history of the 9 heavens and 10 earths is long, and the Great Yu dynasty is not even a wave in the long river of time. In ancient times, the heavenly court sat in the 33 heavens, in charge of the stars in the sky, and created all things in the world. The lord of the heavenly court at that time was called Haotian God, who experienced 103,000 disasters, each lasting 129,600 years, and finally took control of the great Tao. Not only talking, there are even animations. The white clouds in the sky, accompanied by Yuanshi Tianzuan's narration, began to slowly gather and disperse, showing thousands of scenes. Thousands of golden lights and thousands of auspicious colors. Among them, through the huge Nantian Gate, 33 treasure halls are lined up, the 72 palaces are brilliant, and various real dragons of phoenixes are flying. The glazed plate holds the purple cloud furnace and the endless jade trees in Guanghan Palace. Highlight an immersive scene. Jiang Chulong was already mesmerized by the scene of the heavenly palace. This was just what appeared in the clouds and mist. If it was the real heavenly palace, wouldn't it be even more amazing? She could already glimpse the glory of the ancient times from this bit of afterglow. Senior Tianzuan, you are really not exaggerating. Compared with this, the Dayu dynasty is really nothing. And 103,000 catastrophes. Each catastrophe is 129,600 years. Jiang Chulong didn't break her little finger this time. It must not be enough. Buzz. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the clouds and mist disappeared. The sad voice of Yuanshi Tianzuan sounded. When all things have their end, if they fail to become immortal, they will eventually disappear in time. Now, I'm just a remnant soul. Remnant soul? Jiang Chulong's heart was tightened. Just a remnant soul is so unpredictable. What about the heyday of Senior Tianzuan? Things are unpredictable. I didn't expect that a ring I threw away countless years ago would take root and sprout now. That's right. I want to take you as my disciple and teach you everything I know. What I want is also very simple. As long as you are strong enough, help me recover and come back. Girl, do you want to become stronger? Yuanshi Tianzuan's words were unquestionable and full of confidence. Do you want to become stronger? Do you want to become stronger? Jiang Chulong covered her chest. As if she took her hands away, her heart would be shaken out by these words. It must be very difficult to help Senior Tianzuan. At this moment, her mother's tombstone, her father's cold face, the prince's blood-stained dagger, and Aunt May's determination when she led the patrol guards away. She thought. Besides, she didn't know how to refuse. Well, I do. Speak louder. I can't hear you. I do. Good. Very spirited. Teacher, if I practice with you, one day, can I bring the dead back to life? Jiang Chulong's eyes were full of hope. Father always hated her because of my mother. What if she could bring my mother back to life? After hearing this, Yuanshi Tianzuan, that his classmate Li, fell into deep thought. Can it? At least now, he has never heard of any method that can bring people back to life. After he had a small world, he understood more and more that life was truly created by heaven and earth. Even if he was the master of the world, he could not create life out of thin air. Don't the emperors of Diyu in the past want to live forever? If there is such a method, why not let Emperor Taizu Wu be reborn? But he has a system. The system is beyond common sense. I don't know if he thought of this or couldn't bear to break her hope. Liamo nodded after all. Yes. Jiang Chulong was stunned as if struck by lightning when she heard this, and the flame of hope in her eyes burned brighter and brighter. She wanted to become stronger. I am really awesome. Looking at the girl opposite, he clenched his fists and cheered himself up. Student Li breathed a sigh of relief. It was not easy to scare a princess. Fortunately, as a senior bookworm, he has a wealth of knowledge. When it comes to bragging, no one can compare to those stinking novel writers. Princess Jiang should have been fooled. Teacher, hello, teacher. Thank you. The girl suddenly stood up and bowed deeply, her thin shoulders trembling slightly because of excitement. It's like a little white flower in the ruins. As long as it is illuminated by a glimmer of light, it will desperately grow towards the sun. Hiss! How come? Shaoli felt a little guilty in his heart. It hurts to fool such a girl. However, Princess Jiang, you really need some self-confidence. We are all white lies. Okay, I won't tell you any more secret things. Sometimes it's no good to know too much. You just need to practice with me seriously from today. In time, the Mirdiyu dynasty will only be able to crawl at your feet. Well, Jiang Chulong nodded her head earnestly. If this weird conversation was heard by outsiders, they would definitely think that both of them had problems with their brains. But after learning about the origin of teacher Tianzuan, Princess Jiang was already convinced. Then, teacher, what are you going to teach me first? Teach me something. Well, since you have never practiced martial arts before, start with the most basic qi and blood realm. Liam O lowered his gloomy, bubbling voice. A tall building starts from the ground. You still need to take it step by step. Although your sword bone is gone, it is precisely because of this that the potential of your innate sword embryo has been stimulated, making your foundation more solid. Hearing the praise, Jiang Chulong lowered her head shyly. I didn't expect that after hearing what the teacher said, the sword bone was dug out, but it was a good thing. Teacher, can I practice my own method? Huh? Liam O was slightly stunned. He thought for a long time about what kind of qi and blood realm martial arts to prepare for Jiang Chulong. Well, you said you should go your own way. Jiang Chulong stuttered. Student Li understood. Princess Jiang meant that although she had never learned martial arts, she had seen many swords during her stay in Tianshan Sword Manor, although they were all broken. There was an old man who guarded the sword tomb and often took her for a walk in the sword tomb. So, as if by instinct, she learned a martial art. It was just that her father did not allow her to practice, so she did not dare to practice. Read out the general outline for me to listen to. Well, it's relatively superficial. Please give me some advice, teacher. Jiang Chulong repeated what he had realized. The stuttering sound echoed in the world seed. Liam O became more and more silent as he listened. Is this sword-related martial art strong? Not strong. It is just a medium-level martial arts. For him, it is easy to find a similar one. But the key is that Princess Jiang has never practiced martial arts. She is self-taught. Is this a living hell? It takes decades to master a medium-level sword technique by yourself. Old teacher. Seeing that teacher Tianzuan was silent, Jiang Chulong thought that what he thought was too much shallow, so that the teacher was very dissatisfied. She said weakly, I can still improve. In the future, I can make this martial art more powerful. Little did she know, every word she said was like a sword piercing Li Mo's chest. There is no harm without comparison. She is a real harm and a critical hit. Fortunately, Xiao Li is not simple either. He is a man who lives with the red destiny ice cube every day. Well, not bad. Teacher, how come you are the same as me? Jiang Chulong was anxious. I was just deducing this martial art. Liam O coughed lightly, and after a little contemplation, his voice returned to calmness. Not bad. If you continue to practice like this, you should be able to meet my expectations. Great. I can practice martial arts. Jiang Chulong jumped happily, and she didn't stutter when she said this. But then, she looked at teacher Tianzuan, stuck out her tongue again, and sat down carefully. You're still relatively weak now. So what you have to do now is to make yourself better as soon as possible, strengthen your meridians, and lay a foundation for the future. Also, you lost your sword bone, your body is deficient, and you also need to restore your vitality. With a wave of his sleeves, 2 more jade bottles appeared on the table. They are all relatively mild pills that can replenish the body, including the Xiantian Biyuan pill he had taken before, and another bottle is the mildest healing pill. Although it cannot restore the body to its original state immediately, it is better in that it is gradual and has no hidden dangers. Thank you, Teacher Tianzuan. Jiang Chulong treasured the pill in her arms, patted it, and then breathed a sigh of relief with a happy smile on her lips. According to her hamster-like temperament, she probably wouldn't even want to throw away the bottle after eating the pill. At the same time, a reminder sounded beside his ears. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in Jiang Chulong and helped her recover. You have an investment feedback. Do you want to collect it now? Liam O didn't go to collect the reward for the time being. Instead, he looked at Jiang Chulong again. She was allowed to practice for the first time, and she seemed eager to try. 3 words were written in her gray pupils. Desire for knowledge. Liam O. A teacher teaches and explains. This stumped him. This thing can't be made up, right? If you have any doubts, you can ask first. But don't let me get you too ambitious. I'll answer you next time. Yes. When he opened his eyes, it was already dark outside, in Xiushui Pavilion. What should I do? It's a bit difficult for me to remember those questions. Liamo opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. Ask others with questions? Well, first exclude the master. While thinking, he went downstairs and walked into the kitchen. Before he got close, he smelled a burnt smell. Liamo subconsciously looked up, then fell silent, and his eyes began to be blank. The situation in the kitchen can be said to be quite tragic, because Bing Tuozi was cooking in front of the stove. I don't know what the lump in the pot is. Anyway, it's black and there's black smoke. It's just short of writing the words dark cuisine. Liamo seriously doubted whether he would roll his eyes and foam at the mouth after eating it. You're back. Bing Tuozi wiped his face. So, his flawless face was covered with a streak of gray like a kitten. Well, I'm still late. Liamo wanted to cry. Was Bing Tuozi able to survive like this when he was away? This was the first time that Bing Tuozi cooked properly. In line with the principle of not wasting, several dishes were finally served on the table. On the table, the several lumps of things on the plate gave people the illusion of exuding a devilish aura. So what did you make? As we all know, Shaoli is an excellent cook, but the dishes made by Bing Tuozi were indeed a bit beyond his scope. Tomato, scrambled eggs. Ying Bing wiped her face with a handkerchief and said coldly, "What about this?" Liamo was silent for a while and asked again, "Stir-fried pork with peppers." After Ying Bing finished speaking, she received a surprised look from Liamo. She could actually recognize it. Then this, 9-turn large intestine. She even answered first. Liamo took a breath of cold air. Did you do it on purpose or accidentally? He could only look away, unable to bear to look directly at her. Okay, well, you can cook for yourself. Haha, awesome. Have you been eating like this these days? I just cooked once today. Ying Bing said softly. Liamo? Question mark. So she didn't cook in the morning or in the evening, but chose the day I came back? This is a sure thing. She did it on purpose. That's right. Bing Tuozi would take the initiative to cook, which is like the sun rising from the west. You can't just look at the appearance of things. Maybe it just looks a little worse, but it will actually be unexpected. Ying Bing's red lips opened seriously. Let's not sublimate at this time. Liamo finally understood why Bing Tuozi made this table of dishes. She looked pure and clear, but she was still arrogant in her bones. Although she never said anything, it could be seen from her usual gestures. Bing Tuozi is not a person who is willing to be inferior to others. He wants to do everything perfectly, including cooking. But it is also said that when God opens a door for you, he must weld a window for you with cement. She is so beautiful that she can shock the world with her moves. If you don't eat it, it will get cold. Ying Bing spoke softly, blocking the excuse that Shaoli had just found. The lethality of this sentence is no less than delaying. Take the medicine. Okay, then I will sacrifice my life to accompany you today. Liamo nodded heavily, and with a heroic mood, he stretched out his chopsticks. The hand holding the dish trembled slightly. But maybe Ying Bing thought he was slow, so she grabbed a piece of 9-turn large intestine for him before he could grab the tomato scrambled eggs. As soon as he ate it, his mouth burst into a wonderful taste, as wonderful as his previous life. It was sour, bitter, and twisted, making people's heads numb. That smell was a shadow in life that could wake you up from a nightmare in the middle of the night. Why? Why are you crying? Grandma, did you remember the smell of Grandma? No, I saw her. Seeing a tear slip from the corner of Liamo's eyes, Ying Bing frowned. There were actually 2 reasons why she would cook by herself. First, she was a little bit unconvinced that she could not do something well. Second, asking Liamo for help meant that she owed him a favor, so she had to show some appreciation. So she studied it carefully these days. Take the stir-fried pork with chili peppers, for example. The recipe said that the stir-fried pork with chili peppers should be spicy enough, and it is best to let the fragrance explode as soon as it enters the mouth. So she went to Danding Peak and asked Elder Shui for a few bottles of black evilwood oil. This material is generally used when the temperature of alchemy is not enough and explosive fire is needed to burn impurities. Elder Shui said it was fine to eat, so she took it back and used it with confidence. Then she didn't quite understand the recipe, saying to add a spoonful. After all, it didn't say how big the spoon was, so she added it for 10 seconds. Isn't it delicious? Ying Bing picked up a piece of fried pork with peppers. Half an hour later, a new table of food was served. Looking at Bing Tuozi's already rosy lips, which became even more red, Liam Mo sighed. Actually, I didn't help you much. You don't have to cook for you. Yeah, eat quickly. Liam Mo rinsed his mouth and ate 2 more bites of the vegetables he had cooked, and then he felt alive. Ying Bing's eyes moved slightly, and she asked again, "How is she now?" "I left some healing supplements for Chulong, and I bought the house where she stayed. Don't worry about her daily life. I told the Murong family to send her things regularly." Ying Bing's jade face couldn't help but flash a strange color. She knew Jiang Chulong's personality. She was a girl with a closed heart and couldn't even speak clearly, "Mother." Jiang Chulong was willing to tell Li Mo his name. It seems that she gets along well with him. Watching Li Mo eat with big mouthfuls, Ying Bing's eyes calmed down again. If it was him, it's not a surprising thing. "Thank you. It's just a little effort." Li Mo coughed lightly and said solemnly, "We are so familiar with each other, there is no need to make such a small matter like this so serious and grand." After understanding Bing Tuozi's mental journey of cooking, classmate Li said, "Being serious is a good thing, but sometimes it is not necessary." Considering Bing Tuozi's personality, Li Mo said again, "If you really want to thank me, just do me a favor." "How to help?" "For example, discuss kendo with me?" There was no one else around Li Mo to ask. After thinking about it, there was only Bing Tuozi. There was no way. He really didn't know how to solve Jiang Chulong's doubts. "I don't know what's in that girl's little head. Discuss the way of sword with me." Ying Bing raised her eyes, her dark eyebrows slightly raised. Teaching and discussing are 2 different things. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there are only a handful of people who are qualified to discuss the way of sword with her. She once mastered a way of sword, which means that her understanding of the way of sword has touched the origin of the way of sword and stood at the top of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At least from Limo's previous talent in the way of sword, he was not qualified to discuss with her. In-depth discussion would do him harm rather than good. "Let me hear your questions first." I made a list. Liam grinned and took out a piece of paper from his arms. He was afraid that he would forget, so he wrote down all the questions. Ying Bing glanced at them. The light eyes suddenly settled down and slowly narrowed. These questions actually pointed directly to the root of the way of sword. Of course she could answer, but Liam could actually ask such a question. Asking questions also requires a certain level. The doubts in the minds of geniuses and mediocre people are completely different. Just like when someone's head is hit by an apple, he will ask why he is so unlucky today. The genius asks why the apple falls down instead of flying up to the sky. Ying Bing stared at Liam Mo, his ice mirror eyes reflecting the boy, as if he wanted to see flowers on Li Mo's face. His previous talent was obviously only strange, far from being a genius. Strange because Liam Mo is sometimes dull and sometimes enlightened. It can only be said that his easy enlightenment is different from ordinary people, not that his kendo talent itself is different from ordinary people. Did I underestimate him before? Ying Bing was a little unsure of the specific reason. "Is that all?" Liam Mo subconsciously tapped his cheek and nodded. "Well, that's all for now." Although Ying Bing was puzzled, he answered the questions on the paper from the most basic to the most complex. Sword skills and sword techniques are actually one thing, nothing more than precision, flexibility, and turning it into your own use. You have practiced a superior sword technique to perfection, which is in this category, and it is considered acceptable. However, for those who truly possess sword energy, sword momentum, sword intention, and swordsmanship, sword skills are ultimately just some experiences they have summed up when they are on the road to swordsmanship. Liam seemed to understand. He could only apply the mathematical and physical understanding of his previous life. If swordsmanship is compared to mathematics, then sword skills and sword techniques are formulas. For most people, the way to solve the problem is to use formulas. Where did the formula come from? It was summed up by those geniuses who really got to the source. Liam nodded and took out a pen and paper. Are you there? Well, I'll take a note. Liam smiled and wrote it down. It's still shallow now, and he's afraid he won't be able to remember it when it's deep later. Ying Bing suddenly felt a little confused. In her past and present lives, this was the first time that someone wrote while discussing. After all, these were not things that could be memorized by rote. Those who could understand them at once. After a pause, she spoke again. Sword chi, sword force, and sword intention are indeed three different paths, but they all lead to the same goal. Let's talk about sword chi first. In the Shang dynasty before the Liu dynasty, there was a great scholar who studied for a decade. He did not practice martial arts or swordsmanship, but only wrote poems and classics. After the decade, he was brought into the Golden Palace and criticized the dragon scales with his lips sparring and swordsmanship and cut off the fate of the Shang dynasty. This is to transform the full of scholarly spirit into sword chi. And sword force is about following the trend. The rising and setting of the sun and the moon are the trend of heaven and earth. The blooming and falling of flowers are the trend of nature, and the will of the people is the trend of people. Ying Bing gently poured a cup of tea to moisten her throat. Her appearance reminded Li Mo of the young and beautiful teacher in his previous life. Usually silent, but once in class, he has a kind of divine temperament of being confident and mastering the truth. Of course, Li Mo not only took notes seriously, but also kept writing. Half an hour later, 7 or 8 pieces of paper with wet ink were spread out on the table, and Xiao Li licked the tip of the pen with satisfaction. As long as he memorized all of these, then he is so powerful. Princess Jiang, a mere little girl, will definitely take her down. Just when Li Mo was feeling proud, Ying Bing's questioning voice came. Do you understand what I just said? As a genius who can ask these questions, she should have understood most of it by now. Understand. Li Mo nodded confidently. Then tell me your opinion. Ying Bing's eyes, like the wind and snow, looked directly into Li Mo's eyes, waiting for good news. Bah. Li Mo's expression froze, his smile gradually disappeared, and he fell into deep thought. Was I a little carried away by my pride just now? Why didn't I expect Bing Tuozi to take the test? Oh yes, it was a discussion. Bing Tuozi talked for a long time. He couldn't just say nothing. But to be honest, he was really confused. There's a big difference between practicing hammer and practicing sword. After all, have you ever heard of a blacksmith who worked for a century and then killed a tyrant with a hammer in the court? I noticed a trace of doubt in Bing Tuozi's eyes. Xiao Li's CPU was running fast. Ying Bing really didn't understand. Just let him talk about his own views. It shouldn't be so difficult for so long, right? Or, at this time, Li Mo, who had been pondering, finally spoke and smiled apologetically. Sorry, I just thought too deeply. In my opinion, Ying Bing, you don't have to make it so complicated. The so-called swordsman has only 3 realms. One is limited to skills. There is a sword in the hand, but no sword in the heart. When a man is angry, blood splashes 5 steps. The second is no sword in the hand, but the sword is in the heart. What you practice is the unity of man and sword, and you can use everything as a sword. The third is no sword in the hand and no sword in the heart. At that time, your existence is the way of sword. The tone fell indifferently. The young man who talked eloquently seemed to not care about other people's evaluation at all, but just said the way of sword that he understood. The jade girl drinking tea opposite had an expression like ice and snow melting, and there was a hint of emotion. After a long time, she opened her lips and said, Good, you taught me well. No, you are right. The truth is to simplify. It is the truth to simplify. No. Li Mo smiled and wiped the sweat in his heart. Fortunately, I read novels secretly in class before, and I was caught by the teacher at that time. He said that he would have no future. Isn't this just in use? Seeing Bing Tuozi's expression and vaguely showing signs of asking another question, Shaoli asked first, "If I only practice sword skills, can I get in touch with the way of swordsmanship?" Hearing this, Ying Bing pondered and nodded after thinking. Yes, but it's not. If it is, Liamo thought that Bing Tuozi didn't seem like a riddle man. Skills are close to the way. This is indeed possible in theory. But there are so many swordsmanship in the world, and ordinary people can only learn a small part of it in their lifetime. You will die of old age before you can do it, so no one can do it. Unless... Forget it, don't think too much about this. It's meaningless. What Ying Bing wanted to say just now was that only the legendary immortals can live as long as the heaven and earth, and have enough time to achieve skills or close to the way. But the existence of immortals is itself more elusive than skills are close to the way. I see. Liamo took a deep breath and suppressed the strangeness in his heart. It's late at night. Thank you for helping me solve my doubts today. I'm going to rest first. With that, Liamo got up and left without taking a cloud with him. He didn't even mention washing the dishes after dinner. Liamo's back left. A leaf fell into the tea bowl in front of the girl, causing the tea soup reflecting her beautiful face to ripple. The more they get along, the more they feel that he is different from the last life. From being ordinary at the beginning to being unignorable now. Today, Liamo is much closer to the world she lives in, and has almost stepped in with half a foot. Of course, her strongest point is not kendo, but relying on this kendo talent, he can already stand by her side. Compared with Jiang Chulong, Ying Bing just thought about it and shook his head silently. Jiang Chulong was born with a sword fetus and once had a sword bone. They are not from the same starting line and cannot be compared. Tip: 1 month is coming, and the system will announce the comparison results in 7 days. At that time, the system will rank all the talented warriors in the East Wilderness. The punishment for the loser has been determined. Penalty conditions: sleeping in the same bed with the person who beats you for at least 1 month. Ying Bing didn't even look at the so-called punishment. Now she has 20 meridians in the Qi and Blood realm. After 7 days, she has completely achieved the Qi and blood circulation and can enter the inner breath realm. In 1 month of inner breath, 24 meridians are connected, which is unprecedented in the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the inner breath realm, she has the 9-colored Yuan Huang Xiapa, can use the power of Tying, and has the vision and martial arts accumulation of a 9 heavens. Among her peers, she can't think of anyone who can beat her. Just when Bing Tuozi didn't know how to lose. In the room, Liamo polished what he had just copied and added his summary at the end. After doing all this, he looked at the paper, and 4 words still rang in his mind. Skills are close to the way. For others, this may be a dead end with no end in sight. The night breeze was gentle, and the candlelight flickered slightly in Liamo's pupils. After staying with Princess Xiao Jiang and Bing Tuozi for a long time, he knew deeply. Those who are destined by heaven all have extraordinary talents and do not take ordinary roads. Ordinary roads are too long. But for an ordinary person like him, it is the only way out. The difference is, because of the existence of martial arts perception, he can ride a rocket forward on this ordinary road. In the future, if I have more martial arts perception, I will invest in kendo. Liamo's thoughts surged in his heart. Needless to say, hammering is a major skill. Besides hammering, there are body skills, mind skills, and horizontal training. Only after reaching the peak of the current realm in these aspects can you consider swordsmanship. After all, the 2 girls of destiny around him are both geniuses in swordsmanship. If you don't learn this, it will be a waste. And if you're always a rookie in swordsmanship, it will be difficult to get along with them. Speaking of martial arts insights, how much do I have now? Liamo checked. The balance of martial arts insights, 71 years. For hammering, it's a lot. For swordsmanship, it's too little. This is a story of mixed joy and sorrow. After thinking for a while, Liamo decided, let's open the prize first. Investing in Princess Jiang and discussing with Ying Bing just now have brought him a reward. I'm not a genius in swordsmanship, but just a porter of truth. They make a few 100 million points of difference from the middle. Congratulations to the host, discussing with Ying Bing and summarizing his sword theory. Investment feedback, 60 years of martial arts enlightenment. Congratulations to the host, helping Jiang Chulong recover his body and repair his foundation. Investment feedback, a bottle of Earth Vein Spirit Milk, 10,000 years old. 10,000 years Earth Vein Spirit Milk. Taking one drop can make ordinary people live 20 years longer, and from then on they will be immune to all poisons, no longer have the trouble of illness, and their strength will increase greatly. It is the material for refining longevity pills, and it is also a holy product for tempering qi in blood. Bing Tuozi is Bing Tuozi. Martial arts enlightenment. Once it explodes, it lasts for 60 years. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, many ordinary people can't even live to the age of 60. Princess Jiang didn't let him down. 10,000 years of Earth Vein Spirit Milk is something Li Mo has never heard of. Maybe it has appeared in the East Wilderness, but it should be a rare treasure that rarely spreads. After all, whoever gets the thing that prolongs life will basically use it for himself. Which of the two is more precious? Li Mo thinks that, in terms of the definition of the system, they are similar. Ying Bing's destiny level is higher, but the discussion just now is actually not very helpful to her. It can only be said that it is better than nothing. The elixir he invested in can help Jiang Chulong recover from injuries and repair his foundation. 10,000 years of Earth Vein Spirit Milk. I am worried that the speed of condensing meridians is getting slower and slower. Ordinary Earth Vein Spirit Milk has little effect on me. Li Mo didn't expect it. After the 24 meridians, condensing meridians is simply hellish. Even if you keep the unity of heaven and man at all times, the speed is no different from a turtle crawling. If this Xianpin immortal body appeared on other people, it would be a pitfall. It takes many years to break through the qi and blood realm. Li Mo opened the jade bottle, and the pure Earth Vein essence came to his nose. Avoid damaging the room. He went out in the dark and came to the waterfall not far from Qiushui Pavilion. First, he dug a pool the size of a bathtub, filled it with water, and then poured a drop of the 10,000-year-old Earth Vein Spirit Milk into it. Then he picked up the bottle again. Take a sip. System product, it must be a fine product. 99% rare. For external use and internal use, the little strength came up in an instant. I hope my inner breath realm is worthy of this difficulty. Li Mo stepped into the pool. The next day, in the World Seed, the so-called sword art is nothing more than 3 realms. The first realm is sword skills and sword techniques. Master Yuan Shutianzuan is giving a lecture. Jiang Chulong is still wearing the ragged clothes, but they have been washed clean and there is no dirt on her little face. She sits at the table obediently, with her 2 little hands folded together, and her gray eyes are full of light. Our master, Tianzuan, focuses on a vivid and colorful one. Not only does he tell the story, but he also tells it with sound and form. Mao PPT. The second level is that there is no sword in the hand, but there is a sword in the heart. There is sword energy in the chest, sword intention in the heart, and with the help of the great trend of heaven and earth, then a blade of grass can cut off all the sun, moon, and stars. The voice is shocking. In the plainness, there is endless domineering. A blade of grass cuts off all the sun, moon, and stars. Jiang Chulong opened her mouth slightly. According to historical records, 2 of the 3 suns in the sky were transformed by the ancestors of the emperors of the Yu dynasty, including the Taizu Wudi of Dayu. They are all powerful people who suppress the world and prove to be invincible. They can be cut off by small grass. This is too much beyond her imagination. The teacher seemed to notice the doubt in her eyes and chuckled. With a casual move, the grass leaves that came from nowhere were clamped on his fingertips. With a light wave, endless sword energy tore through the sky. The shocking sword intent destroyed the galaxy. Every bit of it wiped out everything. The sword intent, sword energy, and sword force were all reflected in Jiang Chulong's gray eyes. Even Li Mo didn't notice it, including herself. In her heart, something was growing wildly like weeds. As for this third level, after an incense stick, the Tianzuan Sword Dao class ended. I believe that with your understanding, you should have understood it all. Yeah, the teacher is so awesome. Jiang Chulong clapped her hands, her dirty little face full of admiration. She didn't know what to call the things she was originally confused about, but they turned out to be called sword energy, sword force, and sword intent. But grass and trees cut the stars? Even she had never imagined that those things could do this. But since the teacher said it was possible, it must be possible. Now it's just that she is too weak, and her understanding of swordsmanship is not deep enough. Ziyang City. A blade of grass can cut off the sun, moon, and stars. Nijiao Lane. The calm and domineering words echoed in her ears. Jiang Chulong woke up faintly, and the sword intent in the sky seemed to still not dissipate from her eyes. She smeared mud on her face again and wrapped rags in front of her eyes, picked up the dead branches on the ground, and practiced in the courtyard. She wanted to become stronger. For her mother, in order not to disappoint the teacher. Swish! Her thin arms were holding the rugged, dead branches, but her face was full of seriousness. Others thought she was a little beggar playing around. However, the weeds and leaves in the dilapidated yard moved without wind at this time. Qingyuan sect. Liamo looked at the martial arts rewards that had just arrived in the system and couldn't help but ponder. What did she realize? If I ask, will Yuan Shi Tianzuan look like a loser? Well, next time I'll just say it's a test. Liamo praised his wit again. It's not easy to be a middleman. Look, Princess Jiang asked again, and wrote down 3 pages of paper. Just as Liamo was looking for Bing Tuozi in the yard, a woman stuck her head out from the wall of Qiushui Pavilion and looked inside carefully. Master, who else could it be but Shang Wu? My dear disciple, you're back. Fortunately, you met me first. Still staying here, you're going to die. Shang Wu lowered her voice, her almond eyes full of alertness. Liamo was confused. No time to explain. Xiao Binger has recently become obsessed with cooking. Follow me. Shang Wu was very serious. Liamo, guess when I came back? I said I hadn't seen my master in the past 2 days. So the saying goes, there's always someone who can defeat someone else. The master who is fearless will also be cautious sometimes. Master, you are still late. I have been back for a few days. Did you eat? Shang Wu was stunned for a moment, watching his beloved disciple nod with a melancholy face, and then he put his hands behind his back and sighed to the sky. The Qiushui Pavilion became quiet. They looked at each other in silence. Today's wind is suddenly a little noisy. Seeing the beautiful master covering her mouth and her almond eyes fluctuating strongly, Xiao Li's feeling is not so wonderful. I always feel that her eyes are very rude. I remember when he was a child, he was competing with his friends and said, "My brother dares to eat poop," without thinking, and the children opposite him had a similar look. Master, in fact, if the dishes cooked by Ying Bing are not bad, then they're still good. I understand. You don't need to say more. You are back and alive. It is a double happiness. If one of us passes away, it will all be in the wine. Shang Wu uncorked the small gourd and drank 2 sips in celebration. Then he stuffed the small gourd into Limo's hand and patted his shoulder heavily. Good job. So how did things develop to the point where we both drank one? The crisis was resolved. Shang Wu happily lay back in the rocking chair, her almond eyes narrowed. The sun was very strong today, and as soon as she lay down, the sunlight outlined a picture scroll. There is a poem, looking from the side, it is a mountain, and looking from the side, it is a peak. Seeing Liamo was about to go out, she turned her head again and asked sleepily, "By the way, dear disciple, what are we going to eat tonight? It means that since you're going out anyway, I have to order food." Liamo couldn't help grinning. "Eat leftovers. You know, the Jiufeng martial art contest is coming soon, and I'm busy practicing." I didn't finish eating that day. There were still some Jiuzhuan large intestine and chili fried pork. Exclamation point. Seeing that his master was no longer sleepy, Liamo held back his smile and slipped away. As his footsteps went away, Shang Wu glanced at the water tank. The place where the vegetable basket was originally placed was empty, and then he spat softly. Traitor. At the same time, External Affairs Hall. Verified. Intersect disciple Shao Qin. Hunt down a perfect Qi and Blood Realm criminal, and reward 1,000 contribution points. After carefully checking the token, the deacon of the External Affairs Hall smiled and nodded to the young man opposite. Just after entering the intersect, he was able to kill a perfect Qi and Blood Realm criminal in actual combat, which shows that the disciple in front of him is a good seedling. Many of the disciples who came to hand in their tasks also cast concerned eyes at him. The rewards for the criminal hunting mission are rich, but the failure rate is also high, and there's a great risk. Therefore, not many disciples accept this kind of mission. A considerable number of them are also for self-improvement. 1,000 contribution points. May I ask the deacon, how many contribution points are required for the rare treasures that are beneficial to the soul? However, Shao Qin's face was not very happy. The soul of the soul. The inner door deacon was stunned for a moment, shook his head, and said, I can tell you that there is no less than 30,000 contribution points without checking. Those are things that will only be used in the God-observing realm. It's too early for you to contact them now, so don't be too ambitious. I suggest that you exchange some healing items first to avoid leaving hidden injuries. The inner door deacon had a good impression of him, so he said a few more words. Thank you. Shao Qin bowed his hands to express his gratitude and could not help but sigh. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. When he went down the mountain to do the task, he also asked for similar items, but either there were none or the price was completely beyond his imagination. It was indeed more cost-effective to exchange them with contribution points at the mountain gate, but it was still beyond his ability to bear. Don't worry, kid. I'm just a little weak, not to the point of dissipation. The voice of Qianxing Wuzun sounded, but it was much weaker than before. It's all my fault. I didn't pay attention for a while. Shao Qin looked guilty. When arresting the murderer, he didn't find out the other party's information and didn't know that the other party had accomplices and ended up being surrounded. As a result, Master consumed a lot of his soul in order to save him. Everyone has a time when they are young. You have done this in your first life and death battle. It is already precious. You have already perfected your qi and blood, but unfortunately, I am unable to refine the tiger tendon condensing qi pill for you. Although Qianxing Wuzun was weak, his tone was full of relief. The Jiufeng martial arts competition is coming soon. Shao Qin wanted to break through the inner breath realm before this and get a good ranking. But he didn't expect to encounter such a change. Senior brother Shao, you are here too. He just walked out the door. Suddenly someone called him, and Shao Qin subconsciously turned around. It was Lian Mo, who had not known when. Here she is, smiling at him. Junior brother Li, are you here to hand a mission as well? Yes, I also took on a mission to catch a murderer. Lian Mo nodded, and could see that Shao Qin had been in battle not long ago, and some of his injuries had not yet fully healed. After 3 days of separation, you can see him with new eyes. Shao Qin couldn't help but sigh. Looking at junior brother Li's appearance, it was clear that he had completed the mission easily. You know, the mission of catching a murderer is heavy, and the target of pursuit is at least in the perfect qi and blood realm. Those below this level are handled by the local government and will not be reported to Qingyuan's sect. Recalling the first time they met, junior brother Li had just opened his meridians, but now he can easily kill a perfect qi and blood realm. I was lucky the murderer was injured, and his strength was at most 60% to 70%. I see. Hearing Lian Mo say this, Shao Qin was slightly relieved. By the way, senior brother Shao, I went to look for you yesterday. What's the matter, junior brother Li? Just tell me as long as I can do it. I got something by chance, but I don't know its specific effect. Senior brother Shao, you are famous for your erudition, so I would like you to identify it. Lian Mo said, reaching into his sleeve. He took out a piece of wood that looked like wood but not wood, and stone but not stone, and handed it to Shao Qin. I'm afraid. Shao Qin smiled bitterly. Usually, he would ask his master if he didn't know something. But after his master had just spoken to him for a few words, he fell into a deep sleep. It's the Shanine, soul-nourishing wood. The old voice suddenly sounded in his heart, and he was actually a little excited. Isn't the master in hibernation? Why did he suddenly seem to be awake? But then, he heard Qinqing Wuzuan speak faster. This is a rare and precious item for nurturing the mind and soul. It requires a rare spiritual wood that is struck by lightning and sinks into the water veins. It is nurtured for many years, and then it becomes petrified wood and jade. Many strong men have no hope of breaking through the realm, so they will use this wood as a coffin to seal their bodies and nurture their mind and soul, waiting for the next era to break through the seal. This piece of Shanine nurturing soul wood has reached the stage of petrified wood. Xiao Qin understood. Master meant that this item was very precious and would be of great use to him. I want it, but this is Junior Brother Li's thing. Xiao Qin took a deep breath and said solemnly, Junior Brother, this is Shanine nurturing soul wood, which is a thing for nurturing the mind and soul, and it is very precious. You must keep it well. It will be of great use when you reach the realm of observing the gods in the future. Harm, old Xiao, if you just said this thing is worthless, I would just throw it to you. However, that wouldn't be him anymore. Liamo could only ask again. Since it is used in the realm of observing the spirit and nourishing the soul, why do I see that Senior Brother Xiao is a little interested? To be honest, I do need something similar. Xiao Qin scratched his head awkwardly. The master is now scolding him as a traitor in his heart. Liamo pondered for a moment. Why don't I lend it to you first? This. Seeing Liamo's casual expression, Xiao Qin thought he didn't know the value of this thing. Junior Brother Li, this thing is useful for the realm of observing the spirit and even higher realms. It is an extremely precious treasure. Qinqing Wu Zun. If this thing is given to him, his soul will be enough to recover 30% of its peak period. But the apprentice is too upright. Alas, it's also a good thing. If Xiao Qin really has a problem with his character, he won't regard him as his successor. Liamo smiled helplessly. These days, you have to rack your brains to give people benefits. Giving gifts is a science, right? Then this thing is useless to me in the short term. Indeed. Xiao Qin's expression stagnated and nodded. Liamo said again, Do you want it? Of course. Xiao Qin nodded blankly. Then the only value of this thing for me, at present, is to help my friends? That's right. Xiao Qin thought about it, and felt that what Liamo said made sense, and he couldn't refute it. Liamo continued to persuade. Then, are we good friends? Of course. Xiao Qin immediately said seriously. Then it will be no problem? Take it. Liamo smiled and slapped the Shanine soul nurturing wood into his hand. Xiao Qin opened his mouth. Is that so? It always feels weird, but he can't tell what's wrong. Qinqing Wu Zun was also very strange at this time. He was old and cunning, so he naturally saw that his apprentice was led into a ditch by this kid, surnamed Li. But in his 2 lives, this was the first time he saw someone lead someone into a ditch to give him benefits. Speaking of cheating, he was a good person. It's ridiculous. Okay, Senior Brother Xiao will be able to achieve something in the future. Then this kind of thing will be precious. I'll go in hand in the task first. After that, Liamo said no more. As if afraid that Xiao Qin would return the things to him, he turned and left. No wonder everyone in the sect says that Junior Brother Li is upright and has the style of Ing. Compared to him, what kind of upright person am I? Xiao Qin watched the handsome back leave, and for a moment he felt mixed emotions. He felt that he owed Brother Li a favor, and now he owed more. But Junior Brother Li said so. He really couldn't refuse. Besides, Master really needed this thing urgently. You still miss me. In his mind, Qinqing Wu Zun snorted. Master, I don't have any other intentions. Xiao Qin was a little embarrassed. Okay, I know your character. If not, I wouldn't trust you with my life and death. Qinqing Wu Zun was not really angry. Instead, he continued, That kid Li is indeed a person worth making friends with, and he is also very extraordinary. You should work harder and see if you can catch up with him. Xiao Qin was about to nod, but he was stunned. Catch up with Junior Brother Li? He can be said to have broken and then established dispersed his power and recultivated, and now he has reached the perfection of the 12 meridians in the Qi and blood realm. Junior brother Li can't have condensed his inner breath, right? Seeing what the silly disciple was thinking, Qianqing Wuzuan said, "It's more amazing than you think. Although he hasn't condensed his inner breath, he has walked a much longer road in the Qi and blood realm than you. I don't know how many meridians he has, but it must be far more than 12 meridians." Qianqing Wuzuan was once a giant after all. Now only the soul is left, and the perception is far beyond that of ordinary people. More than 12 meridians? Xiao Qin was touched by the blind spot of knowledge, and was somewhat unbelievable. When it comes to martial arts, you are still a frog in the well. Everyone has only 12 main meridians. But some people are born with the fortune of heaven and earth, and their foundation is far beyond ordinary people. I once had 15 main meridians, far beyond the same realm. The voice of Qianqing Wuzuan was light and proud. As soon as he finished speaking, in the Foreign Affairs Hall, the voice of the deacon just now came. Verified. True disciple Li Mo. Hunt down a criminal in the inner breath and condense the state, and reward 5,000 contribution points. Inner breath and condense the state. Xiao Qin was shocked and widened his eyes. He was still a little happy because he was about to break through the inner breath state. Junior brother Li, he can already kill the thugs in the condense the state? So terrifying. Well, as expected, he is probably as good as I was back then. In that case, Ying Bing is even more exaggerated. No wonder she is still in the Qi and blood realm. Qianqing Wuzuan said solemnly. Then how can I catch up with junior brother Li? Xiao Qin suddenly felt a little powerless. He had a teacher to teach him, but he was still so far behind. Wouldn't he be left further and further behind in the future? Innateness is important, but before the world is settled, who says that we can't catch up later? Qianqing Wuzuan wanted to put pressure on his apprentice, not to make him lose his enterprising spirit. So he spoke like a prophet. What I am proud of is not the 15 main meridians, but the Qianqing Ju. When you reach the realm of observing the spirit, you will naturally know the mystery. Yes, Xiao Qin clenched his fists and rekindled his fighting spirit. If he couldn't even catch up with junior brother Li in the future, what could he do to repay him? Inside the Foreign Affairs Hall, blood-slashing internal energy? Is this the true teaching? Don't think that junior brotherly is a good man, just because he is a good person. Why is senior brotherly so strong? You forgot that his master is Elder Shangwu. Then I can understand. Greeted a few familiar disciples. Student Li was very happy. It was not because of the 5,000 contribution points that had just arrived, but because of the prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in a piece of Xiao Qin Shinin Yang Unwood. Investment feedback, a Xian weapon embryo. Xian weapon embryo. Based on a weapon template provided by the host, a similar top-grade Xian weapon can be generated. Although Student Li was reluctant to mention it, he had to admit it. He is now in need of a handy hammer. With his current realm, he can't even pick up the magic weapon, let alone use it. Even if the body is strong enough and the world power is used, it can only be used as a killer. With this mysterious weapon embryo, you can use the Pangaea meteorite hammer as a template to make a replica. Li Zhenchuan, do you need to exchange anything? The inner door steward saw that he had been standing here and thought he was trying to exchange something. Yes, I need some exotic beast meat. Li Mo came back to his senses and nodded. Oh. The inner door steward was a little surprised, but then he said, although the effect of exotic beast meat is not as good as elixir, it is solid and has no redundant elixir poison. It seems that Li Zhenchuan has considered it for the long term. Do you need to condense qi and blood, or strengthen the body, or break through the realm? I want something delicious. Question mark. That's all. Sorry for the trouble. Well, I suggest that you should eat the things you picked while they are fresh and not store them for too long. Oh, Deacon, you have the same opinion? It seems that you are a fellow traveler. No, I'll go back to cook first. Let's have hot pot together when we have time. Li Mo bowed to the deacon. So, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Student Li walked out of the External Affairs Hall leisurely with 2 baskets of exotic beast meat. "Brother, how do you know which exotic beasts are delicious?" An outer door deacon seemed to be thinking. The inner door deacon, who had just given Liemo a lot of recommendations, said with a gloomy look, "You have a lot of questions today." Xiao Shui Pavilion. When Liemo returned, it was already noon. There was not much time, but he was skilled, and Bing Tuozi had not returned yet, and there was only Shang Wu in the pavilion. After feeding his master, he went to the waterfall again. Mysterious weapon embryo. Liemo looked at the soft metal ball in his palm, which was like a slime. Weapons were copied according to the template, and they must be top-grade mysterious weapons. If the Ponja meteor hammer was used as a template, it would probably be the ultimate weakened version. Probably like the Qi Shao sword to the Burning Sky sword, but it should be more powerful than the Qi Shao sword. I heard from others that the Qi Shao sword is the top grade among the mysterious weapons. Thinking of this, Liemo took out the Qi Shao sword and walked behind the waterfall. Fire crane, 1,000 feathers. He drew his sword against the thick rock wall. The swordsmanship of the transformation realm, combined with the mysterious weapons, was outstanding. It was like cutting tofu, and the cut stones were directly collected by him into the small world, and a cave was soon chiseled out. "Ooh, I am much stronger than the first time I blessed the world seed. After taking it out, I should have enough strength to take it back." Liemo took a deep breath. There was no way. The changes to the body in the small world could not affect the outside world. He could not practice with the Ponja meteorite hammer in the world seed. He could only take it out. Buzz! The air around him vibrated. At this moment, the power of hatred reappeared. Compared with the first blessing, Liemo was much more skilled. The hole he dug was suddenly filled with the sharp aura of killing, and the granite wall was covered with swords and knives. Without wasting a moment, he immediately took out the Ponja meteorite hammer. Holding the magic weapon again, he felt a strong throbbing in his heart. Instinct made him eager to vent the power of the wild. But Liemo held back. Reason told him that it would be hard for him to bear the consequences of swinging the hammer. He gently placed the hammer on the ground, and then removed the blessing of the world seed. Ooh, Liemo was sweating all over and let out a long breath. He felt weak all over, but it was better than fainting last time. Buzz! The Ponja meteorite hammer vibrated twice, like a child, very excited to come out and have fun. Once excited, it wanted to hit something. Liemo wiped his sweat and said, "Be good. We have to be a quality magic weapon. Quality magic weapons cannot be used easily. Not to mention hurting people. It is not good to hurt flowers and plants." Buzz! The Ponja meteorite hammer responded with a short vibration. As Liemo's realm deepened, the area of the small world became larger and larger. Except for the lack of living creatures, it was much more comfortable than the bottom of the Shinfeng cave. "Don't move." Liemo nodded with satisfaction. After saying that, he covered the Ying Bing instrument embryo on the Ponja meteorite hammer. Buzz! The mercury-like metal liquid wrapped the entire hammer and began to vibrate violently. The Ying Bing instrument embryo was simulating the appearance, charm, and breath of the Ponja meteorite hammer bit by bit. Of course, the upper limit is the Ying Bing. "I hope you won't let me down." Liemo looked at it for a while, and then sat down cross-legged. He hadn't practiced the jibing ludi for a long time. Now that he can take out the Ying Bing and put it back, tempering the body will naturally be an indispensable part of every day in the future. The hammer method has extremely high requirements for the body and blood. Unconsciously, the sunlight outside the window dimmed. A figure walked out from behind the waterfall. The water from the waterfall poured down, and white smoke rose from his body. He looked like a newly forged weapon. After becoming the master of the divine weapon, he practiced with the Ponja meteorite hammer, and his progress was visible to the naked eye. His body was already moving towards the next level, but after blessing the world seeds twice, he was very tired. Fortunately, I cooked dinner at noon. Student Lee breathed a sigh of relief. He did not stop and dripped the 10,000-year earth vein spirit milk into the pool. After lying in it, he was wrapped by the earth vein essence, and the fatigue of his body was relieved. He started to practice the fire heart lotus method. Liu had time to take out the hammer he had just copied and look at it carefully. The appearance is not much different from the Panja meteorite hammer. The aura is also quite similar, but it is much weaker. Panja meteorite hammer youth mini version? Student Lee felt that the name was a bit too long. On second thought, isn't this the son of Panja meteorite hammer? From now on, I'll call you Xingzichu. 5 days pass quickly. Student Lee has been very busy recently. I have to practice martial arts, refine my body, and polish my blood. I also have to find time to feed Bing Tuozi and the beautiful master of Chioshui Pavilion. At night, I can't rest either. I have to satisfy the diligent Princess Jiang. From time to time, I have to have in-depth exchanges with Bing Tuozi about kendo. My mother is simply a master of time management. That evening, Liu dragged his tired body back to Chioshui Pavilion again. He poured a pot of water and drank it. He sat down at the stone table and sighed. I don't want to move. I really don't want to cook today. People are iron, and food is steel. My dear apprentice, you are so tired. How can you not eat? Shang Wu held his chin with one hand and said righteously. Liu glanced at her. Then how about you, master? Shang Wu raised his chin and said proudly. Master knows nothing about cooking. So what are you proud of? At this time, a certain ice-cold guy spoke. Then why don't I go? No need. X2-inch. The master and the apprentice said in unison. Shang Wu sat up in shock from his dying illness, and Li Mo's fatigue was instantly swept away, and he rushed into the kitchen in a flash. The wind shadow step finally came in handy. Xiao Binger, didn't you practice in the ice and fire pool all day today? You should have a good rest. Shang Wu was afraid that she would be upset. Ying Bing, who was sitting quietly drinking tea, frowned slightly. I mean, you can go to the canteen of the Internal Affairs Hall and ask someone to send some food. The highest alarm of Chioshui Pavilion was lifted. Shang Wu breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Ying Bing for a while, and suddenly found something wrong, and said in surprise, Xiao Binger, the qi and blood in your body have been integrated. Are you about to break through? She was talking about the Great Realm. Ying Bing nodded slightly. Her jade-like face did not seem to fluctuate much, and her tone was as light as the tea in her cup. Tonight, many warriors are trapped in the inner breath realm for their entire lives and cannot enter. But she will not encounter any bottlenecks on the road she has walked in her previous life. It's nothing more than the 24 meridians qi and blood circulation, and breaking through the inner breath realm with the power of tying. For her, it's just a little insignificant progress, not worth mentioning. The reason why she broke through tonight is to be on the safe side. In the system ranking, she must be the top. My dear disciple has been very tired recently, not coming home every day. I don't know what he is busy with. Shang Wu muttered as she looked at the busy figure in the kitchen. Master knows nothing about the progress of Shaoli. He should be practicing sword. Ying Bing retracted her gaze. These days, she is more and more sure that it was not a coincidence that Li Mo asked those questions last time. Because every day, Li Mo would ask new questions about the way of swordsmanship, and many of them were extensions and in-depth questions of yesterday. What does this mean? It means that he did not slack off. After the discussion, he practiced and studied hard. So, he would go out early and come back late every day. He works so hard. Shang Wu blinked, a little confused. He works very hard. The beautiful eyes reflected in the teacup flashed a trace of appreciation. If you ask her, what did she rely on to ascend to the 9th heaven in her last life? A heaven-defying physique? Unparalleled talent? No, for those who are truly qualified to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, those are just icing on the cake. Only persistence. This is the most easily obtained and most easily lost precious treasure for everyone who goes upstream in the long river of martial arts. Then he has made great progress recently. Shang Wu's face flushed, and his almond eyes shone as he said, Then this time at the Jufeng martial arts, my Kun Yufeng has also reached a time when people will look at us with new eyes. In fact, it is not quite accurate to say that people will look at us with new eyes. Kun Yufeng simply did not participate in many years. Shang Wu has been coveting the rewards of the Jufeng martial arts for a long time. According to the ranking of the disciples in the martial arts, the sect will give quite generous resource rewards, including but not limited to martial arts, elixirs, rare treasures. I wonder what kind of reward will be given to the champion of this martial arts competition. Shang Wu thought more and more outrageous. The champion of the martial arts competition is the current chief of Qingyuan's sect. The reward is even more exaggerated. Reward. Ying Bing added a cup of tea, and his thoughts drifted far away. He could not remember the other rewards clearly, but there was one item that was given to the top 3 in every martial arts competition. That was the qualification to choose a unique martial art. Thinking of this, Ying Bing gently stroked the Tianshuang sword. The first owner of the Tianshuang sword, his swordsmanship was among the unique martial arts, and the same was true for the Qi Shao sword. The two unique swordsmanship complemented each other, resonated, and confirmed each other. To be precise, this is actually one swordsmanship. Sun and moon crossing sword art comes from Tianshan sword manner. This was originally a martial art that allowed two people to communicate with each other through swords and make progress together. Many people in the Qingyuan sect have tried to reproduce the power of the two swords combined, but they all failed. The root cause is that they are all missing the point. It's almost time to eat. Come and help. At this time, the voice of Chef Li came from the kitchen. Ying Bing put down Tian Shuang and walked into the kitchen. We're having hot pot tonight. The base of the pot has been prepared. Liamo is facing the door and cutting the side dishes. Liamo, by the way, you don't eat chili peppers recently, do you? Liamo was very focused and didn't even turn his head. No, what's your current state? Ying Bing asked. Liamo was silent for a while, and then asked tentatively. The peak of the late stage of Qi and Blood Realm. Ying Bing, ? You said Qi and Blood Realm perfection, isn't it? Where do so many suffixes come from? In fact, Shaoli also has his own difficulties. Others have only 12 meridians in Qi and Blood Realm perfection, but he has opened up 35 main meridians now. Obviously, this cannot be generalized with the normal Qi and Blood Realm perfection. Then I won't put chili in it. Let's have a clear soup pot tonight. Liamo was also a little curious and asked, How is your progress? I will be able to breathe tonight. Let's add some chili. It's not hot pot without chili. Ying Bing's tone was light, but it seemed to be a done deal, without any consideration of failure to break through. Student Li was not surprised by this answer. It was just the normal performance of Bing Tuozi. Sure enough, you won't stay in the inner breath realm for too long. How are you preparing for the Jiufeng martial arts? I'll put more garlic. I'm happy to eat garlic. I will win the Jiufeng martial arts. You can make yourself a garlic dish. The picture was a little weird. The shocking information was mixed with topics, such as whether to add chili or garlic to hot pot. The two parties didn't feel any sense of disobedience. You have made great progress recently. Ying Bing spoke softly and wrapped the minced garlic in a small bowl with the glow of the clouds. Compared to you, it's nothing. As a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, Shaoli has always upheld the traditional virtue of modesty. Don't be modest. I can feel your progress. Ying Bing's eyes reflected Li Mo's busy back, whispered, Except for me, your swordsmanship is second to none among your peers, and you have a chance to compete for a ranking. Li Mo paused, then smiled and said indifferently, Why compete for those? You don't want to meet me in the finals, do you? Student Li really has no interest in competing for a ranking. He has no shortage of rewards from his sect. I hope you could be in the top 3. Suddenly, a voice as loud as jade falling to the ground sounded. Ding! Liamo was stunned for a moment and turned around. The girl stood at the door with a hot pot, and the moonlight shone from behind her, making her icy skin and bones glow. The night wind blew, and the clothes sewn by her mother on her body rippled. Okay, see you in the finals. Liamo nodded. Yeah. Ying Bing lowered her eyes and nodded. Listening to the footsteps fading away, Shaoli turned around and muttered to himself while looking at the kitchen knife with a crack in his hand. It would be a bit disappointing if I asked, why just now? Forget it. Although I don't know why Bing Tuozi has such expectations for him. But since he has agreed, he will do it. His swordsmanship attainments are indeed not as high as Bing Tuozi thought. But if it really doesn't work, Just take out the hammer. The happy dinner time in Xiaoshui Pavilion is over. Everyone goes back to their rooms. Li Mo went out in the dark. He was very tired today, but he planned to practice more. After all, he was getting closer and closer to the inner breath realm. He was also a little excited and wanted to know what kind of world it was. The night gradually deepened. Gurgle, gurgle. The water in the stone pool suddenly boiled, and the medicinal power of the 10,000-year earth vein spirit milk was like starlight, flowing into his body with the regularity of his breathing. In the Dantian, under the nourishment of the abundant earth vein essence, the last lotus seed was finally planted. The 36 lotus seeds in the body were all round and radiant, stirring up the blood and chi power as surging as a dragon. Li Mo did not stop. With the help of the remaining earth vein essence, he began to try to impact the inner breath. According to the description of the fire heart lotus method, the lotus seed broke through and took root and sprouted, and the blood and chi were transformed into inner breath, which was considered a success. However, Li Mo, who had never encountered a bottleneck, frowned this time. I can't transform blood and chi into inner breath. The 10,000 years of earth vein essence is useless? No, it seems not. Opening his eyes, the scorching sparks flashed in Li Mo's pupils, and he pondered while feeling it. The effect of the earth vein essence is still powerful, not this aspect of the problem. The problem lies with him. He can't condense blood and chi into inner breath. The blood and chi of the 36 main meridians are too magnificent. Even the founder of the Fire Heart Lotus method could not have imagined that there would be a freak who could condense 36 lotus seeds, so he never considered this situation. The superior mental method is not enough. I still have an ancient bronze heavenly book seal. Li Mo thought about it and took out an ancient bronze heavenly book seal that he had brushed off from Princess Jiang. There were many pairs of eyes in the field, all looking at him at this moment. Shangguan Wensong's only disciple, the recognized next leader of Qingyuan sect, and a person with outstanding talent among his peers. With many halos that others envy, plus the alpine snow lotus and the temperament of self-admiration, it is difficult to be ignored. Question mark. Student Li frowned. He was sensitive and naturally noticed that there were many unfriendly eyes and regarded him as a thorn in the eye, who made him the only one standing next to Ying Bing. And he also got Qi Xiao, who matched Tian Shuang. Facing those eyes, Student Li twitched his lips. Ying Bing, I brought tea, have some. Okay. Ying Bing loves tea, no matter how expensive or cheap it is. She took the tea set with her bare hands and began to brew tea skillfully. Her movements were fast and pleasing to the eye, as beautiful as a painting, and I don't know how many people were fascinated by her. Tisk, Li Mo picked up a small cup of Longjing tea. The eyes became more unfriendly. If the eyes were hurtful, they would pierce him instantly. He sipped happily and praised. You brewed the best tea. At this time, the voice of the Lord of Qingyuan's sect came. Today, the 9 summits will be held, so I will just say a few words. My colleagues, my heroes, our Qingyuan sect is holding a martial arts meeting this time, and the main points are as follows. An hour later, the old voice on the platform finally slowed down with a sense of lingering desire. The master of the clan is usually taciturn, and it seems that he has said everything at this time. Okay, let's stop here. Shangguan Wensong nodded slightly, indicating the start of the next part. The main thing is that if he continues to talk, not many people in the audience will listen, and they will all fall asleep. The next part is draw lots. Qian Bufan asked the steward to collect the waste tokens of all the participating disciples and put them into the bronze bull in the field. Then he used his power to pat the back of the bronze bull. There was a sound of metal collision, and the bronze beast spit out 2 waste tokens. He looked at it and said loudly, Xiao Qin versus Xie Lan AI. The first match is Brother Xiao. Li Mo looked at the stage. Old Zhao's aura was stronger than what he had seen a few days ago. It was obvious that he had made a breakthrough in martial arts. At this time, he was carrying a broken sword, with a firm expression and a tough and determined temperament. His opponent was not simple either. The woman had excellent facial features, but her cheekbones were quite high, which made her already cold expression more fierce. Liamo used the destiny to look over. Name: Xiaolan AI. Age: 23. Root bone: plum blossom hand. Realm: inner breath, jade, liquid realm. Destiny: green with gray. Evaluation: true disciple of Luoxia Peak. May take over a peak in the future. Has love tribulation in his fate due to his personality, prone to extreme love and poison. Recent encounter: learned that senior brother Yin Huacheng, whom he likes, wants the Qi Shao sword and is ready to plot against Tianshuang. Old Shao is not very lucky. Yin Huacheng wants my Qi Shao. Liamo raised his eyebrows slightly. He remembered the head elder of Jinshou Peak, so he changed his surname to Yinhua. A start sounded, marking the beginning of the fight. Shao Qin obviously knew that he should not fight for a long time against an opponent who was one level higher than him. Woo! The giant sword was in hand, and as he slashed, he vaguely made up for the broken part of the giant's sword, and even made its sword light several circles bigger. As soon as he made a move, he took the lead. The surging sword light pressed down. Xiaolan Ai's eye showed a trace of surprise, but she did not dodge or evade. The soft sword on her waist was like a silver snake, wrapped around her arm. She did not retreat, nor did she swing her sword to attack, but instead approached closely. Shao Qin's pupils shrank slightly. He did not understand the other party's behavior. Even if he was at a higher level, he would not be so arrogant as to use his body to withstand the sword moves, right? However, the next moment, Xiaolan Ai's body suddenly became soft, like a leaf falling in the wind, unpredictable. Shao Qin's giant sword was like a slash on a ball of cotton, without any force at all. Then a cold light met his face. When Shao Qin's eyes blurred, the soft sword that looked like a spirit snake changed its trajectory in a strange way and appeared in front of him. Under the control of the other party, the soft sword really seemed to come alive. Everyone couldn't help but look surprised. This is clearly the famous spirit snake sword technique of Luoxia Peak, a superior martial art. Moreover, it has been practiced to perfection by Xiaolan Ai. Zhan Feng. A loud shout came. In the critical moment, the broken sword was actually controlled by Shao Qin and retracted. Not only did it block the opponent's sword, but the full internal breath also burst out suddenly. A circle of light green internal breath was emitted from the broken sword, sweeping out in a fan shape in front. Internal breath is released. This word popped up in many people's minds. Shao Qin obviously just broke through not long ago. You should know that this technique can only be done by many internal breath warriors in the Jade Liquid Realm. Suddenly, exclamations were heard in the field. On the high platform, this Shao Qin is not bad, but his realm is a little low. I guess this is the top disciple of Qing Yuan's sect this generation. The arrogant young man in Fun Yulin spoke lightly. At the age of 18 or 19, the internal breath realm is the condensation Qi realm. This talent is already very high. Of course, it is still much worse than Yu. The middle-aged man in Confucian robes next to him smiled lightly. There was some surprise in the eyes of Fun Yulin's disciples, but not much. Most of those who came to Qing Yuan's sect this time were from extraordinary families. For them, Shao Qin's fighting talent was the only thing worth praising. The people of the Red Whale gang on the side seemed much more excited. Many of them came from the underworld, and they favored Shao Qin's fighting spirit, and many of them cheered for him. Shao Qin seemed to be an outer sect before. Qian Bufan had some impression of this boy. Well, he is also a child who has emerged suddenly. Maybe he got some opportunity. He has a good relationship with my disciple Liamo. Shui Jing smiled and stroked his beard. The elders nodded slightly. With Shao Qin's performance, no matter whether he wins or loses this battle, he is qualified to be a true disciple. The battle in the field is still going on. Student Xiao Li is no longer a martial arts rookie. Thanks to his experience of fighting between Bing Tuozi and Princess Xiao Jiang, and the fact that his beautiful master liked to say that someone had been beaten by her when she was drunk, Li Mo had also accumulated a lot of insight. Looking at the two figures fighting on the stage, Li Mo shook his head slightly and said, "It's still not easy for Lao Xiao to win." Lao Xiao relied on the release of his internal energy to fight his opponent, who was one level higher, but this method was extremely energy-consuming. Xiaolan AI was obviously not a fool without experience in fighting, and had already discovered this, and began to fight with her excellent body movements. Ying Bing retracted his gaze, lowered his eyes, and drank tea. 3 breaths. As soon as the voice fell. No more, no less. Exactly 3 breaths. Xiao Qin suddenly lost his strength, and with a pale face, he saluted. "Senior sister, I lost." Xia Ailin stopped moving, without even looking at the other party. She walked off the stage without saying a word and went to regulate her breath alone. Qian Buffan's deep voice spread throughout the venue. "Xia Ailin win. Xiao Qin, enter the loser group. If you lose again in the next fight, you will be eliminated." In order to be fair and just, the Jiufeng martial arts competition is not to be eliminated after losing once, but to lose 2 games in a row, which ensures that the result is relatively reasonable. Of course, if you encounter an opponent who is much stronger than you twice in a row, you can only consider yourself unlucky. This first fight was so exciting that the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became more heated. Qian Buffon patted the bronze beast again, and 2 waste tokens fell out of its mouth. Next fight. Inner Disciple Lubo fight. Rui Peak Lin Jiang. This was a battle without any suspense. If you have to describe this fight, it can only be said that it really made everyone realize the gap between inner disciples and true disciples. Lin Jiang's spear came out like a dragon, and his blood was magnificent. The opponent used the same moves, but in less than 10 rounds, Lin Jiang swept him off the stage with his gun. After he saluted the opponent, he did not look at the stage, but looked at where the disciples were sitting. After seeing the familiar figure, he smiled. Old Lin has made great progress recently. Li Mo looked at him and smiled back. He occasionally met Lin Jiang recently, and they discussed martial arts together. Student Li suddenly felt a little emotional. Seeing the people he helped shine, he felt a sense of accomplishment in a cultivation game. Lin Jiang wins. Next game. An hour passed. During this period, Murong Xiao also went on stage once and won with a great advantage, winning a lot of attention and praise. He is the most outstanding genius of this generation, right? The arrogant young man from Fon Yulin was eager to try, as if he had met an opponent. If the rules did not allow it, he would have wanted to go up and fight. After the 9 Peaks martial arts competition, you can go find him to spar with him. The middle-aged man in Confucian robes said. The blood-stained young master of the Red Whale Gang had an interested look in his eyes. Ming, the body of a dragon? The demonic nature is so well controlled. The body is pale gold, and the peaceful meaning is more like Buddhist martial arts. Interesting. The Lord of Xiang Palace saw that he was interested, so he lowered his voice and said, "Sir, this boy is a member of the Murong family, and it is expected that he will return to the city." Got it. The blood-clothed young master nodded lightly. It's strange that he, a disciple of the Red Whale Gang, is so casual in his attitude towards the Lord of the Palace. He is taught a good disciple. Murong Xiao is indeed gifted, a good body refining blank. If he has a good forging talent, my Qingyuan sect will have another master craftsman. The peculiarity of his physique will be even stronger when he reaches the God-viewing realm, and then he will truly shine. Listening to the envy of his colleagues, Elder Hana's bark-like face also broke into a smile. Murong Xiao is indeed the disciple who has the best chance to take over his responsibility. He is lucky. Murong Xiao, the guy who follows my precious disciple every day and calls him brotherly? An inappropriate question came from a group of Yufeng masters. Well, he does have a good relationship with my disciple's grandson. Xuejing also said with a smile. All of them are disciples of Qingyuan's sect, so the elders would naturally like to see the excellent disciples have harmonious relations so that they can work together when encountering problems in the future. The only thing that is not gratifying is probably crackling. The smile of the old man, Han He froze, and he almost crushed the armrest of a stool with his hand. The most outstanding disciple of Shunbing Peak is the follower of Lian Mo. The magic weapon of Shunbing Peak is also in the hands of that kid. Why is he getting more and more angry the more he thinks about it? Isn't this a kind of, nephew Shang Wu, it's too early for you to be happy now. I know that you have suppressed Chuan Yu Peak and ranked first among all peaks. I don't know where you get the courage. As soon as the words fell, the elders looked at Shang Wu. Their eyes were somewhat puzzled, and their meaning was nothing more than, I know you are usually confused, but this is too much, right? How dare you? My disciple is still a child. In fact, when Shang Wu remembered that Xiao Binger was not a disciple of Kun Yufeng, she went through 3 periods. Unbelievable, then regretful, and finally giving up. Since the result cannot be changed, let it go. Shang Wu took a sip of wine and said indifferently, because I believe in my precious disciple. The elders! Exclamation point. Why is she so confident? This is unlike her. Everyone knows that Shang Wu values money as his life, and he dares to bet so much on his apprentice. Could it be that the only seedling of Kun Yu Peak really has something shocking to rely on? Elder Han, he fell in a deep thought. Could it be that the boy can use magic weapons? In fact, the fight between warriors is not so fancy. It is very easy to distinguish the superior and the inferior if there is a gap in strength. Besides, this is a competition between fellow disciples, not a life-and-death fight. Soon another fight ended. Qian Bufan patted the bronze bull again. Next game, Xiaolan of Luoxia Peak against Qingyuan Main Peak, Ying Bing. This competition attracted everyone's attention, because this was the first time that the master's true disciple appeared on the stage. Ying Bing stood alone with a sword in her arms, cold and aloof, like a Tianshan snow lotus with some kind of divinity, and naturally became the focus of all attention. Many people in the audience were staring at her, concentrating their attention. There were different opinions about how talented she was, but there was no dispute that she was incomparably beautiful. She even formed a certain fan group in the sect. Come on, Bing Bing, some disciples shouted. One person spreads to 2 people, 3 people make a tiger, and a lot of people can melt gold. So, the disciples of Qingyuan's sect shouted like a tsunami. On the high stage, come on, Bing Bing. Shang Wu waved his fist, stood up without any image, and waved his hands. Elder Hana's mouth twitched slightly. What is he doing? As an elder, in charge of a peak, he has no dignity at all. How can this be? Come on, Bing Bing. The voice of Elder Su from Luoxia Peak was particularly loud. Hani, Ying Bing is playing against your disciple. The high platform was quite lively for a while. Needless to say, the other sects, big and small, were watching carefully with bated breath. After all, many of them went up the mountain because of the stunning glow. The opportunity of the glow was likely to fall on Ying Bing. The scene was a little chaotic for a while. Opposite, a drop of cold sweat slid down Xiaolan Ai's forehead, not because outsiders were supporting Ying Bing, but because of Ying Bing himself. But she gritted her teeth and still said, Junior sister, I want to add a prize. If I win, please give me the Tianshuang sword. If I lose, okay. Before Xiaolan Ai finished her words, she heard a voice like a jade falling plate agree. She didn't even finish listening to the thing she used as a bet. This made Xiaolan Ai feel unhappy. In this case, please make a move, junior sister. You go first. Ying Bing looked up at her for the first time. Xiaolan Ai understood that this was not humility. She meant that if she made a move first, he would have no chance to make a move. How arrogant. Limo's scalp tingled, and he took a deep breath. Yes, it's so right. That's the taste. Junior sister, be careful. Xiaolan Ai said no more, and immediately pushed the spirit snake sword technique to the extreme with an unpredictable edge, trying to use the abundant internal energy of the Jade Liquid Realm to overwhelm others with the power of the realm. Her anger did not mean that she would look down on the other party. The other party's swordsmanship attainments, but she still had a great advantage. A higher realm, more rich combat experience. At this moment, she thought a lot. She even thought about how she should block the retreat after Ying Bing retreated. If Ying Bing fought back, she should step by step with her own rhythm to overwhelm the other party. But in fact, she thought too much. The sword light was like a weaving, and a sharp internal energy cut through the air. Even if someone in the same realm was cut by the sharpness, he would be seriously injured. But a bare hand passed through the sword's circle as if nothing happened. In the ever-changing sword moves, it was as easy as picking a leaf in your own back garden. The spirit snake sword technique stopped, because the soft sword had been clamped by two white and slender fingers. Ding! Flicked the fingers lightly. The sword tip actually rolled back and scraped the collar of its owner. 1 point away, it would have cut through the chest. Cielon AI was stunned in place, her pupils constricted, and her breathing stopped. She subconsciously looked at the girl who was separated by a sword, but saw that the pair of ice-like eyes were still clear and calm. The opponent showed mercy. Otherwise, this point would not be a difference. The whole audience fell into silence. On the high platform, there was also silence. Everyone thought Ying Bing would win, but they didn't expect it to be in this way, so easily. Facing an opponent who was one realm higher, he didn't even draw his sword, but only used a little bit of his inner energy to wrap his fingertips. Is her sword called Tianshuang? The arrogance on the face of the young man in white robes and fenulin has disappeared. The middle-aged man in Confucian robes did not answer him, but sighed. Whenever the Qingyuan sect is weak, there will always be a genius. As for the reactions of the elders, there is no need to elaborate here. Shally has a live broadcast. This woman is so terrifying. What are you doing? Looking at Li Mo, who sometimes has a low voice, sometimes takes a breath, and performs a personality attack, Ying Bing frowned slightly. Li Mo, I'm doing a qualified, shocking passerby. Ying Bing, ? Drank tea for a while. Just when Li Mo was about to get up to get some water, the voice of Elder Qian Bufan came. Next game, Rui Peak Lin Jiang against Kunyu Peak Li Mo. Good news, it's finally his turn. Bad news, he's a little anxious now. It's a coincidence that he ran into an acquaintance in the first battle. Sure enough, as soon as Elder Qian Bufan finished reading the two names, the eyes of the whole audience looked over, some with scrutiny. There has been a lot of discussion about Li Mo in the sect. Some people say that he is eager to do good and is a gentleman with a warm heart. Some people say that he is not strong enough and cannot be compared with Ying Bing, and they are called the two prides of Qingyuan's sect. There are black spots. They said he was a gigolo and was the mistress of Elder Shangwu. Of course, this kind of talk was purely a rumor spread by the jealous haters. Senior disciples of Qingyuan's sect knew that Elder Shangwu himself was poor. How could he afford to keep a mistress? In short, there were many different opinions. But what was certain was that everyone wanted to see how good this Li Jinchuan was. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Mo couldn't say that he wanted to go to the Seshuo first. So he could only go on stage and whispered, "Brother Lin, let's fight quickly." Okay. So, Lin Jiang, who had just stepped on the stage, walked to the edge of the ring. 1 second after Elder Qian gave the order to start, he jumped off the ring. "I give up," Lin Jiang shouted without hesitation, fearing that he would shout a little slower and let Li Mo take action. Disciples, elders, the other sect spectators. This is fucking, there must be something fishy going on. You two are both in the Qi and blood realm. You just gave up without even fighting. You take us as fools. Lin Jiang, are you worthy of us? Arnhem, give me back the money. Oh, we don't seem to have paid. That's fine. But there must be something wrong, a big problem. The rules don't say you can't give up, and you will be judged as a loser if you fall outside the ring. But this is the first time such a weird thing has happened. All the well-known sects in Xiang Prefecture are here. Qin Bufan also thinks this is a bit embarrassing, so he ran back to discuss with other elders. How to judge this? Why don't you let them fight again? Look at Lin Jiang. Is there any need to fight again? It's meaningless. The elders could not come to a conclusion. Qin Bufan suddenly thought of something and asked doubtfully, "Junior brother Shangwu, you didn't threaten Lin Jiang secretly and asked him to admit defeat directly, did you?" The elders looked at her. This was indeed something she could do. Watch your words. Do I need to threaten a little disciple? What a hassle. Wouldn't it be more convenient to threaten Elder Qian to blow a black whistle directly? Shangwu was very angry. You can question her character, but questioning her IQ is very annoying. The elders, were you so confident about? So, Elder Qian could only announce helplessly. Liam O wins. Shoo. There was a sound of booing from the audience. Liam O was silent for a moment and smiled bitterly. Brother Lin, it's fast, but why is it so bad? I'm not stupid. Lin Jiang shook his head like a rattle. He remembered it clearly. During the sect trial, Brotherly beat Wang who was suffocating him, into a cripple with one punch. The tortoise's shell was broken into pieces. It was simply a human-shaped disaster beast. Fighting with Brotherly, wouldn't that be giving up? If he admits defeat now, he can still save his strength for the next battle. If he doesn't admit defeat, he won't have to consider the ranking of the 9 Peaks martial arts competition. If Brotherly doesn't stop, he can just consider having a few dishes. He probably understood what Lin Jiang meant. He couldn't win anyway. He might as well admit defeat. It made sense. Liam O was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to refute, and could only say with a smile, Thank you, Brotherly, for your kindness. Lin Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. So, Kunyu Peak won the first battle. It was agreed that the competition would show strength and friendship, but in the eyes of everyone, this competition was really nothing but friendship. Among the inner disciples, there is definitely something going on here. I know about Lin Jiang. He dared to fight against a late 9th grade beast in the sect trial. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. Among the inner disciples of Ying Bing Peak who were discussing, looking at the young man walking down the stage leisurely, Wang Hao's eyes burst into coldness. Wang, who has never come out since he entered Rui Peak. As a result, he was taken to Rui Peak for interrogation for 3 days because of his family relationship with Wang Hu. Only then did Wang Hao figure out the reason. Because Wang Hu was related to the summoning demon sect. It was a demon that the Great Yu dynasty strictly prohibited and that all sects in the world would kill without mercy once they found him. Brother Wang, it's your turn. The fellow disciple next to him reminded him. Wang Hao came to his senses and stepped onto the competition stage. He was facing a true disciple of the Inner Breath Jade Liquid Realm. And the aura he showed was also in the Inner Breath Jade Liquid Realm, but he was much older than the other party. His martial arts realm was also much deeper. The two sides fought back and forth, and the battle reached a white-hot stage. Finally, Wang Hao won. After defeating his opponent, Wang Hao did not retract his aura. His eyes were like a knife, scraping across Liam O. The hostility and intention of declaring war are self-evident. Seeing Wang Hao like this, Liam O was relieved. Finally, he didn't have to worry about not having a fight. Once on the ring, the opponent had to jump down and admit defeat. He had no experience in the 9 Peaks martial arts. Of course, he shouldn't encounter an opponent who directly admits defeat in every battle, right? This can be known through the famous Murphy's Law. The more you don't want something to happen, the more likely it is to happen. Next game. On the ring, 2 old acquaintances looked at each other in silence. Brotherly, Murong Xiao looked at him and smiled shyly. Liam O. He looked at Elder Qian, who was in charge of drawing lots, with suspicion. Elder Qian took a breath and was also puzzled. How'd he draw this kid's acquaintance again? Murong Xiao is also a popular disciple of Qingyuan sect. Although he is only in the Qi and Blood realm, he has defeated several opponents with higher realms by relying on his half-demon body and super body training. In terms of performance, he is stronger than Lin Jiang. If he is luckier, he has a chance to enter the top 16. On the high platform, Murong Xiao, the Qilin of Xiang Mansion. He should be able to exert his full strength in this battle, right? The white-robed young man looked at Murong Xiao with a look of mutual respect and strong fighting spirit. He is the chief of this generation who is highly expected by Fun Yulin. Similarly, he also has a half-demon body. Qilin of Xiang Mansion. This title should belong to him. On the side of the Red Whale gang, the blood-robed young master said nothing, but his eyes had already narrowed. He couldn't see the depth of the young man. Just like Ying Bing, Hanhi, what do you think? After Qian Bufan asked, everyone looked at the elder of Shunbing Peak. As everyone knows, Elder Han, he is old-fashioned and stubborn, and he will definitely not play any shady tricks. So this fight must be fair. Unexpectedly, Han he shook his head. Murong Xiao is no match for Liemo. He admitted it quite straightforwardly. The elders couldn't do it. As a master, he must have some understanding of Murong Xiao's strength, but he was sure that Murong Xiao would lose without even thinking about it. In this case, there's only one possibility. Li Jinchuan does have the strength that Elder Han he recognizes. It seems that my disciple can really give us some surprises. Xue Jing smiled and cast his eyes to the field. However, Qian Bufan's voice came. Murong Xiao admits defeat. Liam Mo wins. His time the elders didn't say anything, and their expressions became thoughtful. The other disciples watching the game, as well as the people from the outer sect, couldn't understand it at all. A burst of uproar came. Murong Xiao also admitted defeat. Look at him calling me brotherly all the time. It seems that he has a very good relationship with Li Jinchuan. So he gave in. Will the elders not do anything about it? It is said that Li Zhen's descendants are very popular. Today I have seen it. Can he still rely on his connections to make it to the top 32? If there's a shady deal, how could Elder Qian not know? I suspect he bought some. There were waves of discussions and doubts. Liamo took a deep breath. Brother Murong, Brotherly has made another breakthrough. I am afraid you can't stop. Murong Xiao shuddered. The scene of Liamo's attack in the martial arts hall appeared in his mind. He suspected an earthquake at that time. At least we have a few moves, just for show. Liamo felt helpless. I still won't make a push for the top 16. Murong Xiao was also wronged. Such a big piece of whale breath coral stone was directly beaten and changed color. Brotherly didn't even use martial arts. With one punch, he had the strength of the inner breath jade liquid realm. The trace of killing spirit that overflowed made his scalp numb. Now that he has broken through, what else can he do? Liamo didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He didn't fight a single match, but he was already in the top 32. He didn't rely on connections, but that shouldn't be considered as such. How can this be justified? The morning match ended with the intermission of Elder Qian. Later, 2 more rounds of battles were held. From a top 32, they came all the way to the top 8. Those who fought their way out of the siege all had their own strengths and displayed their magical powers. It can be said that this is the most valuable session of the 9 summits. Among them, there are Wang Hao, who is just at the age of participating in the competition, with a strong accumulation and rich fighting experience. There are also talented rising stars like Murong Xiao. Of course, we have to mention Ying Bing. Every time she goes on stage, she crushes everyone with an absolute advantage, sweeping all the way, and every battle ends very quickly. Of course, there are people who are faster than her. For example, a certain person who has been recommended by a person and has never fought yet. In short, the martial arts competition in the afternoon is full of highlights. Qingyuan Main Peak Cafeteria. Liamo, Murong Xiao, Xiaoqin, Lin Jiang, and others are sitting at a table to eat. Looking at the 3 people who are busy eating, Liamo is a little melancholy. Now everyone in the sect says that I was recommended by a person. Some people say that I played a fake game. Do you have any clues? I participated in the competition for a whole morning, but didn't play a single game. I feel very frustrated when I have no place to use my strength. Brotherly, if I fight with you, I may not be able to advance. Murong Xiao said embarrassedly. Lin Jiang nodded in agreement, feeling like he had survived a catastrophe. Brotherly, the 100 Flowers condensation cream should not be able to bring back the dead. Limo's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked to the side. Old Xiao, what about you? You are in the inner breath realm. You have to go through the motions with me. Xiaoqin's eyes were dark blue at this time, and his nosebleed was blocked with paper. His eyes were blank. He pointed at himself with a bandaged finger. Me? Old Xiao was unlucky. He met another true disciple in the inner breath jade liquid realm and had a real man 1v1 with the other party. In the end, both sides were injured. In the end, he won with great difficulty, but his right hand was temporarily unable to move due to the injury. Then, in the next round, he met Liemo, the main peak of Qingyuan, on a mountain road not far from the meeting hall. "Young master, the Shangguan sect master has sent us to the meeting." The helmsman lowered his head and said in a low voice, "Qingyuan sect, things have really changed." The blood-clothed young master of the Red Whale gang looked down at the vast Qingyuan mountains and suddenly sighed, as if he was inspired. "What are you talking about?" The helmsman was slightly puzzled. The gang leader only said that he had to respect this mysterious young master very much, and did not reveal much else. He naturally thought that the other party might be a young master with a deep background in a big family in the East Wilderness, or the son of a powerful person in other states. For what the other party said, it seems that he has been to Qingyuan's sect a long time ago. All aspects. The blood-cloaked young master walked in front with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be in a good mood today and was happy to say a few more words. "What do you think of the Red Whale gang now? My Red Whale gang has many disciples, and its ears and eyes are all over Xiang Prefecture. Wherever the Red Whale goes, it commands the world and is thriving." The helmsman's tone could not hide a hint of pride. The blood-cloaked young master did not comment, and casually said, "How does it compare to the Qingyuan sect now?" "Not far behind. The helmsman has a straightforward personality. If we talk about the influence in the world now, the Qingyuan sect can't catch up with the Red Whale gang. It's just that today, when he saw that there were many martial arts talents in the Nine Peaks, he gave an evaluation that they were not far behind. Otherwise, it would be hard to tell them apart. What if I say that the Qingyuan sect in the past, even if it was any peak, could overwhelm the Red Whale gang in a snap of a finger?" The helmsman was shocked. He had heard about the glory of Qingyuan's sect in the past, but it was not to this extent. Without waiting for his answer, the blood-clothed young master pointed casually. "Look at the 9 peaks of Qingyuan. Weapon casting, elixir, beast control, book compilation, discipline, business, planting, everything is available. Which sect in the world is so well-equipped?" The helmsman seemed to be thinking. All sects in the world have their own focus. Those who refine pills are generally famous for refining pills, and those who refine tools make a name for themselves by refining tools. They all have their own skills. It is rare for a sect like Qingyuan's sect to have a hand in all kinds of things. Is the blood-clothed young master talking about the secret of Qingyuan's sect's long-lasting prosperity? But seems not. "I'm sorry for not welcoming you." There was a giant man like an iron tower standing in front of him, bowing his hands. It was a pagoda. Beside him stood the lord of Xiang Mansion and the elder of Jinshou Peak, Yin Huaxian. "It is an honor for the Red Whale gang to have you here to greet us. How can we say that we are being neglectful?" The leader of the Red Whale gang returned the greeting with a bow. He was somewhat flattered, but when he saw the lord of Xiang Mansion was there, he understood. They walked towards the meeting hall together. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw that all the people from all the sects were there. Shangguan Wensong sat at the head of the table, still dressed like an old farmer. He was smoking a pipe at this moment, and his eyes were scanning everyone through the smoke with a majestic aura. After everyone arrived, he slowly spoke. "You should all be familiar with the Wuxin trial of Shiyu Tower. Not long ago, my disciples went down the mountain to perform duties and seized a hall swallow." As the voice sounded, an iron swallow landed on the long table with a crisp jingle. Many people in the hall frowned. Every time the Wuxin trial was held, it was inevitable that there would be trouble. Although this was an activity for Shiyu Tower to select and train assassins, it would cause quite a bit of trouble every time. There were always many people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. This is what I reported. The city is the throat of the prefecture, and it cannot be in chaos, so I ask you to lend a hand. The mansion master stood up and said loudly. Everyone nodded, willing to help, and then looked at the head seat. Shangguan Wensong tapped the pipe and slowly said, "My Qingyuan sect will send several true disciples and an elder to help. This isn't the number of people too small? Which disciples and elders with the Shangguan sect master plan to send?" The middle-aged man in the Confucian robe of Funyuan spoke. Shangguan Wensong glanced at him. "For disciples, Let's choose the top few in the 9 Peaks martial arts. As for the elders, Shang Wu just volunteered to me. Hiss. There was a sound of people sucking in air in the arena. The expression of the Lord of Xiang Palace froze. Shang Wu is much more frightening than the Wujin trial. Afternoon. The 9 Peaks martial arts will continue as scheduled. Liu Mo just met Wang Hao in the cafeteria. I won't go into the details, as they are quite classic. In short, it is, have you seen Black Hand? Don't let me meet him on the ring that I will see you, or I will take the Qi Shao sword away from you. That's about it. Liu Mo noticed that Wang Hao seemed to want the Qi Shao sword, but he didn't seem to be good at swordsmanship. Guess what happened? During the afternoon draw, the first group of 2 people bumped into each other. Inner disciple Wang Hao versus Kun Yufeng's true disciple Liu Mo. Qian Bufan read out the 2-way certificates in a particularly loud voice. Wang Hao, among the top 8, is the closest to the high-level disciples of the 9 Peaks martial arts competition, and his realm can be said to be the highest among the martial arts competition. Most of the disciples in the Guanxin realm have long exceeded their age. Not to mention Guanxin, even the Xiandan realm is extremely rare in the martial arts competition. Wang Hao landed on the stage with a bang, revealing the aura of the inner breath of the Yuye realm, and his arrogance was high. He looked at Liu Mo with cold eyes, and his fists clenched and creaked. On the opposite side, Liu Mo also walked onto the stage. The atmosphere in the whole venue was a little heated. Seeing Wang Hao like this, he wanted to eat Liu Mo alive. There is no way to make connections in this round, right? Li Jinchuan, whose opponent had surrendered 3 times in a row, had to make a move in this round. Moreover, in the eyes of outsiders, Wang Hao is in the inner breath jade liquid realm. Liu Mo is in the blood and qi realm. The difference in realm is a bit too big. On the high platform, the elders also lowered their eyes and pondered slightly. They did not doubt Liu Mo's fighting power, but Wang Hao was a round older than Liu Mo. The difference was a bit of bullying. It's not easy to fight. Ying Bing activated her amazing bloodline, and she could fight the inner breath jade liquid with perfect blood and qi. While the elders were discussing, Shang Wu's eyes fell on Liu Mo. She hadn't paid attention to her apprentice's progress for a long time, but she always had a kind of confidence that she couldn't explain clearly and didn't know where it came from. She always felt that, my dear apprentice has a big advantage. Junior brother Li is awesome. Come on, Junior brother Li. Xiao Qin shouted loudly. Beside him, Lin Jiang and Murong Xiao felt a little embarrassed. Xiao Qin's shout just now made the 3 of them the target of public criticism. Xiao Qin turned around and asked, "Why don't you shout? Brother Li will definitely win, so we don't need to cheer." Lin Jiang lowered his voice. This is too eye-catching. Murong Xiao wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But if we don't shout, how do people know that we didn't play a fake game? Xiao Qin's words awakened a dreamer. The 2 leaned back slightly, and a flash of lightning suddenly flashed through their hearts. So, Brother Li is mighty. Brother Li will win. It didn't seem so embarrassing when the 3 of them shouted together. On the ring, when enemies meet, they are particularly jealous, and the atmosphere is quite tense. But when he heard those familiar voices cheering him on, Liu Mo tapped his toes a little and even ignored Wang Hao's eyes of choosing someone to eat. Please stop chanting. Let me see how much you weigh, Junior brother Li. Wang Hao's internal energy surged, and his energy had locked onto Liu Mo on the opposite side. At the moment when Qian Bufan said start, he rushed towards Liu Mo like an arrow from string. His fist was faintly emitting black light, and it was obvious that he was wearing special boxing gloves. When he threw a punch, the whistling sound of the wind was like the roar of a tiger or a leopard, and the sound of the internal energy accumulating was like thunder. There were many people in Qing Yuan's sect who knew his move. That was the signature skill of the inner sect Steward Futu, a superior martial art, the tiger and leopard thunderhand. Come on. Liu Mo was also excited. This was the first time he had ever fought with someone. The last time he had beaten Shui Peng, he was left with little health. He didn't even fight with him for a few moves before he was beaten to death. He didn't draw his sword. His muscles and bones shook and the blood and chi in the 36 meridians surged. He twisted his waist and punched him head on. Wang Hao was stunned at first, and then a sinister arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the opponent is proud of his reputation and is unwilling to use the Qi Shao sword to show off his weapon. He was originally worried that his boxing gloves could not withstand the sharpness of many Lower Shan soldiers. Li Mo's move was exactly what he wanted. Facing an enemy with a higher realm, he didn't use his full strength at the first time, but was arrogant because of his face. Today, he will let the other party taste what extreme cruelty is. But can he really do it? A Qi and Blood Realm person fights a Neishi Realm person without using any weapon. Not only does he not use any weapon, he doesn't even seem to use any martial arts. Li Jinchuan has a foundation in body training. I often see him in Shenfeng Cave. Maybe he has other things to rely on. It's not that exaggerated to have reached the extreme of Qi and Blood Realm in body training. Otherwise, everyone would just practice body training, and no one would learn other martial arts. Isn't he good at swordsmanship? A Qi and Blood Realm person fights a Neishi Realm person without using any weapon. Who wouldn't be confused by this? However, the two fists collided in an instant. Clang! The fists collided with the gloves, and the sound of a bell rang out. A circle of dust swept out from the center of the two people. A figure staggered back, leaving a series of deep pits on the ground. When they saw who was retreating, they stayed where they were, as if they had seen a ghost. It's Wang Hao. At this time, Wang Hao's face was pale, and his smile froze on the corner of his mouth. The arm that had just hit him couldn't stop shaking. He had never trained his body, but that didn't mean his physical fitness was poor. And he had just used his internal energy. How could Li Mo be so strong? Before he could finish his thought, the figure of the boy opposite him disappeared on the spot. Of course, he didn't disappear out of thin air. Wind shadow step. Wang Hao also used footwork. However, Li Mo's figure was like a passing gust of wind, sweeping in like a shadow. What is Xiao Li thinking about now? Well, in the ring, intentional killing is not allowed. He is thinking whether it would be bad to beat the other party to death. Forget about taking out the hammer. Even if he used a sword, Qi Zhao's sharpness, coupled with the swordsmanship that took a lot of martial arts insights to fight between Bing Tuozi and Jiang Chulong, was definitely not something Wang Hao could withstand. And he also wanted to try this body that couldn't even break through the inner breath realm. What was the upper limit? In an instant, Li Mo appeared in front of Wang Hao. The two looked at each other for a moment. Being stared at by those fiery pupils, Wang Hao felt a chill in his heart for no reason and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. But then he felt ashamed and angry again. In the history of Jiufeng Wushu, there's never been an inner breath jade liquid realm that looks so bad in front of the blood and Qi realm. He was angry, but it was useless. There was a sharp pain in his waist, and he temporarily lost the ability to think. Inner armor? So you are quite resistant to beatings. Li Mo frowned. He just threw a punch, but it didn't feel like he hit the opponent's body. Wait, Wang Hao had a bad feeling in his heart, and he didn't have time to finish his words. Wang Hao got close to Li Jinchuan. No, it was Wang Hao who got close to Li Jinchuan. The tiger and leopard thunder hand collided with an ordinary punch again. Crack! The boxing gloves were dented. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mo took advantage of the opponent's shock and beat him hard, elbowing him in the chest. Liuha fist's chi flowed through him, and he used it in one go. Fists, elbows, knee strikes. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Hao, who was wearing inner armor, was beaten by Li Mo on the ring. His internal energy, which had condensed in a liquid, was completely useless at this time and could only be used to protect his vital points. It's not that he didn't try to fight back, but he couldn't break through the defense at all. Wait. Bang, bang, bang. I admit. Bang, 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 bang. The bluestone ground had been hammered out with spiderweb-like cracks at this time. Compared to a duel between masters, this was more like a street fight, and it was a one-sided fight between adults and children. The scene was once very cruel. Gudong Wu grass. Is this Li Jinchuan a human? Fortunately, he advised me not to urinate and defecate anywhere last time, and I agreed. Otherwise, it is hard to say whether I will be incontinent now. Li Jinchuan usually looks gentle and elegant, like a good man. How could he be so scary when he fights? Don't forget who his master is. Many eyes were reluctant to look at the stage at this time, especially when they saw that Wang Hao wanted to crawl down the ring to admit defeat. He was grabbed by the ankle by a hand and dragged back, and the nails scratched 10 marks on the ground. Everyone couldn't help but sweat on their backs. Those who brought their families quickly covered their children's eyes. Fortunately, I didn't fight with brotherly. Xiao Qin sighed. To be fair, Wang Hao is currently stronger than him. If the master doesn't help him, he won't have even a 10% chance of winning against him. Master, is this the advantage of the Qi and Blood realm being stronger than ordinary people? Were you also this strong in the Qi and Blood realm back then? Asked old Xiao, who had never seen much of the world. Well, about the same. Qinqing Wuzuan's voice was a little erratic. Master, why is your voice weak? Xiao Qin was puzzled. Didn't the master recover a lot after using the Shenin soul nourishing wood? Ahem. Oh, this little friendly. It's a little beyond my expectation. And the soul nourishing wood doesn't work that quickly. Qinqing Wuzuan's old voice has not yet recovered its former unfathomable depth. He was also confused. How many meridians does this kid have? Did he make a mistake? It's so good to be alive. Lin Jiang swallowed his saliva and wiped his sweaty palms on his clothes. Although Brother Li's fist didn't fall on him, just thinking about it made his back cold. Yeah, Murong Xiao nodded vigorously. Fortunately, he reacted quickly at that time. Now thinking about it, it was really the wisest decision he made in his life. At this time, the eyes around them looked at them, and there was no doubt, only admiration and praise. They were not playing a fake match. This is called foresight. On the high platform, Shang Wu waved her pink fist. Her almond eyes flickered with relief. She really did not accept the wrong disciple. She suddenly stood up and glanced at the many dazed elders. She sank into her dantian. Heizi speaks. When the elders were silent, they all saw the horror in each other's eyes. Qingyuan's sect had already been in a state of panic after producing Shang Wu, a congenital fighting saint. If there was another one, hiss, the elders retreated tactically. The only comforting thing was that although Li Mo was good at fighting, he usually had a very good temper and was kind to others. The reason why he attacked harder this time was because the other party provoked him first. Old Shui, this child is your disciple, right? Qin Bufan said in a deep voice. Well, Li Daolong was once my personal disciple. Shui Jing's eyes were complicated. It was only after I was injured that I applied to return home. Then you have to go to Qiushui Pavilion more often in the future. Yes, the ideological education of disciples is also particularly important. The elders have begun to formulate ideological courses for Li Mo. That's my disciple. Shang Wu sniffed and snorted. A bunch of old men who were just questioning my teaching level. The elders, what does this body refining method and swordsmanship have to do with you? This is purely his own talent. Okay? Yeah, being able to reach such a level under Shang Wu's teaching. Li Mo seems to be a rough diamond. Unfortunately, Li Mo's talent at that time made them all feel troubled. I don't know if worshipping Shang Wu as a teacher has been a blessing in disguise. He has Qi Xiao, so his swordsmanship must be strong. If he has the level of body refining, then he and Xiao Binger may really be able to give us a fight between dragons and tigers. Ha! My Qingyuan sect has a true phoenix, and another potential dragon is about to appear. Based on the level shown by Li Mo on the ring. At the age of 16, if you add the high attainments in swordsmanship, then he is definitely one of the geniuses. The elders looked at the people from the big and small sects with a smile in their eyes. Do you think Qingyuan's sect has declined? Want to try our sect's foundation? You must be sweating profusely. By the way, old Qian, why don't you go up and call for a halt? Oh, I've been thinking about this for a long time. I'm old and forgetful. The competition is over. Needless to say, the result is very memorable. After all, this is the first time in this 9 summits that someone was carried down on a stretcher. If Wang Hao was not still twitching when he was carried down, everyone thought he was dead. Many people looked at Ying Bing. But the girl was still drinking tea, and she didn't seem to be surprised. She had taught Li Mo the swordsmanship by words and deeds, so she naturally knew it. For Li Mo's swordsmanship, body training is just the icing on the cake. Everyone thought about it and felt relieved. The two of them lived together, so they must have some understanding of each other's strength. It was normal not to be surprised. I just don't know. Who is better now? The Nine Veins martial arts competition is still going on, but the subsequent competition process was unremarkable. Ying Bing's battle process can basically be summarized as, I got up and killed him in one move. But someone didn't even use a single move. In the battle between the top 4 and the top 2, Li Mo's opponent turned out to be an acquaintance, the disciple of Elder Shui of Danding Peak, the boy who had received Li Mo and Ying Bing in the clinic that day. Hey, junior brother Li, we meet again. The boy's smiling eyes were full of emotion. When I saw you that day, you hadn't opened your meridians yet, and I was already in the Jade Liquid realm at that time. Who would have thought that you would stand opposite me now? His real age is actually much older than his appearance, but he has always looked like this because of his illness. Senior brother. Li Mo nodded slightly. If you want to stand opposite me, you have to go to the ring first. Looking at the boy who was still standing under the ring, Li Mo looked helpless. Hey, I just remembered that Huandong Dingfeng is still refining medicine. I'm leaving first. I won't disturb you. The boy left in a hurry. When she left, her eyes lingered between Ying Bing and Li Mo, and then she gave Li Mo a thumbs up. Keep going, junior brotherly. I'm rooting for you. Li Mo? Question mark. Well, he didn't have to move. It was the last match. She looked up and saw Ying Bing's light blue plain clothes fluttering against her slender figure in front of the steps. Emotions finally surged in her eyes like a deep spring. She had never thought of it before. At the Nine Peaks Martial Arts, the person standing opposite her would be Li Mo, this boy who quickly disappeared in the crowd and became indistinguishable from everyone in his previous life. In this life, he did not hesitate to fight with her. He jumped off the Qingyuan and gave her the Yuan Huang Xiapa without hesitation, and then showed an amazing talent for swordsmanship, almost comparable to Jiang Chulong. Because of him, her life in this life has also changed a lot. Every day, there are delicious meals, someone discusses swordsmanship and chess with her, and occasionally you can hear a few novel and interesting words from the boy's mouth. This feeling, not bad. Thanks to you, I have become much stronger. I will not show mercy. Li Mo smiled. Needless to say, the rewards brushed from Bing Tuozi's body. The daily exposure gave him the opportunity to realize his dream, to be a handsome swordsman. Don't thank me. Just thank yourself for your hard work. Ying Bing's delicate mouth corners raised an arc that she didn't even notice. Let me see how you have achieved these days. I will definitely give you a surprise. Li Mo smiled sunny. As a swordsman, I'm fighting against a master. It feels great. If you make great progress, I will be happy for you. Ying Bing said softly. He was taught to use the sword by himself. Of course, I will be happy if there is any result. Winning or losing is not important at all. Audience? Question mark. Elders? Question mark. No, why don't you fight? When they're on the field, they're already of high quality without swearing at each other and provoking each other with trash talk. You two are happy for each other? Then let's go. Fortunately, neither of them said anything more. Li Mo held Qi Shao tightly in his palm, and his breathing slowed down. Ying Bing tied his black hair into a high ponytail with one hand, and then nodded slightly. The battle began. Student Li took the lead, and the tip of Qi Shao shook, and the sharp aura of the soldier almost turned into substance. It was like a crane feather shot out, each with a sharp edge that could pierce gold and split stone. He didn't waste his time during this period. In order to communicate smoothly between the two girls of destiny, he went to the library and found a lot of books on sword techniques and sword theories to make up for the extra martial arts insights. He spent nearly half of his extra martial arts insights on them. He took a big step forward on the path of skills approaching the Tao. Replace the internal breath with the aura of killing. Not bad. Ying Bing praised softly. Tian Shuang's bright sword light flashed across, and she did not use the internal breath. However, The agile sword flowers accurately dissolved the sharp aura of killing into nothingness. And there was still some strength left. The sword flowers destroyed the crane feathers and rolled back to Liemo. The next second, Liemo's figure disappeared on spot. Wind, shadow, step. The flower-seeking sword technique can be activated with the force of wind and rain. Blindly avoiding will only make my sword force stronger and stronger. Ying Bing's clear voice came. Liemo was thoughtful. They're all the sword techniques of the realm of transformation. Why? Suddenly, he stopped thinking about Hua Qinyu and turned to trace the source, remembering the original Liao Yuan sword technique. Wildfire blazing the prairie. The audience and the audience were silent. Are these two strong? Very strong. Whether it is Li Mo or Ying Bing, their swordsmanship has exceeded their imagination. But this is fucking. How can there be the smell of gunpowder for the first place in the martial arts competition? Is this a fight? It's obviously feeding each other with moves. Li Zhenchuan, you pressed Wang Hao to the ground and beat him fiercely? Ying Zhenchuan, you are invincible in seconds when you meet? You were not like this before. Are you playing? This was the first time that Shaoli had a sudden inspiration in swordsmanship. His sword suddenly slowed down. No need to speak. Ying Bing on the opposite side also slowed down his attack tacitly. This process lasted only a few seconds. The next second, when Li Mo drew his sword again, at first glance, the edge of the sword seemed to be much weaker. In the woven sword light and flower shadows, the Qishao sword was like a candle in the rain, swaying several times, but never extinguished. And it became stronger and stronger. However, a touch of relief flashed in Ying Bing's eyes. He understood. The momentum of wildfires is endless, and it is about one thing growing while the other declines. Clang, clang, clang. The red and blue sword lights collided with each other dozens of times in the blink of an eye. In the eyes of outsiders. That is, Li Zhenchuan was suppressed at first, surrounded by dangers, but always able to stand firm, gradually turning from weak to strong, and actually competing with Ying Bing. Isn't it possible that these two have been practicing swordsmanship since they were born? I don't quite understand it anymore. What Li Zhenchuan uses looks like the Liao Yuan swordsmanship, but it's not quite. The competition between the two has exceeded most people's understanding of the Nine Veins martial arts competition. This is not the level that a rising star should have. Gradually, everyone held their breath and stared at the field. The next second, Qi Zhao's sword power suddenly surged. It was like a raging fire that tore through the heavy rain curtain. There were exclamations in the field. Is Li Zhenchuan going to win? Is the outcome going to be decided so soon? Liemo knew what was going on. This was because Bing Tuozi deliberately made him familiar with the sword power, so he deliberately didn't change his moves. With this sword, 9,999 out of 10,000 people would be helpless, and the only exception was Ying Bing. Sure enough, ding! The sword blade broke through the wind and was about to pierce Ying Bing, but the Tianshuang sword had already flashed in front of him. The tips of the two swords collided with each other with incredible precision. Qi Shao attacked with the intention of blazing a prairie fire, bending Tianshuang to the extreme. But Ying Bing's sword force was like a candle in the wind, and it did not disappear. Liemo was awed. This scene gave him a sense of déjà vu. Too familiar. In a flash, he saw Ying Bing's slightly pursed lips and reacted quickly. Wildfire blazing a prairie sword force. A sense of crisis surged in Liemo's heart, and he added strength again, turning the sword tip around without taking any breath, without any need to recover, and fell again. This is the benefit of having 36 main meridians in the Qi and Blood realm. His follow-up power is endless, and there is no need to worry about the exhaustion of strength. Ding! Tian Shuang turned in his white wrist, and the wind and rain of Xuanhua sword technique rose again, mixed with the endless prairie fire. One sword, two forces. Wildfires accumulated and accumulated, and the wind and rain continued to overwhelm people. The two were perfectly superimposed by Ying Bing, blending with each other without any violation, and even making up for each other's shortcomings. Liemo sighed in his heart. Bing Tuozi is still Bing Tuozi. It is not realistic to use swordsmanship alone to fight her on equal terms. Of course, Shally did not plan to win with sword from the beginning. He took the initiative to use foaming step to escape from the battle, and his figure suddenly retreated more than 10 feet. Awesome, Liamos said sincerely. This is nothing. Ying Bing did not pursue, but stood there with a sword on his back, without any complacency. In her previous life, she had never mastered the two forces at the same time in the inner breath realm, and could only use them skillfully in the observation of the spirit realm. It was already amazing enough that she could use them at this time. What surprised her even more was that Li Mo's breath was long and his strength was strong, which she had never seen in anyone in the Qi and blood realm. Is this also obtained from the inheritance that was obtained? The audience was extremely quiet at this time. Even on the stage, there was a silence. The two of them had just made a slight move, which had exceeded the limit of their understanding of the word genius. Is this going to let people live? Elder Su of Luoxia Peak just breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Once upon a time, she was also called a sword genius. However, when she was in the observation of the spirit, she vaguely touched the existence of the sword force. And when she was in the inner scene, she observed the scene in her heart and mastered one. These two little guys are more outrageous than each other. Is there a possibility? Ying Bing hasn't used his full strength yet. Qian Bufan stammered. Everyone was suddenly confused. It's true. Ying Bing knows more than just swordsmanship. The inheritance under Qing Yuan and his own physique have not been used yet. He didn't even use his internal energy just now. Let's wait and see. Elder Hanha looked at Li Mo with deep eyes. Ying Bing didn't use his full strength, so the kid used? While the elders were talking in a low voice. I'm going to be serious. Li Mo said, I'm one level higher than you. Ying Bing looked at the serious boy and suddenly opened her red lips. If you touch the corner of my clothes, you win. Bing Tuozi rarely showed her domineering side. It means that she is also serious. Okay. This sentence ignited the little flame in Li Mo's heart. It is commonly known as a little bit high. The next moment, the two people on the field moved. Buzz! The strong and sharp aura of killing and killing shook, and the aura alone left traces on the bluestone ground. Li Mo's whole person seemed to have turned into a precious weapon, which was dazzling. The extreme killing body was used by him to fight the enemy for the first time with all his strength. From the eye of destiny, he knew long ago that Bing Tuozi's strongest reliance was not the sword, but herself. So Shally decided to use force. Boom! The Qishao sword was wrapped in sharp, murderous aura, clanging and humming, and this mysterious weapon has become the center of the storm. With boundless sharpness and overwhelming strength, it almost swallowed Ying Bing, breaking all laws with one force. This is not something Li Mo has learned from the sword. At the same time, as the Tianshuang sword was released, clouds and mists suddenly appeared, seemingly non-existent, yet omnipresent, in the midst of birth and death, but hidden in the sharpness of obscurity. There was no sword light, but it seemed as if there were thousands of swords on the body. It was obviously just a fight with Ying Bing, but Li Mo inexplicably felt that he was surrounded. No matter how Li Mo attacked, no matter how sharp the killing intent of the soldiers was, he could not stir up too many ripples of the rosy clouds. Everyone in the field was completely distracted. If it was said that at the beginning, the swordsmanship of the two was beyond their cognition, now they could not even tell who had the upper hand. All he could see was the glow of the clouds fading away, and the sharp waves surging into the vastness. The energy of the two people even caused a thin mist to rise in the air. Ding! Li Mo finally caught Ying Bing's figure in the real and fake glow, and attacked with all his strength without thinking. However, what was waiting for him was not the clouds and rain, but the figure of the girl slowly fading away. He missed. No wonder they said that if I touch the corner of the clothes, I will win. Li Mo was really sweating. At the same time, he knew deeply that he could not continue to waste time. Those heavy false moves hidden in the glow of the clouds wrapped Ying Bing's internal breath, which was extremely cold. At this time, he almost had a little sluggish thinking. Soon, he even had difficulty moving. This is the red destiny. This is the person who came into being in the martial arts world. Bing Tuozi, so strong that it makes people despair. The elders on the high platform also sighed imperceptibly. If they were to go up, even if they maintained the realm of the inner breath Xianan realm, they would not have no chance of winning against Ying Bing. I am afraid that they could not hold on as long as Liemo. They saw more things in it. Ying Bing was using the glow and inner breath to simulate the sword energy. If Shaoqin's inner breath was compared with it, it was simply as ridiculous as a child. Moreover, it was not just a simple simulation. Sometimes it was agile and ethereal. Sometimes it was vigorous and fierce. Sometimes it was simple and unsophisticated. It was ever-changing, but resonated with each other. One word, absolute. Two words, terrifying. The glow can hide a sword, can the sharp aura of killing also? Suddenly, Liemo seemed to understand something. In the other left hand, hidden under the robe, the star pestle quietly fell into the palm. Everything around him suddenly slowed down. Ying Bing noticed that even her figure became slow in an instant. On the opposite side, Liemo approached without knowing when. The young man did not use the sword, and the chi shao in his right hand was hanging down. He raised the robe in his left hand, or more precisely, the hammer in the robe, and slowly dropped it. The speed was not fast. However, it gave people a feeling that no matter how far they fled to, no matter how they evaded, they could not avoid it. Determine the fate. Ying Bing was thoughtful. The sword energy in the air shrank, and a trace of tying power was used as a thread to twist the sword energy into a ball. Boom! The time around seemed to stop. The next moment, countless breaths gushed out, uncontrollably shooting in all directions. The scene suddenly became a little chaotic. Shangguan Wunsong slammed the table and stood up, instantly appeared on the ring, and pressed down with one hand. It seemed as if there was a circle in his palm that could swallow everything, absorb everything, let everything return to the abyss, and make the storm disappear. He looked towards the center of the ring with a burning gaze. The same was true for everyone. Who won? However, in full view of the crowd, everyone suddenly fell silent again. What happened just now? What? Shaoli smashed the condensed sword energy with one blow. He used a unique skill that could not be activated in the chi and blood realm, and even with the chi and blood power of his 36 meridians, he was almost exhausted. However, that ray of tying power did not dissipate, making him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. It was so damn cold. He didn't have time to make any moves, and in a daze, he hugged Ying Bing's waist, threw himself into her arms, and fell to the ground with her. Well, Xiao Li's eyes were covered. His already stagnant head now had only one thought left. Even if it's a lump of ice, it's still as soft and fragrant as jade in my arms. Ying Bing seemed stunned. She didn't push it away immediately. Everyone, the elders, the spectators from the big and small sects, the passing dog, they were hanging their hearts. Finally dead. The already messy scene became even messier. So who won? You haven't realized yet that we are the losers. No, buddy, I'm the one who jumped. Okay, you kid. Fuck, take your hands off me. In all kinds of jealousy, complex, and broken tone, Shaoli was finally able to move. He raised his head, but saw that the cold eyes were dark and unclear. Looking from the bottom up, the pretty face was like snow under frost. But among the countless chaotic words, Liemo felt quiet. He heard someone's heartbeat faster than usual. Cough. An untimely cough sounded. It was Shangguan Wunsong. Good times are always short. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Liemo had to stand up awkwardly. His mind was also a little confused. What happened to the kidney just now? Oh, he didn't break for a moment and threw himself into Ying Bing's arms. Who made the breath hidden in Bing Tuozi's sword energy too cold? Can he be blamed for this? Liemo thought, looking at Ying Bing sideways. The girl didn't look at him. If it weren't for the residual fragrance on the tip of his nose, everything just now seemed to have never happened. But Shaoli could be sure. The heart that suddenly beat faster just now was not his own. It's good that you're not injured. As for the victory or defeat, Shangguan Winsong's eyes swept over the boy and girl, and there was a little silence in his eyes, which really made him feel troubled. She won, the two said in unison. Ying Bing was talking about the bet. Li Mo felt that he shouldn't have taken advantage of it. To be fair, he did lose just now, but Bing Tuozi didn't make up the knife after throwing himself into his arms. There's indeed a gap in strength. Unless he blesses the world seed and uses the meteorite hammer, he cannot even control the power, so it does not belong to him completely for the time being. After thinking for a while, Li Mo said again, "Our private bet is of course only related to the two of us." Shangguan Winsong saw that his tone was sincere and he had no lingering feelings for the so-called chief disciple, so he nodded. In this case, Ying Bing will be the first place in the martial arts competition, the contemporary chief. The voice fell. There were cheers from the arena, and everyone on the high platform stood up and congratulated in unison. As the chief of a class of disciples and the future leader of Qingyuan's sect, they naturally need to express their recognition. In the crowd, the white-robed young man of Fun Yulin had a fiery look in his eyes, and then looked at Li Mo next to him, revealing a trace of dissatisfaction. The blood-red-robed young man did not stand up, but his eyes were no longer relaxed, only the danger and thinking that could not be resolved. On the arena, yes, Ying Bing didn't bother too much about the title. She and Li Mo were both in the top 3, which was enough. Whether or not one was the chief of Qingyuan's sect didn't mean much, and it wouldn't affect the ranking of the system. The system didn't look at fame when ranking the geniuses. Shangguan Winsong looked helpless. He knew Ying Bing's character to some extent, and she was really free from external things. Perhaps it was because of this that she could reach this height that her peers couldn't reach. The two people who were qualified to be the chief were not interested in this position, which was frustrating, but there was nothing they could do. He put his hands behind his back and said loudly, "In this martial arts competition, those who ranked higher will receive rewards. The top 3 can enter the library and choose a unique skill, and the rest of the disciples will receive rewards. You are all talented and will be pillars of the sect in the future. Now the world is in turmoil, and I hope you will continue to be enterprising." When it comes to unique skills, countless eyes were once again cast on the two who possessed Tianshuang and Qishao respectively. The rumors about these two swords can be said to be everlasting in the sect. Is this rumor true or false? If these two people have taken the corresponding sword tactics, I am afraid that the time has finally come for the truth to come out. The Nine Peaks martial art competition came to an end. On this day, many changes occurred in the sect, and many rumors also appeared. However, the days in Shoshui Pavilion were still the same as usual. Li Mo hummed a little tune and cooked in the kitchen. The stream flowing through the yard was gurgling. The stream has become more and more spiritual recently, making the peach blossoms beside the stream bloom particularly vividly. A petal fell with the wind, floating on the turning pages of the book, becoming a bookmark for the girl. The book was written, Moonlight Sword Cannon, and a copy of Sun Wheel Sword Cannon was quietly placed not far away. The meal is ready. Li Mo poked his head out of the kitchen. Ying Bing got up and went to the kitchen and helped to get food. Master. Li Mo patted the woman on the rocking chair, but she remained unmoved, leaving only a foul back view. Shaoli thought she was asleep, so he went around to the front. But he saw that the master's eyes were silent, as if he had lost his soul, and he was still mumbling. He leaned in to listen, and it seemed that he was saying something, my money, Li Mo. It seems that the master has gone bankrupt again and is heartbroken. But it's not his fault. Shaoli knew how to deal with this situation. He took out 2 jars of fine wine and put them next to her. When she got drunk and woke up, she was full of energy. After doing all this, he returned to the table. While eating, he flipped through the sword book. It was the first time for him to come into contact with the sword of the ultimate level, even if it was only a low-grade ultimate skill. But after reading for a while, he let out a long sigh. The unique sword technique is so difficult. He felt like a junior high school student doing college questions. Is being too ozy? I finished reading it. A copy of Yuehua Sword Cannon was suddenly handed to him. It meant that he wanted to exchange it with him. Liu Mo was speechless. He couldn't learn it in a short time anyway, so he handed the sword formula in his hand over. After a while, Ying Bing's light voice sounded. Did you see anything? Well, I'll go back to my room and read it later. Liu Mo buried his head in his meal. He knew the words in both sword formulas, but why did they look so strange when put together? After dinner, Liu Mo was holding two sword formulas and was about to go back to his room. But Ying Bing's words came from behind. It's better to stay away from me tonight. Otherwise, you'll get hurt easily. Liu Mo didn't understand, but nodded. Then I'll sleep well in the wing room. Ying Bing raised her head and looked at the moon that had not yet risen completely in the sky. Today is the day when the system compares the results. It is also a cloudy day in a cloudy month, the time of the year when the moon is full. Her physique will be particularly terrifying today, and even she can hardly control it completely. So she can only reduce the scope of the impact. Step. The sound of the young man going upstairs came. She couldn't help but retract her gaze and looked at the figure going upstairs. The last move he used. Is it also obtained by chance? His talent seems to be not only in the sword. Dispel the distracting thoughts one by one. Ying Bing also returned to the room, quietly waiting for time to pass bit by bit. At this time, nothing else matters. This life is slightly different from her previous experiences, and many unexpected things have happened. But her first result will not change. I just don't know. Can Liu Mo rank in the top 20? The moon tonight seems to be much brighter than before. In the wing room, Liu Mo had just spread out the bedding. After a little thought, he probably guessed that Bing Tuozi didn't let him live next door because of her physique. I wonder if it happens regularly every month like those few days or once in a while. The Taiyin Yuehuang body has all kinds of extraordinary and strange phenomena. My immortal body is too low-key. Now, even breaking through is a problem. Liu Mo just complained. The system has never given him useless things, especially those that burst out from Bing Tuozi. It's just that physique. Those are all warriors with physiques who have explored them based on experience from generation to generation. Like Lin Jiang, he clearly knows that he should practice spearmanship to maximize the advantages of his physique. Liu Mo has no one to learn from. He can only rely on himself and explore step by step. Thinking like this, Liu Mo opened the two newly acquired unique sword techniques and studied them carefully. Gradually, the night deepened. Suddenly, the world seed sent a wave. Chulong so early today. In the world seed, Jiang Chulong hugged the branch with her head down. She had just demonstrated her achievements and looked at the opposite side quietly. Biting her lip, she asked carefully, Teacher, I didn't disappoint you, did I? She didn't know. Lord Tianzuan almost took a breath and said that this woman was so terrifying. A grass cut off the sun, moon, and stars. He really just said it casually to give Princess Jiang a little encouragement. But Princess Jiang really practiced in this way. When she drew her sword just now, it actually brought a hint of the boundless meaning of wildfires can't burn them all. Spring breeze blows them back to life. It's the sword force. Without learning any sword techniques, she has realized her own potential. Well, not bad. It must have been very hard during this period. Not hard. Jiang Chulong's face turned red when she was praised, and she waved her hands repeatedly. I practiced when I got up early, when I ate, when I went outside, when I picked up things, and then practiced with you at night, when I went to bed at night. Princess Jiang's day was very simple. Eating, sleeping, picking up trash, and then practicing sword while doing these three things. Liu Mo only practiced 12 hours a day, right? And didn't she ask the Murong family to take good care of her? Why did she go to pick up rags? Have you encountered any difficulties in your life? I used to be hungry often, but after Brotherly came, I no longer had that. Jiang Chulong suddenly stopped stuttering and spoke softly. When she mentioned Brotherly, her voice became smaller and smaller. Then why do you go out to pick up things every day? When she heard teacher Tianzuan ask this, Jiang Chulong tilted her head. Yes, why? She didn't understand. She only knew that every time she picked up some unwanted things from outside, such as broken kites, broken bottles, and the like, she would feel very satisfied, very accomplished, and very happy when she saw those broken things being cleaned up and placed neatly. Hobbies, hobbies. Jiang Chulong blinked and asked tentatively. Liemo, what a niche hobby. Okay, as long as you are happy. By the way, teacher, how is brotherly doing recently? A weak voice asked. Jiang Chulong's gray eyes were even brighter than before. She thought, the teacher is so powerful that he knows everything about the magnificent events in ancient times. He must know how brotherly is doing recently, right? The little girl cares about me. Last time, he said he would go back to see her, but he never sent a message back. Liemo couldn't help but smile. He cleared his throat. Liemo, right? He's fine. He just won the top 3 in the Qingyuan sect Jiufeng martial art competition, and his reputation has risen. He is admired by the heroes of Xiang Mansion. He is just a passerby. To be honest, his swordsmanship is not bad. Jiang Chulong's eyes lit up when she heard it, and it seemed that she floated to a far place and saw Brother Li's high-spirited appearance on the ring. She smiled foolishly. Brother Li is so awesome. Well, he should come back to the capital to see you in a while. Really? Okay, let's get back to the point. Take these 2 sword manuals and study them. I will test you next time. Just practice them quietly and don't show them to others. Tianzuan waved his sleeves, and 2 more sword manuals appeared on the table. Jiang Chulong put them away with great care. Then he covered his stomach and said in confusion, Teacher, I seem to have little mouse in my stomach recently. Little mouse? Liemo, under the mask, raised his eyebrows slightly and put his hand on her wrist. After sensing it, he breathed a sigh of relief and was a little surprised. That's not the stomach, it's the dantian. You're about to open your pulse. Open your pulse. Jiang Chulong knew very little about martial arts and didn't quite understand the concept of opening meridians. Liemo didn't have time to tell her. He was planning to wait until Jiang Chulong's body recovered and then take her to condensed qi and blood. Unexpectedly, she was ignorant and found the right way by herself. In this case, I will give you some elixirs to protect the meridians. The night became darker. The bright moon in the sky hung high in the sky, casting silver light on the entire Qiushui pavilion and reflecting the snow-white light on the ground. The sound of the stream flowing in the courtyard disappeared. Liemo exhaled a breath of white air and looked outside. It turned out that the whole stream had been frozen solid at some point, and it was glowing with a faint blue luster in the night. The small Qiushui pavilion is now frozen, and it is even colder than the cold winter. Ice lump. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Thinking like this, the system's prompt sounded suddenly in his ears. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully invested in Jiang Chulong and helped him open his meridian successfully. Investment feedback. A Mithril Heavenly Book Seal. Mithril Heavenly Book Seal can deduce and perfect any martial arts below the secret learning and upgrade it by 1 grade. It's finally here. Liemo's eyes suddenly lit up. He only needed a Mithril Heavenly Book Seal to upgrade the secret learning to a divine art, and then he could use the Gilded Heavenly Book Seal. This means that he will get a martial art that is higher than the divine art. There's also a chance to break through the inner breath realm. If Princess Jiang is in front of him, hug her up and down and kiss her hard. No need to hesitate. A small seal that looks like flowing mercury appeared in his palm, and the tadpole characters on it seemed to come alive. He took out the Fire Lotus Extreme Yang Power and covered it. The handwriting suddenly flowed, as if countless fish were swimming in it. True Phoenix Blood Lotus Sun-Changing Divine Art. Divine art, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the things that countless people dream of are lying quietly on the table. A divine art is enough to make countless strong men fall, influence the rise and fall of unimaginable forces, and cause a storm and a bloody storm. Liemo has read the Moonlight Sword Classic and Sun Will Sword Classic, and knows that these 2 swordsmanship are exquisite, but they are only inferior skills after all. No matter how the 2 swords attack together, it is impossible to compare with the real divine art. mostly because of the long time and the intensified rumors. The divine art is still beyond imagination. It is the ultimate of martial arts. What is above this? Liam couldn't help but feel excited. The gilded heavenly book seal fell onto the paper in his palm. The golden text burst out at this moment, and all rivers flowed into it like a sea. The fine blue and white paper gradually dissipated, as if the things written on it exceeded its carrying capacity. Oh my God, I haven't seen it clearly. Liam looked at it carefully after being shocked, but he saw that the handwriting was obscure and profound, and it seemed that it was still changing and disappearing, and it was impossible for people to see it. This is not it was any kind of writing that Liam had ever seen. In fact, it was hard to say that it was a writing. Buzz. The paper finally completely dissipated, but it turned into a lotus petal with a mysterious aura and flew into Liam's brow when he was not paying attention. Boom! A magnificent picture flashed through his mind. It was as if the world was just opened and all things were in chaos. In an instant, countless things were dissipating and reborn, which was many times more exaggerated than the movement in the small world. A red lotus quietly grew. The lotus petals moved slightly, and the boundless fire of karma burned the sky. Who am I? Where am I? It seemed like a long time had passed, but it also seemed like only a moment. Outside the window was still a cold moon, shining on the frozen stream. In the wing room, Liam opened his eyes blankly. The magnificent and vast picture just now still lingered in his mind, almost occupying all his mind. At this moment, only one emotion occupied his senses. Hungry. It was not hunger, but a thirst from the depths of his soul. He subconsciously took out a bottle of 10,000-year-old earth vein spirit milk and drank it all up. The earth vein essence poured into the dantian and was constantly absorbed by the 36 main veins and merged into the dantian, making the body feel like a long drought and a sweet rain. Boo! Studently wiped the corner of his mouth and finally came to his senses and remembered what had just happened. He used the heavenly book seal to deduce martial arts. He raised the grade of a magical skill and turned it into a lotus petal. That martial art, I don't know if it can still be called martial art. This feeling is very strange. Liam clearly knows its content, but he doesn't know how to describe it. He wants to explain, but has forgotten the words. The way of transmitting information he knows is too pale and powerless for the things described by martial arts. Then he found something wrong. He quickly focused his attention on his dantian. I saw. A faint breath lingered in the dantian, as if it were real. The color was light red, like a flame that has been burning here since ancient times, eternal and inextinguishable. Internal breath? This time, his internal breath did not disappear again. A bottle of 10,000-year-old earth vein spirit milk only condensed a little bit for me. Liam couldn't help but be speechless. Finally, I know what the 36 meridians are used for. If they don't transform the earth vein essence together, even this little bit of internal breath can't be condensed. Raise a finger. That wisp of internal energy suddenly appeared at the fingertips. There was no temperature nor any breath. He flicked his fingers. Suddenly, a wisp of internal energy flew out of the window and landed on the frozen stream. The magical thing was that it actually burned like this. The ice was ignited, and it did not melt into water. The firelight danced in Liam's pupils, illuminating the surprise in his eyes. If I don't take it back, it will continue to burn like this, until the entire stream is burned out. This internal energy can not only burn ice, but even other fires can burn. He had an epiphany. The internal energy of other warriors definitely does not have such exaggerated characteristics. At most, it is stronger and more lethal. And his internal energy can burn everything. It's just a matter of time. So how did this internal energy get into my body? Studently discovered the blind spot. All right, this can probably only be attributed to the magic of the Xianpin immortal body. Anyway, I have finally reached the inner breath realm. Liam finally put down the big stone in his heart. He now has 12 bottles of earth vein spirit milk. He divided 3 bottles from them, 2 bottles for his parents, one bottle for emergency use, and the remaining 9 bottles, he plans to use them all for practicing. 8 said, let's go. Upstairs. The room was full of snow, and frost was everywhere. The bed made of fine would have been frozen and cracked. Ying Bing frowned slightly. A faint inner breath wave came. That's right, at this time, she was still practicing with the help of the restless tying breath. This requires great pain, but there are also greater gains. Tying, the coldest and the softest. When everything is bleak, it contains the vitality of all things sprouting. This is also the reason why her physical body is far superior to that of the same realm. The time should be about right. Ying Bing raised her eyes and looked at the bright moon in the sky. It was midnight. The system was very punctual and sent a prompt at the right time, listing all geniuses in the Eastern Wasteland. Comparing the host's combat power, the two things of the system were carried out at the same time. In fact, just look at the list. As long as her name appears at the top of the list, everything else is self-evident. Ying Bing exhaled with an icy breath, and a trace of seriousness appeared in her jade face. It was not that she was worried about her position, but curious. Except for Liamo. In this life, will there be anyone else who will surprise her? What position will that boy who is very different from his previous life be ranked in? In the extreme cold, where water turns into ice in the middle, time seemed to have lost its meaning. Ding dong. The first ranking results are announced. Eastern Wasteland Prodigy number 50, Lin Jiang. Eastern Wasteland Prodigy number 49, Zhao Qin. Eastern Wasteland Prodigy number 30, Murong Xiao. Looking at the lines of handwriting on the system, Ying Bing's expression returned to calm. The system ranking was indeed slightly different from her memory. For example, Lin Jiang. For example, Murong Xiao. Coincidentally, these two people seem to know Liamo. So far, I haven't seen his name. That's normal. Liamo learned sword from her, and today's fight actually revealed something she didn't expect. His ranking will be at least in the top 20. The system ranking continued to appear. Eastern Wasteland Prodigy number 20, Xiao Qin. The 19th place of the East Wasteland Prodigy, Mei Ziguang. The 14th place of the East Wasteland Prodigy, Luo Yu. The 13th place of the East Wasteland Prodigy, Zhuo Qiang. Gradually, in the ranking of the system, some names have already made some impressions on Ying Bing. Some of them made a great reputation in the East Wasteland in the previous life, and some later went to Zhongshenzhou and left their names in the wind and cloud of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. For example, Luo Yu, after the decline of Qingyuan sect, led Fenyu Valley to become the leader of Ziyang Mansion. For example, Zhuo Qiang won the first place in the Wujian trial, and many years later, he became the dreaded number 1 killer of Shiyu Tower. They are all outstanding people. As for the top 10, they are even more outstanding. Ying Bing's thoughts moved slightly. She found that Liamo was not among them. Is he in the top 10? No, not just the top 10. 5th place on the East Wasteland Prodigy list, Zhong Jingyue. 4th place on the East Wasteland Prodigy list, Han Zhun. 3rd place on the East Wasteland Prodigy list, Shang Li. Seeing this, Ying Bing's eyes finally flashed with a trace of confusion and bewilderment. These people are all people who will shine in the 9 heavens and 10 earths in the future. They are heroes who have also made their own waves in the rolling trend. For example, Shang Li, the former prince of the Great Shang Dynasty. He carried the last national destiny of the Great Shang Dynasty and later restored the country in a high-profile manner. For example, Han Zhun. This person is quite mysterious. Ying Bing only knows that the other party's rise is extremely amazing, and the martial arts he uses seem to be completely out of this era. He is suspected to be the inheritor of an ancient force. Can Liamo surpass them, but only below himself? The thought just came to mind. Ying Bing's thoughts suddenly froze, and her clear eyes trembled violently. 2nd place on the East Wilderness Prodigy ranking, Ying Bing. She saw herself. Chevron underscore left. The 9 heavens and 10 earths are so vast that nothing is impossible. But this is only the ranking of the East Wilderness. It does not include the Diyu dynasty, nor those transcendental sections. It is only a corner of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, Ying Bing's mind was blank. But the system will not stop because of her confusion. First place in the East Wilderness, Tianjiao list, Li Mo. The remaining words were also displayed silently. Li Mo. These 2 words were reflected in Ying Bing's eyes, causing a storm. In her mind, the young man's expression as if bathed in spring breeze, his busy figure in the kitchen, and his trusting words on Qingyun unconsciously emerged. How could it be him? How could it be him? Indeed, Li Mo has changed a lot compared to what she once knew. His personality has improved, making people feel as if bathed in spring breeze. His talent has increased. He is qualified to discuss swordsmanship with her, and he has also obtained a certain inheritance. But he had just lost to me today. In the ring, Ying Bing was not really serious. She just wanted to see how strong he was. The result was indeed enough to surprise her. But Li Mo's strength was obviously far behind hers. And since they entered Qingyuan's sect, they have been together day and night. Under her nose, she didn't see him have any adventures. There might be someone who could rival her in the same realm, but they were all well-known people. Why? Why him? At this moment, the figure of the young man was covered with a thick layer of mystery. The air seemed to freeze. Ying Bing felt very strange. Surprised, confused, suspicious, unwilling. Being suppressed by someone, this is what it feels like. The comparison has ended, and rewards are being distributed. The host ranks second in the ranking. Reward 1. 3 bottles of Emperor Lujiang. Reward 2. 1 true phoenix feather. Reward 3. 1 cold marrow jade bed. The rewards from the system are all extremely rare treasures, and they can be used by her, so they are precious. For example, the Emperor's flowing juice. This is the essence of heaven and earth, born from the sky, scattered when it falls to the ground. Plants and trees become monsters. Strange beasts eat it to open their wisdom. People take it to cleanse their bodies, and their martial arts advance by leaps and bounds. Every 60 years, the Emperor's flowing juice will fall in certain places in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. As for the specific location, only Yintian's sect knows. Therefore, apart from Yintian's sect, very few people have this thing. There are also true phoenix feathers. True phoenix, true dragon. These once rulers of the 9 heavens and 10 earths are still extremely rare today, and every time they appear, they must carry a great destiny. In the dark, there are rules in the world. Whether it is a phoenix or a true dragon, no more than 9 are allowed to exist at the same time. Of course, many times the total number of these auspicious beasts is no more than 1 palm. Phoenix feathers are its natal objects. After being integrated into the body, it can have many magical powers, similar to the reverse scales of real dragons. Compared with real dragons, the existence of the Phoenix clan is even rarer, and it has been extinct in the 9 heavens and 10 earths for a long time. As for the last cold marrow jade bed, she had one in the Gue Palace in her previous life. Lying on it, practicing is twice as effective with half the effort. No doubt, these rewards are not ordinary things, even for her in her previous life. But it is detected that the host has turned on the loser's punishment. The system will temporarily keep all rewards and wait for the host to complete the punishment conditions before issuing them. If the challenge fails, the system will automatically unbind and all rewards will be destroyed. Current punishment conditions: sleep with someone who surpasses you for 1 month. Starting tomorrow, the challenge will begin. Complex emotions surge in her heart. Ying Bing stared at the reward and punishment conditions, lost in thought. She chose to increase the reward and start the challenge. She never thought that she would be punished one day. Because of her strong emotional fluctuations, the suppressed tying power in her body went out of control for a while. The room became colder and colder. It was so cold that people's thinking stopped and their thoughts solidified. Her eyelashes stained with ice crystals blinked lightly, and her eyelids finally closed heavily. Ying Bing's consciousness fell into darkness and sank into dreams. In the dream, above the vast sea, there was no sun, moon, or stars. Only thunder danced wildly, dyeing the world in black and white. The huge waves surged, forming an endless vortex, leaving everything swallowed without a trace. In the haze, Ying Bing remembered that she had been here. Guishu. In her previous life, she had searched for the last place in the world where the opportunity to become an immortal was hidden, and it was also a legendary figure, including the place where the powerful people, including Emperor Wu, the founder of the Yu dynasty, finally disappeared. Those who want to become immortals must enter this place to experience the tribulation. This is the only thing that exists on the sea, a huge stone tablet towering into the sky. She has been here, and she came here with the other 8 people in the 9 heavens. They killed the guardian of Guishu together and entered the path to immortality in Guishu together. But she failed. At this moment, Ying Bing finally remembered the reason why she failed in the tribulation. There's a lack of heart. Early morning, sitting on the frozen futon, Li Mo slowly took a breath, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. He was sinking his mind into the dantian. In the dantian, the internal breath that was originally as thin as a hair has grown 10 times stronger. If it is dispersed, it can fill the entire dantian. As soon as his mind moved, his inner breath gathered and dispersed with his mind, sometimes changing into various shapes. Liamo pushed the door open, walked to the frozen lake, and punched it. The all-pervasive inner breath penetrated into the thick ice. After a moment, he gently threw a stone on the ice. Crack, crack! The frozen stream instantly broke apart and began to flow again. Not bad. Liamo was quite satisfied. If he had done this before, he would have had to spend some effort, right? Is the ice block still not rising? Liamo glanced at the room upstairs in confusion. Normally, Ying Bing would definitely be drinking tea at the stone table at this time. But after looking at the scene in Xiaoshui Pavilion, he was relieved. She might need some time to rest after making so much noise last night. Shangwu squinted her almond eyes, scratched her flawless shoulders, and walked out in a daze. Seeing the scene in the yard, she was at a loss. It's a lump of ice, Liamo said casually. Oh, Shangwu nodded lazily and stomped her foot on the ground. The heat of a furnace swept through. The little sun branded by the beautiful master has an outstanding effect. She looked at her beloved disciple again. Master, what's the matter? Liamo was puzzled. Hey, from today on, I will teach you seriously. Yesterday, the elders held a criticism meeting for her. Many elders were emotional and accused her of not being worthy of being a teacher. Shangwu thought about it, and it was true. The disciple has been free for almost a month. As a master, she should really teach her apprentice something. If she had taught Liamo earlier, maybe she wouldn't have let her beloved apprentice lose to Ying Bing. Then she lost so much money. So, from today on, she decided to teach her beloved apprentice earnestly and let him enter the inner breath as soon as possible. For this reason, she also went to the library to review the classics on how to break through the qi and blood realm. After all, she broke through the realm when she was drunk, and she couldn't let her beloved apprentice learn from her. Shangwu was rarely so serious. Today, I will teach you how to condense the inner breath. But Master, I've already reached the inner breath realm. Your grandmother. Master went to the library in a hurry, without even having breakfast. He said he was going to review the knowledge related to the inner breath realm. At noon, a wisp of smoke rose from the Xiaoshui Pavilion. Nothing happened all morning. Is Bing Tuozi really in trouble? It was because of the competition yesterday. The scene of him throwing Bing Tuozi to the ground yesterday flashed in Limo's mind. After all, she was a woman, and it happened in public. Was it because of embarrassment that she didn't want to see him? It's unlikely, right? Limo felt that Ying Bing didn't have that kind of personality. After thinking about it, he decided to go upstairs to take a look. Carrying the prepared dishes, he went upstairs, and the wooden door was knocked loudly. No movement. Limo blinked, and with some effort, he pushed the door open. As soon as he entered, Shaoli was stunned. The room was like a cold storage room. On the cracked bed, which was originally a sleeping place, there was a big ice block placed there. Inside the ice block was a girl hugging her knees, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. It was Ying Bing. Really, a lump of ice. Liam, no. How did you manage to seal yourself with ice? There wasn't that much water in the room. It was very unscientific. Dong, dong, dong. Ice block. Ice block. Liam knocked on the ice block and shouted twice, but no one responded. He didn't care whether this was reasonable or not, and was ready to smash the ice block. Huh. But he stopped his fist halfway. This blue ice was obviously not condensed from ordinary water vapor, and it was extremely solid. Who knows if the ice block will break? Will the ice block also break? Oh, right, internal breath. Liam suddenly remembered that he was already a martial artist at the internal breath condensation stage. He stretched out his hand and passed a few strands of internal breath to the ice. Swish! Under his control, the internal breath was like a precise carving knife, grinding away the ice bit by bit. The speed was not fast. The ice block was finally rescued. She closed her eyes tightly, frowned, and seemed to have a nightmare, but fortunately her breathing was steady. Liam grabbed her wrist again, felt her pulse, and breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to pull his hand back, he suddenly felt a cold touch on his wrist. She held it tightly. It was like a person who was about to drown in the sea and grabbed a life-saving straw. You! Liam wanted to ask her how she was, but he swallowed the words when they came to his lips. He saw Ying Bing open her eyes. What a complicated pair of eyes. Confused? Complex? Even a little helpless. He had never seen Bing Tuozi show such a look to anything. In the past, Ying Bing was always indifferent and cold, as if everything was difficult for her to take to heart. She seemed to always have a plan in mind and clearly knew what she was doing. Did you have a nightmare? Liam didn't know what she had experienced, so he could only ask this. Ying Bing took a deep breath and loosened his hand slightly. The chill in the depths of his soul dissipated a little. If it weren't for him, how could he be so relaxed last night? But it was him who pulled him out of the dream. Did you do that on purpose yesterday? After a long time, Ying Bing's faint voice came. In the competition, Liam obviously did not show strength that surpassed her. That only means that he was hiding his weakness. Ying Bing had also had the experience of wearing brocade clothes at night to hide his strength. Liam, sure enough, is he still entangled in what happened yesterday? And he is closed because of this? Something is wrong. Is this still Bing Tuozi? Why is he so weird today? Sorry. Liam smiled embarrassedly. Ying Bing lowered his eyes. He admitted it. He did hold back in the competition between the two. What? Student Lee was silent after being asked this question. He was just careless. There is no reason. If you have to find a reason. Half an hour later, because of the hammer, Liam took out the star pestle from his sleeve. Pangea meteorite hammer? Ying Bing blurted out. Divine weapon? No, it just looks the same. It's just a fake but without any charm. This is just a mysterious weapon, a replica. Liam, exclamation point. How did Bing Tuozi know? Didn't we agree on that day, at the Divine Weapon Peak, that this matter must not be known to a fourth person? Could it be Master? Thinking of Shang Wu, Xiao Li suddenly realized, of course. It must be that the Master drank too much one day and accidentally revealed something. Liam sighed and said, The Pangea meteorite hammer is indeed with me. Don't tell others. I am helpless. I hope you don't mind. Anyway, Bing Tuozi is not an outsider, so he knows it. Helpless. Ying Bing was thoughtful. Her eyes flickered, and the fog in her heart seemed to dissipate. She seemed to understand. That day, the movement in Shunfeng Cave was because the Pangea meteorite hammer recognized its master. That master of the weapon was Liam. The magic weapon, naturally, cannot be easily taken out and shown to others. Can you activate the magic weapon? Ying Bing asked seriously. Just barely. Unless it is a matter of life and death, forget it. Liam spread his hands helplessly. If he is at the great perfection of Qi and Blood Realm, then at most he can only add the power of the World Seed of one breath. If it lasts a little longer, he will lose his strength and get hurt. No wonder. No wonder. Ying Bing understood. The system ranks people based on combat power. The combat power here does not include external objects. For example, if someone has a powerful hidden weapon, but it is gone after being used once, then this hidden weapon cannot be included as part of his combat power. Li Mo is the master of the magic weapon and can barely activate it. Naturally, the magic weapon is considered as part of his combat power. The power of the magic weapon. Ying Bing remembered the scene of Shang Wu activating the Pangaea meteorite hammer in his previous life. When the hammer fell, the mountains collapsed like a meteorite falling from the sky. That kind of power is beyond human power. Can she take it? The answer must be no. No matter how invincible she is in the same realm, and how she fights beyond her level, she can't resist the power of the magic weapon in the inner breath realm. But the Qi in blood realm activates the magic weapon. Doesn't this sound like a fantasy? She didn't understand how he did it. However, this move was tantamount to blocking the loophole of the system. As long as she couldn't take the magic weapon, she would be suppressed by Li Mo. Now that it's all said and done, it's okay. Let's eat. Well, in Ying Bing's life, she had encountered many bigger difficulties than this. She was not afraid of difficulties, but she was afraid of the unknown. It would be good if she found out the reason. The magic weapon would not grow, but her realm was changing with each passing day. If she could get the system reward. Warm reminder, today is the first day of the loser's punishment. Host, please strictly implement the punishment. For the first time, Ying Bing felt that the food was not tasty. The strange feeling in her heart that made her unfamiliar surged again and could not be shaken off. Sleeping the same bed for a month. You can sleep in my room from now on, Li Mo suddenly said. Dang. Along with the words, the bowl and chopsticks in Ying Bing's hand fell. The bowl and chopsticks fell to pieces on the frozen ground. Li Mo was speechless and said helplessly, "Look at this place. Can people still live here?" Ying Bing didn't say anything. She lowered her eyes and saw the scene in the room. It was a mess, including the bed she slept on, which was now supported by the unmelted ice. Once the ice melted, it would probably fall apart. You move to the next room. I sleep quite comfortably in the side room, Li Mo said again. Yeah. Ying Bing nodded, picked up a pair of chopsticks again, and ate the food slowly. Her movements were still a little stiff. I don't know what happened to her, and Li Mo didn't know what to say. Maybe now she wants to be quiet? It was only halfway through the afternoon. Bing Tuozi moved to another room and continued to shut herself in. She didn't want to talk, and she didn't practice. Shang Wu came back first, and her beautiful face was full of confidence. Master, have you come back from reading in the library? Li Mo asked. Yes. Shang Wu nodded with high spirits, as if she had grasped the truth. Then have you thought of teaching me something? Li Mo raised his eyebrows. It's true. Master is so young to be an elder, and his realm is so profound. He is also a dragon among men. It's just that he lacks the method to teach his disciples. It's more than enough to learn a little and teach him. I saw a book that said that the master should teach his apprentice what he is best at. Shang Wu raised his chin and said, That's right. Li Mo thought it made sense. I thought about it, and what I am best at is nothing more than 3 things. Shang Wu raised 3 fingers. Student Li put on an attitude of listening attentively. Then he heard the master proudly say, Fighting, drinking, gambling. Li Mo, it seems that there is nothing wrong. But why does he feel so strange? The book also said that when teaching apprentices, you must practice what you preach. Let's start with the first one. Shang Wu looked at Li Mo, narrowed his almond eyes, and raised the corners of his mouth. Come on, fight with me first. When we fight, I will teach you what I should teach. Li Mo? Question mark. What a good example of teaching by example. Can we not fight? No, I must be a qualified master. Wait, what's wrong? Before the fight, please tell me where the book is in the library. Student Li swore that he would burn the book. Shang Wu's narrowed almond eyes flashed. I'll tell you after the fight. Li Mo stopped talking, a small flame in his eyes. Although the master was called the innate fighting saint by many elders, he was notorious in Qingyuan sect and could stop children from crying at night. But he's not weak now, right? After all, he had fought with the daughter of destiny, and he broke through the inner breath last night, stronger than before. Li Mo was a little arrogant, thinking that he would not lose too badly against the master. He followed the master out of the back door and came to the open space outside the back door. So, just stepped out of the back door. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, the boundless fire color Shang Wu spread around him, completely covering the surrounding 100 meters. In an instant, everything was quiet. The surging heat swept in from all directions. Instantly, Liamo seemed to be in an alchemy furnace, unable to perceive anything outside. Inner scene. This is the inner scene strongman, using the scene in his heart to influence the world, bringing about a field-like effect. This is not right. Master, you don't suppress your realm? Liamo asked in confusion. The first rule of fighting is to bully the weak with strength and never do fancy things. Shangwu is really teaching seriously. Liamo! Exclamation point. I'm going to fight you. Withdraw. I want to withdraw. But obviously, it's impossible to withdraw. The beautiful master is itching to fight. Half an hour later. Liamo staggered back, covering his red forehead. Well, although the master did not suppress the realm, he still showed mercy. Every time he faced his attack, he fought back with a head crash. That jade finger seemed like a mountain he couldn't climb over. No matter how he attacked, it would bounce off his forehead in the next second. That's it. Shangwu rubbed her fingertips and chuckled. Liamo clenched his fists. Wind shadow step. His figure suddenly split into 8 parts, and they rushed towards Shangwu from different directions. However, Shangwu just snorted. Bang! The next moment, he flew back at a faster speed. Don't get carried away in a fight. Always stay calm. You are not the hot-blooded boy in the storybook. Anger will only make you lose your composure in front of an enemy you could have defeated. A true fighting king can also find time to provoke the opponent. Shang Wu's words fell. Liamo's head was dizzy from the bullet, and he didn't think too much. His brain twitched, and he felt that he had learned the essence of what the master said. Oh, isn't it just a little mouth smeared with honey? I am familiar with this. Subconsciously, he said, Old woman. Shang Wu's smile suddenly froze. The air solidified instantly, and only the heat was slowly rising. There's one more thing I haven't told you. Shang Wu's beautiful face smiled kindly, and the words between her teeth popped out one by one. Don't provoke the existence you can't beat. Liamo! Exclamation point. Strong wind blew in his face. It was as if a great beast from ancient times was slowly waking up. At this moment, Li's scalp was numb. The instinctive desire to survive made him bless the power of the world seed. The Pangaea meteorite hammer was obtained. The first move of Ding Qianquan Dingshan. Buzz. The air solidified. Everything around was shaking wildly, blurry, and the strong and sharp aura of killing was madly dissipating. Shang Wu, who was in a state of anger, raised his eyebrows slightly. Boom! The earth trembled, and the sun dimmed. This was the first time Li Mo used a magic weapon. The terrifying force filled the entire field and even overflowed outside. This hammer was like a thunder, like a punishment from heaven, and it was unparalleled in strength. However, the terrifying hammer hit the pink and white palm of the woman, but the momentum suddenly stopped. Even the great force was instantly eliminated. You kid. The Pangaea meteorite hammer in Shang Wu's palm hummed endlessly, and her almond eyes were full of surprise. Of course, Li Mo did not use the full power of the magic weapon, and it was impossible to do it. But just swinging it with difficulty was enough to be horrifying. Even she took some effort to take it. I won't fight anymore. I really won't fight. You can shoot me to death. Li Mo lay on the ground exhausted, turning into a salted fish. Not a master anymore. How did you do it? Shang Wu stretched out her hand and poked his face, looking at her precious apprentice as if he were a rare animal. Liamo took back the hammer and grinned. Anger may not necessarily explode, but the desire to survive can. What kind of answer is this? Suddenly, Liamo suddenly looked surprised again. Elder Qian, why are you here? Are you here to collect debts? Shang Wu was also startled and turned back suddenly following Liamo's sight. Empty. Where did Elder Qian come from? When she turned back again, Liamo had disappeared. She didn't know where he had escaped to. She couldn't even sense the field she released. This is what Shaoli had just realized. If you can't beat him, don't fight to the death. 36 strategies slip away. How did he run away? Ying Bing narrowed her almond eyes and looked at a corner of the field thoughtfully. She found a reason. There was a hole there at some point, as if it was burned by some kind of flame. Shang Wu's field is a projection of the Nanming Lihua. He can not only use magic weapons, but also break the field of the inner scene. In the attic, in front of the window, Ying Bing took everything in silently. His eyes, which had finally calmed down, could not help but ripple again. Today's fighting teaching session is over. But according to Master's meaning, we have to continue tomorrow. We'll fight again tomorrow. Liemo walked into the kitchen with lifeless eyes. This life is unbearable. Using the power of the world seed, the burden is really too great. Wait, my internal breath. As soon as he lit the fire and prepared to cook, Liemo found that his body had changed. His internal breath was actually a few points stronger than before the fight, but he was just beaten. You feel the benefit now. Ordinary people, don't have the qualifications to be beaten by me. Shang Wu's lazy voice came, and she resumed her casual posture, leaning against the door frame with her hands behind her back. Liemo was thoughtful. Field? It seems that the beautiful master did not release the field for no reason. He has been taking the earth vein spirit milk for a long time, and it is inevitable that the essence will remain in his body and cannot be completely absorbed. Did the master's field promote his further refinement of essence? Moreover, his body seemed to be more comfortable than before, and the sharp aura of killing hidden in it was also sorted out. A bit like Limo's mind flashed with the scene of Monkey King jumping into the Bagua furnace. Thank you, master. I'll treat you to good wine tonight. Very good wine. Liemo thanked him seriously. You have a conscience. The beautiful master snorted. The hand behind the sleeve, behind the back, also released the rolling pin. Huh, where's my rolling pin? Strange. Student Li was puzzled. He was also preparing to make dumplings in the evening. After a busy period, Chioshui Pavilion's dinner was finally served on the table. Liemo also kept his word and took out the good wine. He said, Immortal drunk. The system has only released feedback twice so far, and it should be the best among all the rewards for wine. You actually have such a good thing. I knew you were the best disciple of Master. Shang Wu held the wine jar, her nose twitching, and she was intoxicated after just 2 sniffs. She smiled happily. Tonight, I will teach you the second trick that Master is good at, 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Liemo felt that he didn't have to learn it. Hearing the footsteps behind him, he turned his head. You finally came down? Are you okay? No. Ying Bing shook his head, his eyes floating with complexity. His face was as pale as before the pulse was opened, and his throat was a little hoarse. Liemo poured her tea. His face was thoughtful. Abnormal, too abnormal. Bing Tuozi is his #1 investor, and he must not get into trouble. But if she doesn't say it, how can he? No. I have a cheat. What am I guessing here? Destiny I start. Name, Ying Bing. Age 16. Root bone. Tying moon phoenix body. Realm, inner breath condensation realm. Destiny, red, with emperor bone. Xian Bing as life. Chiu Shui as spirit, with phoenix heaven appearance. Evaluation. Fate is full of disasters, but can always turn misfortune into fortune. At this time, the feathers are not yet full, and when the wind and clouds change, it will surely hang high in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the phoenix will come to the 6 directions and 8 wastelands. Recent experience. Foreseeing an existence that he cannot defeat, he could not accept his own frustration for a while, and his heart was incomplete, and he began to doubt his persistence in martial arts. The power of tying was out of control, and it remained deeply rooted in various parts of the body, and was in a weak state. Liemo, let Bing Tuozi feel frustrated? Whose general is this, so brave? You are much stronger than yesterday. Ying Bing's voice came softly with a hint of weakness. Me? Liemo pointed at himself, and was stunned for a moment. Yeah. In addition to the magic weapon, Your internal energy is also different from that of ordinary people. Ying Bing sat in front of the stone table, and her figure seemed a little thin. Her heart was indeed confused. The system's requirements, the unexpected boy, these were actually not the root causes of her being like this. The most important thing was the dream of returning to the ruins last night. She began to doubt her own path, which was also the only one she insisted on. She suspected that she was still experiencing tribulations on the road to becoming an immortal and had never been truly reborn. She really couldn't tell. Me? Liamo was speechless for a moment. The person who made Bing Tuozi autistic was himself? This. How is this possible? Liamo subconsciously waved his hands repeatedly. Ying Bing said nothing. Shangwu pondered for a moment. My dear disciple, you are quite strong. If I were to fight you at the same level, it would be a 50-50 chance. If it was a life-and-death battle, you would have a better chance of winning, maybe 70-30. Qing, the recognition of Yuan's own fighting king, is quite valuable. Liamo was also stunned. He was used to being a lazy fish in his previous life, and he had long accepted his ordinariness. There was nothing he could do. There were all kinds of 24-year-old Panamera and 14-year-olds who were recommended to Tsinghua University on the internet, making him look like an NPC who came to the world to make up the numbers. But in such a short period of time, his changes seemed to be quite big. So big that even he felt strange for a while. He just felt that, if he was just temporarily inferior to others, he didn't have to doubt himself, or even his life. A girl of destiny, like Bing Tuozi, was just a little bit of frost. On second thought, this was not judging others by oneself. Since I couldn't accept the sudden success in a short time, I could understand Bing Tuozi to some extent. After all, she was cold and arrogant in her bones. This wine, TSK. Shang Wu's cheeks flushed. She got drunk very quickly today. She started to mumble with a silly smile. I remember when I went down the mountain and traveled around the world, there were storytellers in the tavern, telling some strange stories and legends in the world. The story is quite interesting, but he likes to exaggerate and spread rumors and slander. Shang Wu clenched her fist and slammed the table. Hearing this, Li Mo's eyes lit up slightly. Storytelling. My dear apprentice, have you heard of storytelling? Shang Wu asked with one hand on her chin and tilted her head. More than just heard of it. A mysterious look appeared on Li Mo's lips. I'm not talented, but I have heard a lot, and I know a lot that you have never heard of. Bragging. Shang Wu expressed disdain, saying that I have read more books than you have used paper. Seeing that she did not believe him, Liamo glanced at Bing Tuozi again and coughed lightly. Don't believe it? Then I will tell you. Come on. Shang Wu started to make a noise. Although Ying Bing had not come back to his senses, he was somewhat attracted. The inheritance he obtained was extraordinary. Perhaps some of the secret books had long disappeared? Pa! Liamo slapped the table, with a bit of the momentum of a storyteller slapping a gavel. Two beautiful guests. I am thirsty and can't tell a book. Can you give me a glass of wine? Little Li has been a performative personality for a long time. Shang Wu and Ying Bing have been seeing things for a long time, and they are not uncommon. Tisk, it's a bit of an inside story. Tell me about it, and you'll get a reward if you do. Shang Wu smiled and poured him a cup of Zion Renzu. Liamo took a sip and felt his whole body warm up. His mind became much brighter, and his thoughts became clearer instantly. The novels of his previous life are different from the stories of this world. However, this is not difficult for him. Just delete and polish it. Also, considering the audience group, after all, girls like to listen to something with a romantic element. The story I'm going to tell today is called The Return of the Empress. Ying Bing, ? Shang Wu, it's interesting. Limao's clear voice echoed. There's also a little poem in this story. The cold wind blows in the valley of desolation, and the cicadas sing less in spring and autumn. The Empress is back. She has an unparalleled appearance, is pure and unworldly, and is recognized as a fairy in the world. She has a high status and is decisive in killing. She can make countless forces in the 9 heavens and 10 earths change color. She is powerful and a sword can chill the 19 states. Her name is Lung Qingxiu, a female emperor, and she is called the Cold Witch by the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Because of her strength, she is a taboo existence in the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. Limo's few words, the image of a powerful and indifferent female emperor, came to life on paper. Shangwu thought about it and said suspiciously, "Is there such a person? Why haven't I heard of it?" Ying Bing also looked at Liemo. His eyes narrowed slightly. Liemo coughed lightly and said, "It is said to be a taboo existence, and it is a long time ago. It is normal that you don't know. The Great Shang dynasty was once prosperous, and many romantic figures have disappeared now." Shangwu pursed his lips and took a sip of wine. "Okay," Liemo continued. "However, if a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Moreover, such a female emperor who is not attached to any force and is not controlled by anyone is naturally regarded as a thorn in the eyes of countless people. In order to deal with her, the good and evil forces united and forced her into a desperate situation. That day, the sun and the moon lost their light. The sky turned upside down. The gods and Buddhas wept, and the ghosts cried at night. Her palace was full of blood, corpses piled up like mountains. Countless strong masters died, and the world was shaken. Although Lung Qingxiu was powerful, she was also at the end of her life and was forced into the abyss. Shang Wu's almond eyes were overflowing with color, and she was obviously immersed in the story. The thoughtful look on Ying Bing's face became more and more intense. She felt a little familiar. The female emperor in Li Mo's story had a different name and experience from her, but in some encounters, she could resonate with her heart. In her previous life, she was also not tolerated by the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even though she did nothing wrong and was only focused on her martial arts, she never had the idea of stirring up trouble. But she did not join the martial arts world, but the martial arts world came to her. A powerful and out-of-control existence is enough to be regarded as a thorn in the eye. However, her ending was different from that of the Empress in Li Mo's mouth. With no way to go, she only left a sentence: "Even if she dies, I will not regret my martial arts heart," and then jumped into the abyss. What happened next?" Shang Wu asked repeatedly. "The protagonist died at the beginning? Is it the end?" Liemo smiled softly. "Master, don't worry. Think about it. Since this secret can be spread, how could the protagonist really die? To be honest, this secret was left by Lung Qingxiu herself. When she was dying, she activated a strange thing called spring and autumn cicada. So, not only did she not die, she also returned to her youth." Little Li's storytelling focuses on being immersed in the story and having a strong sense of substitution. These words are even more powerful. Shang Wu! Exclamation point. "Pa!" To count it, this is the second time today. Ying Bing lost his mind, and the chopsticks in his hand fell to the ground. Shang Wu curled his lips. "Xiao Binger, you also think it's too shocking, right? There is no thing in the world that can bring people back to life. And this is not only about bringing people back to life, but also reversing time. The most unsurpassable thing in this world is life and death. The most ruthless thing in this world is time. Countless romantic figures and peerless strongmen have finally lost the time and cannot transcend the shackles of life and death. Transcend life and death, reverse time. How is this possible?" Shang Wu said, with an inexplicable sigh in his tone. "Maybe yes." Shang Wu couldn't help but look back. Where did Xiao Binger get this sense of substitution? Seeing Ying Bing listen to this story, Liemo couldn't help but feel relieved. Then he looked at Shang Wu unhappily. "Master, if you interrupt again, I won't say anything." "Okay, you are the storyteller, and you are the best." Shang Wu poured him another glass of wine, saying that he would listen to the story at ease and not argue. After all, it's just a legend. Who knows how much truth there is in it? Anyway, it's interesting, isn't it? Liemo drank another glass of wine before continuing to speak. As he told the story, the image of a proud and extraordinary woman who pursued martial arts wholeheartedly was also outlined. In this life, she used the accumulation of her previous life to rise rapidly. But such Lung Qingxiu, in an accident after her rebirth, met a man who had never practiced martial arts. Then, she began to pretend to be an ordinary person, contacted the man, got to know him, and was finally moved. So, a generation of female emperor had an ordinary husband. Many interesting things happened in the middle. Strange and reasonable, and full of pure natural and pollution-free sweetness. Moreover, after gaining love, her martial arts progress has reached a higher level. Liu Mo drank Xin Renzui while talking, and he was getting better and better. The plot was full of twists and turns and ups and downs under his narration. Shang Wu was fascinated by it. Compared with those stories told by storytellers, this story is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Although I know that many places are unreasonable, but it is so addictive. In the end, Lung Qingxiu and his family retired to the rivers and lakes. Without wind and rain, how can you see the rainbow? Hiccup, although her life has gone through many twists and turns, she has experienced setbacks and even life and death. But she has never been defeated, and finally, she can harvest both martial arts and love. Liu Mo also gave his own comments. What Xiaoli meant was, you see, even life and death can be transcended, so the ups and downs of life will eventually see the light. Girl, your life has just begun. Why bother about the gains and losses of the moment? Sublimated. Let's tell a story, focusing on positive energy. That's it. Shang Wu was still not satisfied. She wanted to encourage Liu Mo to tell another one, but found that Li, the storyteller, Mo was already lying on the table, snoring slightly. This bottle of immortal drunk, classmate Li drank 1/3. So after telling the story, he was drunk peacefully. TSK, you still need to practice more with me about drinking. There was no way. Shang Wu had to carry him back to the wing room, and then after drinking the last bit of wine, she went back to her room to sleep. Martial arts and love, double harvest? Ying Bing lay on the bed, smelling someone's scent at the tip of her nose, and the echo of someone's storytelling just now echoed in her mind. I don't know why. As the night deepened, she could not practice for the time being, and her mind became confused. What Liu Mo said, was it fabricated or true? Wait, Ying Bing suddenly remembered that she still had a system punishment to complete. But, sleeping in the same bed, Ying Bing frowned. Did he want her to sneak into Liu Mo's bed in the middle of the night? It was nothing. But after hearing the story just now, she felt the strange emotions in her heart getting stronger and stronger just by thinking about the scene. Snap! Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A figure staggered and fell on the bed. Ying Bing quickly dodged, and her bare hands had already touched the Tianshuang sword. But the strong smell of alcohol came to her nose, and then there was snoring. The young man on the bed snored twice, as if he had a good dream, and was still smiling foolishly when he fell asleep. It was Liu Mo. Ying Bing stood quietly by the window, but in the darkness, she couldn't see her face clearly. Ding dong, the first day is about to end. Host, please complete the punishment as soon as possible, otherwise the system will unbind you. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. Finally, a faint sigh sounded in the house. As midnight arrived, the extreme cold spread again. However, this time it was in Liu Mo's room. Wherever the moonlight illuminated the room, it was all snowy. The punishment for the loser, sleeping in the same bed for a month. Completion progress, 1/30. Congratulations to the host for fulfilling the punishment conditions. The reward will be distributed in stages. The next reward is 3 bottles of Emperor Lujiang. 3 bottles of Emperor Lujiang. It is enough for her to use for a long time, and after using it up, she can already enjoy the benefits. This punishment seems strict, but compared to the reward, it seems to be nothing. Thinking of this, Ying Bing's thoughts stagnated slightly. If the object of the punishment is not him, would I still feel this way? The steady and powerful heartbeat and breathing sound in her ears are getting closer and closer, clear and real, and the confusion in her heart seems to dissipate a little bit. What is certain is that she is definitely not in the immortal tribulation. He should be unconscious now. By the moonlight, Ying Bing looked at the boy who was only a few inches away from her. His eyebrows were gentle, his face was white, and because he was drunk, it was stained with a little red. If he put on a Confucian robe, his handsome facial features would have the bookish air of a Confucian student. At this time, there was a silly smile on the corner of his mouth, which formed a contrast with his usual clever temperament. Even lying next to her, his body temperature was hot, but he was not affected. To say it without any selfishness, quite handsome. It was also him who, by chance, took the top spot in her list. In 2 lives, he might be the only one who has surpassed her. Even with Ying Bing's eyes, she had to admit it. Li Mo is indeed qualified to be among the geniuses. But this is also the last time. Next time, it's at this time. Suddenly, an arm came over and pressed on her. Shally had a bad sleeping habit and often had an indecent posture. This night seemed quite long. The next day, who am I? Certainly opened his eyes in a daze and stared at the ceiling. His head didn't hurt, but it was a little empty. After a while of being empty, the memory finally came back to his head. He remembered drinking with his master last night. I really can't touch wine and sex. From today on, I will quit drinking. Shally swore in his heart. He sat up and saw the familiar furnishings, which made him feel something was wrong. And the familiar faint fragrance seemed to be drilling into his nose. Li Mo! Exclamation point. I slept here. Would it be Tuozi's sleep? He moved his ears and heard the sound of sword wind waving downstairs. Looking down from the window, you can see the clear and sharp back, and the sword moves with the falling flowers. The familiar being Tuozi is back again. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully helped Ying Bing regain his confidence. Investment feedback. Phoenix Ming Tianza. Li Mo smiled with relief. It seems that yesterday's chicken soup is useful that a young girl likes to listen to stories. You can tell more in the future. This martial art, as soon as you hear the name, it is not an ordinary thing. Okay. Li Mo smiled and checked the introduction of the technique, and then his smile froze at the corner of his mouth. Phoenix Ming Tianza, dual cultivation martial arts, infinite uses, can make 2 people of equal realms, the mind and will match, and when they practice to the depths, they can even cause strange phenomena. Li Mo. The name is so serious, but it turns out to be a dual cultivation technique. Who am I practicing with? Fall. Well, after flipping through the first few pages, Li Mo admitted that he had thought wrong. Although this is a dual cultivation, it is not the way of yin and yang. Even between the same sex, as long as the compatibility is high enough, it can be practiced. Who are you looking for? Li Mo went downstairs and looked up to see Bing Tuozi, who had just finished practicing sword, and looked up at him. Bing Tuozi? Wait. By the way, he slept here last night. Where did Bing Tuozi sleep? You drank too much yesterday, Ying Bing said softly. Li Mo's throat tightened. He probably just wanted to get up and pee last night, and then forgot to change his room to sleep. I drank, didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Li Mo was embarrassed. Ying Bing shook his head. You slept very soundly. That's good. Li Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was Bing Tuozi who slept in the room. If it was any other woman, it would be troublesome. What do you think of those 2 sword manuals? As expected, Ying Bing did not dwell too much on what happened last night. Li Mo nodded and said, those 2 sword manuals should have been 1 book originally. This conclusion is provided by Princess Xiao Jiang. This girl got the sword manual, and she actually used the Sun Will sword manual in her left hand and the Moonlight sword manual in her right hand. After she found out that the 2 sword manuals were the same sword technique, she thought it was a test from teacher Tianzuan and ran over to tell him happily. You really found it. Ying Bing's tone was casual, but his eyes fluctuated slightly. In that case, let's discuss the sword art with this sword technique today. Student Li fell into deep thought. He himself doesn't know how to do it yet. To learn the sword technique, there must be a lot of martial arts insights required. Even if he has been a porter between Bing Tuozi and Princess Xiao Jiang recently, and has saved for about 230 years, he can't avoid the pain. But what should be spent still has to be spent. If the sword art can't keep up, there will be no way to brush the rewards between the 2 of them. Wait for me first. 50 years of martial arts insights injected successfully. In the first year, you learned nothing from the unique swordsmanship and had no idea where to start. In the 8th year, you finally understood the connection between the Sun Wheel Sword Cannon and the Moonlight Sword Cannon. In the 12th year, you finally connected the two swordsmanships and made them into the Sun and Moon Sword Cannon. In the 50th year, your Sun and Moon Sword Cannon has become mature. Enlightenment surged in his heart, and Li Mo sighed slightly. It has become mature and can be used barely. Come on. Half an hour later, the two of them put away their swords. We haven't achieved the unity of mind and spirit. If this continues, it will be impossible to achieve unity in a short time. Ying Bing lowered his eyes, obviously not satisfied with the result of practicing together. Strange. Li Mo's talent in swordsmanship is not bad. Indeed, in a short period of time, he mastered a unique swordsmanship. Why did it feel so strange when the two of them were practicing? For a moment, she was not sure whether the problem was with herself or Li Mo. Maybe we don't have enough tacit understanding. Li Mo scratched his head. He thought it was probably because he was too new and couldn't keep up with Bing Tuozi's pace. What should he do? By the way, mastering the sword technique with Bing Tuozi is also an investment, right? But the trouble is that even if he puts all his martial arts insights into Sun and Moon crossing sword, it may not be enough to push it to the realm of perfection. Tacit understanding requires the harmony of the two people's minds. Ying Bing thought thoughtfully. Li Mo suddenly had an idea in his mind. I have a dual cultivation martial arts, which may have miraculous effects. Do you want to try it? Dual cultivation? The voice fell. The air became a little subtle for a moment. Crackling. What sound? Li Mo was stunned for a moment, looked down, and saw a certain icy guy holding the Tianshuang's sword with a creaking sound. If the person who said this was not him, the sword would have been chopped down, right? Looking up again, he met Ying Bing's scrutinizing eyes again. Li Mo! Exclamation point. Will he be disliked? It's all because of those flower thieves in the rivers and lakes who say the weird skills of taking yin to replenish yang are dual cultivation every day, which makes people easily misunderstand. If we practice our two swordsmanship together, isn't it also considered dual cultivation? My martial arts are serious. Li Mo added. What's serious or not? Ying Bing tilted her head in confusion. She was actually thinking about which part of the eastern wilderness that Li Mo had inherited. How come there are martial arts for dual cultivation? After thinking for a while, Ying Bing said in deep thought, this kind of martial arts has extremely high requirements for both parties. It may not be possible to practice it. Let me see it first. Okay. Li Mo nodded and took out a few pages of light golden paper from his arms. Ying Bing sat in front of the stone table, put Tianshuang across her knees, lowered her eyes, and read it. And gradually, her expression seemed surprised. She couldn't tell the grade of martial arts. Well, I also found it by accident. Go to your room tonight. Don't you want to practice dual cultivation? Bing Tuozi agreed to it unexpectedly. Shaoli sighed that she was worthy of her, and her main character was cool and decisive. Speaking of dual cultivation, is it also an investment? Leaving the martial arts behind, Li Mo saw Shang Wu leaning against the back door and hooking her finger at him. Meaning, come out and get beaten. Li Mo sighed and went out the back door. When he walked out, Ying Bing's hand holding the paper slowly tightened. She was not inexperienced. This was indeed a serious dual cultivation martial arts. But even if it was serious, it was usually practiced between partners. The Gue Palace strictly prohibited disciples from falling in love. In the previous life, many disciples secretly practiced similar martial arts, which was why she caught them. But now the strange feeling in her heart. She couldn't help but want to curl her fingers. But if it wasn't for this excuse, she didn't know how to meet the punishment standard. After all, Li Mo wouldn't get drunk and walk into the wrong room every day. It doesn't matter. This is to return to the top of the list as soon as possible. It is also to repay his favor. Yes, that's it. No other meaning. Moreover, it can also figure out what kind of physique Li Mo has and how he can actually produce such a strange internal breath. Thinking so in his heart, Ying Bing looked down seriously. Outside the courtyard, the fire color once again enveloped the open space. Liamo still felt uncomfortable staying in the field, but he did not try to burn with his internal breath again. After all, staying here can temper his internal breath. Moreover, if the master pays a little more attention this time and fills the loophole in time, his last trick will be useless. Looking up, Shangwu was sitting on the wall with his legs crossed. Today I will still teach you how to fight. But what you have today can be regarded as real skills. Come on, take action. She hooked her finger. Liamo actually saw some seriousness on the face of the master, who has always been lazy. He couldn't help but collect his thoughts. He started with the wind shadow step. Then he used the star pestle. Then he was flicked away by the master's finger. As soon as the thought fell, his body moved. However, just when he thought everything was going as expected, he saw the pair of almond eyes filled with fire. Liamo suddenly felt stuffy in his chest, as if struck by lightning, as if a sacred mountain was crushing down, and he was just a crushed dry grass. He fell into darkness directly in front of his eyes. He died. No, not really dead. He just experienced death once. That trembling breath, after he woke up, still lingered in his consciousness. You woke up faster than I thought. Shangwu was still sitting on the wall, her crossed legs swaying slowly. Just now, those who practice swords have sword spirit, and hammers are not just for hitting people. Shangwu jumped down. Soldiers kill sharp spirit? Liamo asked tentatively. Not entirely. The fire in Shangwu's eyes faded. You now have a treasure mountain, but don't know it. Old rules, talking while fighting. Liamo was silent. Will he be dead for the whole day? At night, another day of fighting teaching is over. Finally, I know why Master didn't have any disciples before. If someone else comes, the grass on his grave will be 3 feet high next year. Liamo, who didn't want to move a finger, sank his mind into Dantian. It must be said that if Shangwu's training method can be endured, the effect is also quite outstanding. The internal breath has become a little stronger, and this is not the key. If he fights against his previous self, he is confident that he can win within 10 moves when the internal breath is similar. The realm and fighting level have improved rapidly. Give him another month or so. Maybe he can condense the chi perfectly? Dragging his tired body into the yard, Liamo saw the Phoenix Ming Tianzi, given to Bing Tuozi during the day, lying quietly on the stone table. It is obvious that Bing Tuozi threw it here after reading it. By the way, I haven't read it myself. Liamo heated up the rice and ate while watching. This martial art has no grades and is divided into 4 levels. The first level is about the fusion of breath. The second level is the fusion of spirit and will. The third level, the unity of body and soul. This unity of body and soul doesn't mean. Liamo was silent for a while. 10 years of martial arts enlightenment injection is successful. First year. Not long after, the deduction was completed. Well, it's strange that he understood this stuff very quickly. Liamo opened his mouth and even forgot to swallow the rice. This martial art can be practiced by people of the same sex, but they can never reach the third level, because it requires both parties to know each other well. At that time, the spirit, energy and spirit can achieve a short-term perfect fusion. It's not completely impossible for the same sex. This is not the point. Bing Tuozi didn't understand this level, right? Liamo, a familiar voice came from upstairs. Ying Bing stood in front of the window. Come up. Okay. Liamo was a little nervous. Squeak. Pushing the door open, he met Ying Bing's quiet eyes. Liamo felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. How much have you learned about that dual cultivation martial arts? I've barely mastered the first level, and I'll prepare the rest tomorrow. It's good. The first level is good enough. Liamo felt a little relieved. At this time, the familiar coldness began to spread from Ying Bing. In the dark, the girl patted the head of the bed, her voice cold. Take off your clothes, come here. Huh. Although he knew Bing Tuozi definitely didn't mean that, Liamo subconsciously took a half step back. No way. He read too many novels in his previous life. The domineering female president fell in love with me is a genre that he occasionally dabbled in. The moon was strong the day before yesterday, and I haven't fully recovered yet, so I can't fully control my internal energy. If you're through your clothes, you might get hurt. Ying Bing's words were light, and there wasn't much emotion in them. Liam felt that he was being hypocritical. Bing Tuozi didn't care, so why was he so shy? Okay. Liam took off his shirt. The candlelight was lush. Now, Shally is no longer the thin and weak young man who just left home. He has a body of tendon meat that looks thin when dressed and meaty when undressed, with clear ravines and a strong sense of strength. He has grown a few centimeters taller and is now at least 1.8 meters tall. He is more coordinated than those with strong arms, leopard waists, mantis legs, and other bodies with strong bones. Pants? Liam asked very seriously. Ying Bing frowned slightly, and her eyes were still like frost and broken jade. What do you think? Liam coughed lightly and sat next to her without embarrassment. A faint fragrance floated in the air. My shoulder was a little itchy. Was it her hair? Little Lee's mind was a little confused. As everyone knows, he is a normal male basketball player, and including his memories on Blue Star, the most intimate contact with the opposite sex was limited to holding hands and hugging with his high school girlfriend. And now, he was facing a beautiful ice lump who could only be described as a foul. He hadn't put on his shirt yet. Turn around. Ying Bing gave another order. Liam turned around a little stiffly. Then, between the 5 fingers of the jade hand, the dark blue lingered and surged, and the shocking coldness was swallowed. My inner breath will enter your dantian. Try to use your inner breath to get close to it first and not be hurt by it. If you can bear it, you can continue to the next step. Okay. Liam retracted those chaotic thoughts, looked at her eyes seriously, and nodded. In fact, he didn't know whether he could succeed. After all, once the inner breath entered his body, it would disappear without a trace, and the reason is still unknown. Ying Bing nodded slightly. Immediately, the cold palm was gently placed on Liam's dantian. Suddenly, the dark blue light spread out, turning into strands of ice blue stars, wandering on the surface of his body. Very cold, but it felt much better than that day on the ring, and it didn't disappear. Seeing that he was not unusual, Ying Bing continued. Ice blue stars flowed from the surface of the skin toward Liam's dantian. Oh, Liam's breathing was now cold, as if he was soaked in an ice bucket. The bone-chilling cold radiated from the inside out, but it didn't hurt him, just a little stiff and numb. But this was because of his strong body. If it were an ordinary person, Liam couldn't help but look at the girl opposite. Her expression was solemn and focused. She had endured more than this since she was a child, right? She didn't practice physical training. Every day, she had to experience a stronger cold than this. It's no wonder that Bing Tuozi has such a personality. Focus. Ying Bing's tone was very light, but it made people feel unquestionable. This is Bing Tuozi who has started practicing. Liam came back to his senses. He began to use the method recorded in the first level of Phoenix Ming Tianzi to circulate his internal breath and wrap the dark blue internal breath in his dantian. His martial arts insights were not wasted. He seemed to have done similar things countless times. The 2 internal breaths were like dough, mixed together by him, and then unfolded at the right time. Ying Bing, who had his eyes closed, moved his eyelids slightly. He had been concentrating his internal breath for a short time, but the amount of internal breath was actually more than his own. That's fine. After all, he has been training with Shang Wu recently, so it's not something that is incomprehensible. The main thing is, isn't his dantian too strong? Ying Bing wanted to stop inputting internal breath a few breaths ago, but Liam's dantian seemed to encompass everything and was bottomless. He was really good at pretending. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Increase the strength. Liam grinned. Ying Bing stopped talking and silently passed on the internal breath. Half an hour later, the input suddenly stopped. Liam opened his eyes and looked at her. His eyes were somewhat puzzled. Why don't you continue? No more. Ying Bing was silent for a while. Speaking of which, Is Li Mo's physique due to his natural strong dantian, or is it because he is too suitable for physical training, which leads to Dantian has he become much stronger after birth? If it is the former, then his physique is not inferior to mine. Okay, I'm fine now, Li Mo said confidently after carefully feeling it. In fact, what he mainly did was to control his internal energy so as not to burning Bing's. Originally, according to the records in martial arts, it is not easy for different internal energy to coexist harmoniously. Student Li did not experience much difficulty. It's your turn. Yes. Ying Bing nodded to indicate that she was ready. Li Mo did the same. The next second, she felt a burst of tingling in her dantian. Although Li Mo tried his best to control it, the escaping breath was also filled with the purest sense of destruction. Ying Bing's expression did not change, and she did not speak, but her little face suddenly turned red. Li Mo controlled her internal energy, looked at her expression, and asked in a low voice, "Are you okay?" Ying Bing pursed her lips. The determination in her eyes almost overflowed. "No problem. Okay." Li Mo thought she would not hold on, so he continued. However, he put more mental control on his inner breath. Time passed. In Ying Bing's dantian, two colors of inner breath intertwined. She did it. It's just that the process was much harder than Li Mo's. It's not that martial arts itself is difficult, but the inner breath of the young man is too unruly and fierce. Even if its master is helping, the process is not easy. You can move on to the next step. Okay. The first acupoint, Tianjue acupoint. According to the acupoints recorded in martial arts, the two inner breaths kept shuttling back and forth in the bodies of the two people. Each time, it was a different acupoint. Li Mo's face remained normal. But Ying Bing, occasionally, because the feeling of the acupoints was too strong, her body trembled uncontrollably. The night deepened. Half of the night had passed. Phoenix, singing in the sky, was finally fully run by the two of them, and hundreds of acupuncture points flowed through one by one. How do you feel? The effect is excellent. Li Mo opened his eyes, full of energy. Ying Bing, are you going to continue? Accepting the aura of a foreign species for a long time, after all, is an external object which will cause a certain burden on the body. But with her physique, although it is uncomfortable to continue, it is also possible. It's just that Ying Bing felt a little tired. During the whole process, she had to concentrate on it. If it's too full, it will be full. I'm really tired too. Sleep, sleep. Mainly, in the World Seed, Princess Xiao Jiang went to find her master, and he didn't care about much. It's good to be young. Fell asleep. Ying Bing didn't know why. Seeing him fall asleep, she was relieved. It seems that he can't do his second time. The first double cultivation ended. Ying Bing also lay down and closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the arrival of midnight. Several days passed in a flash. During this time, Xiao Li's daily routine was quite regular. In the morning, Master taught him how to fight. He still couldn't stand Shang Wu's intention, but he persisted longer and longer and even developed a sixth sense in the dark. This made his double cultivation in the evening more and more handy. This was reflected in his control of his inner breath, which would not bring too much burden to the double cultivation partner, that is, being too ozy. Li Mo found that now that the two of them were practicing Phoenix Ming Tianza together, their progress could only be described as lightning fast. Originally, even if he could achieve unity of man and nature, he still needed to constantly absorb the essence of heaven and earth and transform it into his own qi. With Bing Tuozi, this process was more than 10 times faster. Unity of man and nature, elixir and rare treasures, master's beating, plus double cultivation with Bing Tuozi. Did something strange get in? In short, his speed in the inner breath condensation state can only be described as riding a rocket. But there is also bad news. He made a mistake in his initial estimate. The Dantian is too tolerant, like the sea embracing all rivers. He originally thought that it would take 10 days or 8 months to condense the qi in a liquid, but now it seems that it will take more time. Student Li is not in a hurry. After all, the process of practicing is still wonderful. Congratulations to the host for successfully assisting Ying Bing in practicing. Investment feedback, a drop of golden crow blood. Golden crow blood. The bird is the yang essence, containing a trace of the sun power of the golden crow. In the world seed, Jiang Chulong held branches in his left and right hands, and the sound of waving was endless. Lord Yuanshi Tianzuan flipped his palm and took out a crystal bottle. The few drops of light golden liquid contained in it were not quite accurate to say that they were liquids because they did not blend together, but burned distinctly, releasing a gorgeous flame like a bean. This is what Li Mo and Bing Tuozi got from their dual cultivation over the past few days. Teacher, this little bean is so warm. Jiang Chulong squatted beside him with her knees hugged, the fire flickering in her eyes. This is the blood of the golden crow. The Lord Tianzuan chuckled, as if this was just a common thing for him. Golden crow? Teacher, you even have this? Jiang Chulong opened her mouth in surprise. Have you seen this thing? I've seen something a little similar. Jiang Chulong stumbled and talked about what she had seen. Before no one played with her, she would sometimes sneak out of the cold palace. One time she sneaked out quite far. There are a lot of small signs there, and a statue of Taizu. There is a three-legged crow, pecking at Grandpa Taizu. Liam Mo heard that she was talking about the ancestral hall. After listening for a while, he roughly understood what Princess Jiang had seen and heard. She went to the ancestral hall and saw a black three-legged bird pecking at the statue of Emperor Wu. When the three-legged black bird was caught and killed, the blood that spilled out was a bit like the bottle of golden crow blood in his hand. That should not be the real golden crow, but a trace of its blood. The real golden crow can turn into the sun. Liam Mo smiled. Jiang Chulong nodded thoughtfully, and then asked in confusion, But the sun, isn't it Grandpa Woody? This question asked the blind spot of Xiao Li's knowledge. It is indeed clearly recorded in historical records that Emperor Wu turned his body into the sun, but who can tell whether it is true or not? However, Princess Jiang did not dwell on this issue for too long. Teacher, give it to you. Jiang Chulong took out a sachet from his arms. The material was actually quite good. Although there was no embroidery on it, it was sewn very neatly. She hesitated, her fingers tangled together, and she didn't dare to look at the teacher's expression. I made it myself. You can do this? Lord Tianzuan was surprised. Yes. I learned it from the palace maid. Where did you find the material? I bought it. Seeing that the teacher seemed to like it, Jiang Chulong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and spoke more fluently. I've been picking up a lot of things recently, knives, swords, and so on. I'm in a fixed place every day. Lord Tianzuan was puzzled. Can you pick up swords on the street? Can this thing have automatic refresh? But after Princess Jiang talked about her experiences these days, he realized it. The trial of the infernal world had started. Every day, there were people from the Jianghu fighting each other. Some of them who valued martial ethics would find a place with good scenery to duel. Our little Princess Jiang would quietly wait for them to finish fighting and then come out to clean up the battlefield. By the way, she would dig a pit to bury the loser so that the dead could rest in peace. Liam Mo, touching corpses? He never expected that Princess Jiang's hobby of picking up garbage would also evolve. No, can't I? Safety comes first. Liam Mo thought about it and finally taught her a breath-suppressing martial art. By the way, teacher, Brother Li, when will you come back? This was the question that Jiang Chulong had been thinking about, and she would ask every day when she left. Today, Lord Tianzuan gave a positive answer. The sect would send disciples and elders down the mountain to prevent a big mess in Ziyang Prefecture City. He had known for a long time that he would be stationed in the prefectural city as one of the top few in the martial arts competition, and his master would follow him. She was an elder, so naturally she would be the leader. Speaking of which, it's time for the day, right? Why didn't the master send any message? Going to Ziyang Prefecture City, faced with the inquiry of her beloved disciple. Shang Wu, who was sitting on the recliner, had a blank look in her eyes. She took off the small gourd and drank 2 mouthfuls, then scratched her shoulders like powder clouds and remembered. It's true. We should have set off 2 days ago. Liamo? So you forgot, didn't you? After some inquiries, I found out. Lao Shao had already set off in advance, and it was estimated that they had been waiting at the agreed place for 2 days. So, Liamo, with Bing to Ozi, pulled his master and got on the carriage going down the mountain. An evening without sunset, in the post house 100 miles away from Ziyang Prefecture. It rained heavily today, hitting the eaves, and the pervasive water vapor made the outside white. The heavy rain made the post house business even better, with people toasting and drinking, and the noise was endless. Did I leave too early? But I've been waiting for 2 days. A figure wearing a bamboo hat and a young man with a broken sword on his back sat in the corner to eat, looking at the door from time to time. After thinking about it, Xiao Qin felt that it was not his problem. In recent days, there have been a lot of things happening in the post house, with blood and death often seen, and it was extremely tragic. It can be seen that the trial of the endless has begun. The infernal trial. At this time, an old voice sounded in his ears. I hate those notorious rats the most. They're like dog-skin plasters and can penetrate every hole. If I hadn't been targeted by the 2 Disha killers, I wouldn't have. Qinsheng Wuzun obviously didn't like Shiyu Tower. Teacher, what kind of existence is Shiyu Tower? Xiao Qin couldn't help but be curious. Even the teacher was forced into such a situation. In Shiyu Tower, the highest rank is the 36 heavenly killers, who directly obey the tower owner. There are also 72 earthly fiends, 360 human killers, and countless low-ranking assassins. None of those guys who made a fuss these 2 days can really enter the tower. How can those who are qualified to enter Shiyu Tower be ordinary people who duel in broad daylight? They are a group of venomous snakes who are only interested in profit and will do anything to achieve their goals. Shiyu Tower is a place that dares to assassinate even the royal family. Give them money, and they will do things for you. Qinsheng Wuzun was impressed by Shiyu Tower. Xiao Qin pondered and asked, will their assassination fail? Failure means that the money given is not enough, and they will ask you to pay more. To some extent, Shiyu Tower is quite persistent. Xiao Qin couldn't help but stay away from Shiyu Tower, which only recognized money but not people. He still preferred to deal with gentlemen like Brother Li. At this time, a figure broke through the rain curtain and stepped into the inn. The inn, which was full of people, suddenly fell into a dead silence. The man was extremely thin, with a short knife on his waist. He stood there, and the ground was gradually dyed red. What dripped down his body was not rain. Being watched by everyone, he walked straight to the opposite side of Xiao Qin and sat down. Brother, can I sit here? As he said, he asked the waiter for a bowl of beef noodles. Please feel free. Xiao Qin's face was gloomy. The master said that this person is not simple. Sir, your beef noodles, as you said, do not have chopped green onions. The waiter ran over with a smile on his face. The man squinted his eyes, but did not move his chopsticks, just grinned and said, But, you don't eat beef. This sentence, it broke the atmosphere of impending storm, and the solemn atmosphere finally broke out. Woo! The waiter, who was smiling just now, shook the towel on his shoulder, and it shook out fine needles like pear blossoms in the rain. In the post house, there was a sound of swords being unsheathed. Zhuo Qiuyang, today is the day you die. The diners, the shopkeeper, and even the groom, all rushed over with murderous intent. Xiao Qin, ? So that man sat here because, in the entire post house, he was the only one who was not a killer? It was quite abrupt. The not-so-big post house was flashing with swords and knives, and instantly turned into a Shura field. The short knife on Zhuo Qiuyang's waist was stunning and charming, and a life was lost in a flash. When the knife whistled, it made people feel like their hearts were being bitten by ants. So strong. Xiao Qin felt a little scared. The other party was so murderous that he was not sure he could beat the other party if it was a life-and-death fight. The teacher once said that he was an outstanding genius among his peers. But Lao Shao always felt that he was mediocre. I used to think that it was because of the outstanding people in Qing Yuan's sect, and now I came down the mountain and met this person again. It's indeed the whooshing sword method. At his age, he has practiced it to perfection. Qinqing Wu Zun exclaimed lightly, and was also surprised by Zhuo Qiuyang. Do you know his martial arts? Nonsense, if I didn't know, why would I remind you? Teacher, there's something wrong with this inn. Why didn't you remind me? Xiao Qin stood in the corner to avoid it. Hidden weapons flew everywhere, and he had no choice but to pick up the broken sword and wave it. These are not even low-level killers, and they're not here to kill you. Xiao Qin nodded. He didn't receive Tang Qianyan, and no innocent people were involved here. But suddenly, a hidden weapon that he hit back shot through the chest of a poor guy. This guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. I thought he was in the same group with Zhuo Qiuyang. Kill him. Some of the swords and shadows swept toward Xiao Qin. Qinqing Wu Zun smiled. Now it's time. Xiao Qin was silent and forced to join the battle. Both of them were geniuses who could fight against opponents of higher levels in the inner breath realm. And this group of disguised assassins didn't even have one in the inner breath jade liquid realm. The result was self-evident. This encounter soon came to an end. The inn was full of corpses. Except for the pretended cook and the shopkeeper who escaped, all the others were dead. Zhuo Qiuyang sat back heavily, wiped the blood off his face, and started eating noodles. Before eating, he pushed all the beef into Xiao Qin's bowl. Is this a thank you? Xiao Qin sat down, his mouth twitching slightly. Zhuo Qiuyang swallowed the noodles whole and shook his head. Not really, but I can give you a piece of advice. It's still not too late to leave now. Those who come to kill me later will not be those chickens and dogs just now. Is there anyone else coming? Xiao Qin fell in a deep thought, but he still had to wait for someone here. Seeing that he didn't move, Zhuo Qiuyang frowned. Have you heard of the 3 evils of Huaishan? I have heard of Huaishan. There's a town there. Xiao Qin shook his head. He had been in Qing Yuan's sect for several years and didn't know much about the outside world. The reason why he remembered Huaishan town was because he had passed by there when he went from Yina Prefecture to Ziyang Prefecture. Zhuo Qiuyang's face moved slightly. The town is gone. No one is left. 3 years ago, it was occupied by a group of bandits. The bandit leader called himself the 3 evils of Huaishan, a biological brother, and was proficient in the art of joint attack. When he said this, he clenched his fists, and his knuckles turned white. Oh! Xiao Qin's expression moved slightly. Don't the government and the sect care? He had never seen a similar task in the Foreign Affairs Hall. Zhuo Qiuyang showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Huaishan is located at the junction of the 2 prefectures. The Ziyang government said that Huaishan town is close to Minhe Prefecture and is not under their jurisdiction. Minhe Prefecture said that Huaishan town is separated from their prefecture by a river. Villagers go to Ziyang Prefecture for any problems, and Ziyang Prefecture should be in charge. They keep arguing about it. I don't know if they have forgotten it or they haven't figured it out yet. At this point, he glanced at the corpses on the ground and muttered to himself. It's a pity that the Huaishan 3 evils are just accomplices. The person who killed my master has not been found yet. It seemed that he sensed his sadness and hatred. At this time, the short knife on his waist began to hum softly. The murderous intent in the hall rose again, which was chilling. Let's go. This is for your own good. Zhuo Qiuyang's murderous voice came, and there was almost no human nature. Xiao Qin couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Qinqing Wu Zun sighed and said, The whooshing sword technique, which kills people and oneself, is ruthless and heartless, and is the superior martial arts of Shiyu Tower. But people who practice this sword technique usually don't have a good ending, either dying at the hands of others or at their own hands. He persuaded you to leave because he was afraid that he would go crazy and kill you too. Xiao Qin. Okay, this is for my own good. Zhuo Qiuyang stopped talking after he finished speaking, quietly accumulating evil spirits to make his momentum reach its peak. At this time, 3 more figures came through, passing through the rain curtain and getting closer and closer, just a bit fast. Bang! 2 miserable figures, like broken sacks, flew into the post house and smashed a lot of tables, chairs, and benches. They were the cook and a shopkeeper who had just escaped. Now, they were breathing in more than breathing out, and their faces were full of fear as if they had seen a ghost. The three evils of Huaishan. Zuoqiang's pupils trembled, his mind stagnated, and he almost passed out. Bang! Bang! A few more figures smashed in. This time there were three people who looked somewhat similar, and each of them had a sunken chest. Zuoqiang's expression was petrified. At this time, Xiaoqin smacked his lips and walked to the door. Junior brother Li, is that you? Sorry, senior brother Xiao. I'm late. A young man walked to the door. He had obviously come from the heavy rain and defeated the three evil spirits of Huaishan who could fight against the masters of the inner breath Xindian realm. However, he was spotless, as if he was a young man going out for an outing. It was Li Mo. He looked at the mess on the ground, raised his eyebrows, rubbed his stomach, and said, "Where is the waiter? Where did he hide? The waiter is here." Xiaoqin pointed to the ground with some shame. He beat him to death. Where is the shopkeeper? The fat man you just beat in is him. So the one next to him is the cook? That's right, brother Li, you are really smart. What's going on? A quarter of an hour ago, a carriage from the Qingyuan sect was driving harmlessly on the road. People from other sects should have arrived in the city. How long will it take us to get there? It was the first time that Li Mo drove down the mountain by himself, so he didn't remember the way very well. There was no navigation system these days. So he lifted the curtain and looked inside. Ying Bing took out the map given by Qian Bufan from his arms. He lowered his eyes and looked at it, then gently pointed upwards with his bare hands. Li Mo pondered. It's a bit far. Speaking of meeting up, why would they choose a place so far away from the city? Then he saw it. The slender jade finger paused, raised it, and pointed at another place. Li Mo looked up in confusion and found that Bing Taozi was pursing his lips, and his expression was obviously uncertain. Silence for a moment. She then asked softly, "No, really, we are not going down the mountain to visit relatives, right?" "Yes." "Then why are you pointing to my house?" With no other choice, Li Mo had to ask for directions. So he found a few people waiting at the intersection who seemed to be talking there. At first, he thought that although the other party was a little ugly, they were still nice. After learning that they were lost, they were willing to lead the way. Who knew that as soon as they arrived at the door of the post house, they showed their true colors and looked fierce. And they laughed, hee hee hee. Who is a nice person who laughs like this? Looking at the Huaishan, three evils lying on the ground with broken bones and tendons, Zhuo Qiuyang was a little confused. For these three people, he had been scheming and preparing for a long time. First, he deliberately exposed his whereabouts and attracted the opponent's pursuit. Until just now, he used the opponent's strategy to consume his mind and killed all the ambushers. The evil spirit of whooshing sword technique accumulated to the peak, and he had no way out. Today, he is terribly strong. He was very alert and ready to fight to the death to avenge his master and the villagers. As a result, he was caught off guard, and the three were almost beaten to death in front of him. The young man who attacked looked much younger than him. It was quite sudden. "Who are you? Why did you suddenly attack me and laugh so ugly?" Li Mo squatted in front of the Huaishan, three evils who kept vomiting blood, and asked. He represented the Qingyuan sect and went down the mountain to maintain order in Ziyang City. He had to ask why he beat these people like this. "You." The scarred man lying on the ground had a fierce look in his eyes. Suddenly, something strange happened. Two gangsters, one fat and one thin, quickly put their hands on the shoulders of the scarred man in the middle. He actually used his last internal energy to gather all of it. The scarred man smashed the floor tiles and suddenly jumped up. Three groups of surging internal energy twisted into a rope through his meridians. It was extremely turbulent and violent. "Boy, you are still a little naive." He had a face full of hostility and a smile of victory. This move was not very powerful, but the internal energy of the three of them was enough to break through the opponent's dantian. Zhuo Qiuyang came back to his senses, but Xiaoqin's face changed drastically. It was too late to rescue him. He could only watch helplessly as the other party slapped him. It hit Li Mo's dantian heavily, and the internal energy rushed in frantically, as if to destroy the boy's martial arts. Bang! Very loud, but after the sound echoed, the air in the inn fell into silence. The boy didn't even move his feet, but frowned. The three evil spirits of Huaishan, their grinning expressions froze, and fear appeared in their eyes. This is a human or a ghost. The three evil spirits of Huaishan did not leave peacefully. Li Mo didn't feel anything when the alien internal energy entered his body. He just felt that the internal energy was quite complicated and it was just twisted together. So without thinking, he used his own internal energy to drive it out. Return the original way. If it was just like this, it would be fine. Their internal energy, which had turned into liquid, was strangely burning as it was driven away. Puff! The three idiots. Oh no, the three evil spirits suddenly swelled strangely. Their eyes were wide open and blood flowed from their 7 orifices. They died with their eyes open. The vastness of his dantian was terrifying even to him, and his internal energy was cultivated from martial arts that were above divine skills. Even his internal energy could be ignited, and it was also fierce and destructive to burn everything. This was the first time he used it against an enemy. Even Shaoli himself thought he was quite powerful, not to mention others. Shao Qin opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a long time. After his body stopped moving, he stood there for a long time. Even Qinqing Wuzun was shocked beyond words. "Junior brother Li, how are you?" When he came to his senses, he hurried up to take a look. Although junior brother Li looked normal, that was the internal energy of 3 masters of the Jade Liquid Realm. Even without the amplification of martial arts, it was unbearable for them to rush into other people's bodies. Li Mo shook his head and asked, "Are they selected by Shiyu Tower to participate in the Wujin trial?" "Well, they're all here to hunt down one person," Shao Qin said, looking not far away. Following his line of sight, Li Mo looked to the side at the figure wearing a straw raincoat. The system suddenly sent a prompt at this time. "Congratulations to the host. You have successfully helped Zhou Qiuyang kill the enemy. You have a feedback to receive." Zhou Qiuyang. An obscure light floated in Li Mo's eyes. Name: Zhou Qiuyang. Age: 19. Root bone: 9 forms. Realm: internal breath condensation realm. Destiny: purple with gray. Evaluation: this person was born with 9 kinds of roots suitable for martial arts training, with excellent qualifications. He was accepted as a disciple by a Disha killer who defected from Shiyu Tower. He is also the only survivor in Huaishan County. He will be a terrifying killing machine in the future. Recent encounters: the accomplice is dead, the real murderer is hard to find, and he is in the trial of Wujian, hoping to find clues. Purple with gray. This is the destiny that will achieve something in the future, but it also pays a huge price for it. A terrifying killing machine device? Sounds very powerful. You also participated in the Wujian trial. Zhou Qiuyang held down the short knife that was boiling with murderous energy and suddenly asked, "Why do you ask that? If you also participated, I would quit now." It was the first time that someone with a murderous look on his face said such a sincere word from Li Mo. What happened to the terrifying killing machine? Is it so easy to quit the Wujian trial? Of course not, but I don't want to compete with you. Only the few people who survived in the end can be absorbed into Shiyu Tower. So whether they're active or passive participants, they are hunters in the dark forest or prey. If Li Mo is a participant, then there is no doubt that he is definitely the winner of this session. I have no interest in Shiyu Tower. On the contrary, Li Mo took out a waste certificate from his palm and said with a smile, "I am a disciple of Qing Yuan's sect." "Me too." Shao Qin also took out a waste certificate to show that he is a righteous partner. At this time, what's going on here? Shang Wu stepped over the threshold of the post house and looked at the Shura field on the ground without moving his eyes. He just frowned slightly and looked at the only stranger here. Gulp! Zhou Qiuyang swallowed his saliva, as if facing a great enemy. His knife was shaking again, but this time it was not because of the boiling, evil spirit. It was because of fear. When he followed his dead master to practice whooshing sword skill, he found that he was naturally sensitive to things like killing intent and evil spirit. In the past, he had seen the most terrifying person with evil spirit on his body, and it was his master. Now it's someone else. The scene in the post house was a bit weird for a while. A little killer who has not yet become a formal member of Shiyu Tower. There are also 4 righteous partners of Qing Yuan's sect. To be fair, no matter which one he is, he can't beat him, even if it's Shao Qin. Qinqing Wuzuan is not an old man who can only talk, but not do anything. Don't be so nervous. We went down the mountain mainly to maintain the order of the city and prevent people from taking advantage of the situation and hurting innocent people. As for the Wujin trial, our only hope for it is that it will end as soon as possible. Liemo signaled him to be at ease. I know. Zhuo Qiuyang's body relaxed. He was really single and picked up the bowl of noodles that he hadn't finished, squatting on the ground and eating. Liemo walked to the front of the Huaishan Sansha and used the Qishao sword to pick open their pockets. After a search, he found some miscellaneous things. A letter in the scarred man's arms caught Liemo's attention. This letter is from Shiyu Tower. Zhuo Qiuyang stood up when he saw the swallow pattern on the lower left corner of the letter, and his whole body was boiling with murderous energy. Shangwu narrowed her almond eyes and glanced over. Zhuo Qiuyang looked fierce and squatted with his head in his hands. Master, he seems to know something about Shiyu Tower. Understanding Shiyu Tower's intentions and whereabouts will help us do things. Liemo explained to his master with reason and emotion. He waved to Zhuo Qiuyang again, asking him to come over and read it together, because he couldn't understand it. The letter should be written in the secret language of Shiyu Tower, which is more like a kind of hieroglyphics. Without special learning, it is impossible to understand it. Zhuo Qiuyang took the letter and began to read. You 3, have you not fallen behind in your kung fu? The world is in turmoil now. You brothers are living in Huaishan town, doing some robbery. When will you be able to make a name for yourself? As the Wujin trial begins, why don't you seize this opportunity to go out and join Shiyu Tower, so that you can have a backer from now on? I am not talented, but I have made a step forward in the Guanshan realm and have found a position as a butcher in Shiyu Tower. Reading this, Zhuo Qiuyang's voice trembled and his emotions fluctuated violently. He was sure that the person who sent this letter was the enemy who killed his master. He was very angry, as if he saw the enemy close at hand. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Liemo gestured for him to finish the letter first. Zhuo Qiuyang took a few deep breaths and continued to read. Recently, I received news that the traitor we killed a few years ago had a disciple who also learned the skills of my Shiyu Tower. If you dare to learn martial arts from my tower, you should be cleared of your family. Kill him and come to the old place to find me. The main building is preparing to open a branch building in Ziyang Mansion. If you can do it, I will say a few good words for you in front of the branch building owner, and it will not be a problem to find a good job for you. Xiao Mi Tuo. The letter revealed a lot of information. Liemo and others couldn't help but ponder. Shiyu Tower is going to open a branch building in Ziyang Mansion. No wonder the place for the Wujin trial was chosen in Ziyang Mansion. Expanding on the spot, right? But Ziyang Mansion is located on the edge of the East Wilderness, and it is not a prosperous place. It is also far away from the so-called 9 heavens and 10 earths. Why would the prophet seeking Shiyu Tower set up a base here? It's fine to hold the Wujin trial, but you dare to extend your influence to Ziyang Mansion? Shang Wu raised her eyebrows. Let me find the branch building owner and beat the shit out of him. How can others sleep soundly beside the bed? This touched the bottom line of Qing Yuan's sect. No sect would tolerate a killer organization setting up a base in its own garrison. But Shiyu Tower's whereabouts are treacherous, and its ears and eyes are all over the world, like a slippery, shit-stirring stick. The Diyu dynasty once joined forces with several transcendent sects, but they never uprooted it. Destroyed a base, but could not eliminate all its members, and soon a new base would emerge. It may not be easy to find the branch building of Shiyu Tower. Shao Qin pondered. He picked up 3 iron hall swallows from the ground. Zhuqiang looked at the hall swallows and was slightly puzzled. This swallow in front of the hall was cast by special means. After the Wujin trial begins, it will absorb a trace of the owner's internal energy. Once the owner dies, the swallow in front of the hall will also break. These few are actually intact. Is it because the 3 evil spirits of Huaishan all died from their own internal energy? Can we pretend to be the 3 evil spirits of Huaishan and sneak in a Shiyu tower? Our number is just right if Brothers Wichio also joins. Xiaoqin has a strong sense of responsibility. Since he has accepted the sect's mission, he will do his best. Zhuqiang Yang shook his head. I practice the Wuxing sword, and I can't hide my identity in front of the people in Shiyu Tower. Hearing this, Liamo looked at the girl next to him with his peripheral vision, with a probing look in his eyes. Girl, have you ever considered becoming an emotionless killer? Ying Bing, ? At this time, Zhuqiang said again, this may not be appropriate. The 3 of them are obviously in close contact with Xiao Mituo. If you really meet, you will be exposed. Unless kill Xiao Mituo, then no one will know that we are fake. Zhuqiang's eyes glowed, as if he had found an opportunity for revenge. The other party is in the Guanshan realm, and it is only possible to join forces with these Qingyuan sect disciples. Happy cooperation. Liamo smiled. Helping the other party to take revenge is also an investment, and it can also complete the sect's mission. He has no reason to refuse. The next question is how to find the Xiao Mituo hiding in the dark. Ayami will search in the city, but there may not be any results in a short time. This person is extremely cautious. Zhuqiang has been trying to find out about the other party during his visit to Ziyang Mansion, but he still knows very little about him. Instead of looking for him, it is better to let him come to us on his own initiative. Liamo said thoughtfully, if we rank among the top in the Wujin trial as the 3 evils of Huaishan, we may be able to lure him out. Zhuqiang suddenly realized, this Qingyuan sect disciple surnamed Li is really smart. Why didn't he think of this method? Revitalize the reputation of Kun Yufeng right now. Call me if you can't win a fight. Shang Wu felt that her apprentice's IQ was not lower than hers, so she was too lazy to think. He used his brain, and she worked when necessary. Perfect. No. How can we identify those who participated in the Wujin trial? Xiaoqin found the blind spot. Reopen this post house. I will have my own way then. Liamo checked the map. This is the nearest post house to Ziyang City. That is to say, if you want to enter the city, most people will pass through here. When the time comes, he only needs to take a look with the eye of destiny. Zhuqiang and Xiaoqin were a little curious, but since Liamo said so, he probably has his own way. So they all cleaned up the scene without doubt. Liamo snapped his fingers and released his inner breath. Instantly, the corpse on the ground was burned to white ash. Ying Bing frowned slightly, as if he didn't like the ashes flying everywhere. So he flipped his palm. The clouds surged up, gathering it together and spreading it to the flower bed in the back hall, which was also a contribution to nature. The inner breath of these 2 people, Zhuqiang's pupils trembled. He thought he was outstanding among his peers, and there were very few people in the same realm who could match him. But the boy and girl in front of him, just by releasing their inner breath, made him frightened. Is this the genius of Qingyuan sect? And why are you so skilled in destroying corpses? Well, there are also men and women. Xiaoqin cleaned up the tables and chairs and scratched his head again. Do you think we forgot something? No, what can we forget? Liamo took a look. It's all burnt to ashes. What else can he forget? Absolutely no omissions. At the same time, in the center of Ziyang Prefecture, in the lobby of the government office, people from all the sects were toasting and having a feast. By the way, why haven't those people from Qingyuan sect come yet? Really, they let us worry about their own affairs at the foot of the mountain. Well, Shan Wu is leading the team. How reliable can you expect him to be? People from other sects were all talking about it. Alas, the peace of Ziyang Prefecture depends on you all. The Lord of Ziyang Prefecture's eyes moved slightly, and he stood up to toast everyone. Lord Shui, you are too kind. Being chivalrous and righteous is also our responsibility.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.